Chapter 2956, Great Changes, the Ancient Magic Palace came out. Northern Cold Immortal Territory, some great changes have indeed occurred recently. Hearing Jiang Chen asking about this, Mu Ziqian's expression instantly became solemn. During the recent period, the Northern Cold Immortal Territory has undergone a sudden change. A mysterious force from nowhere has suddenly swept the entire Northern Cold Immortal Territory overnight. This mysterious force is called the Ancient Demon Palace. Even the Northern Cold Immortal Palace, the only immortal king in the Northern Cold Immortal region, could not suppress the Ancient Demon Palace. Today's desolate Ancient Demon Palace has annexed many states in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, and it already has the potential to compete with the Northern Cold Immortal Territory. Except for the major states in the center of the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, the rest of the states have almost fallen into chaos. Even the 18th branch of the Wuxian Temple has suffered heavy losses. Mu Ziqian has already decided to temporarily withdraw the 18th halls of the Wuming Immortal Hall to the main hall in order to cope with this earth-shattering change in the Northern Cold Immortal region. He obviously did not expect that the North Cold Immortal Territory had undergone such a great change during the time he left the Northern Cold Immortal Territory. Although Beihan Immortal Territory is in a remote location in Immortal Realm, it is a relatively weak immortal territory, but how to say it also has immortal king forces such as Beihan Immortal Palace, and has a genuine immortal king realm master. The mysterious force that suddenly emerged from the Northern Cold Immortal Realm, the Ancient Demon Palace, is at least an immortal king force with the power of the immortal king realm. In the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, how could an immortal king force emerge out of thin air for no reason? I didn't expect that the Ancient Magic Palace has already appeared in the Fairyland. It seems that the chaos in the Fairyland is coming. At this moment, the somewhat heavy voice of the Immortal Monument and Steel Spirit slowly rang out in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was shocked. Senior knows the Ancient Magic Palace. Desolate Ancient Magic Palace, a mysterious force that no one knows where it came from. It may even come from outside the Fairyland. Its strength is extremely terrifying. Its appearance heralds the beginning of the catastrophe in the Fairyland. Now that there is no immortal emperor in the immortal world, it is closely related to this Ancient Magic Palace. I even have a vague guess that even in the era when the Heavenly Emperor Palace was in charge of the immortal realm, the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was related to this Ancient Magic Palace. Immortal Tablet and Tablet Spirit language is surprisingly authentic. As soon as the words of the Immortal Steel and Steel Spirit came out, Jiang Chen was also shocked. He obviously did not expect that this so-called Ancient Magic Palace would have such a terrifying origin. Senior, this is unlikely. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor's palace was annihilated in the immortal realm overnight. If the Ancient Demon Palace really had such power, I'm afraid it would replace the Heavenly Emperor's palace and dominate the entire immortal realm, right? Jiang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart and said incredulously, "Nothing is impossible. When I was chasing Lord Qingdi, I checked some details about the Ancient Magic Palace with Lord Qingdi. In the era when the Heavenly Emperor Palace ruled the Fairyland, there was already a vague shadow of the Ancient Magic Palace." The Immortal Steel Spirit took a deep breath and said, "Okay. Let's talk about this later. First, go and learn about the situation of the Ancient Magic Palace in the Northern Cold Immortal region." Hearing this, Jiang Chen stopped asking further questions, and looked up at Mu Ziqian. "Deputy Hall Master Mu, how is the situation in Kangyan Prefecture?" Mu Ziqian shook his head and said, "I have already sent someone to order the Kangyan Prefecture branch hall to withdraw to the main hall, but now there is no news coming back." Jiang Chen's heart suddenly sank slightly. Even Mu Ziqian didn't have the news of the Kangyan Prefecture Wuming Immortal Hall's branch, so it was enough that something might have happened in the Kangyan Prefecture. Now, decades have passed since Jiang Chen left Kangyan Prefecture. His relatives and friends in the lower universe are likely to follow the route he left behind and fly from Kangyan Prefecture to the immortal realm. With their strength, he didn't have much self-protection power when he first entered the immortal realm. He had to rush back to Kangyan Prefecture as soon as possible to find out. "Vice Hall Master Mu, I'm going to Kangyan Prefecture, farewell." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure broke through the void in an instant, and disappeared in front of Mu Ziqian and the others in a flash. Northern Cold Immortal Region, Kangyan Prefecture, Tianshui Immortal City Luoshui Merchant Alliance. Since Jiang Chen was born in Tianshui Shancheng, the status of Luoshui Merchant Alliance in Tianshui Shancheng has been rising all the way. Especially after Jiang Chen went to the Wuming Immortal Hall, he directly became the VIP of the Wuming Immortal Hall in one fell swoop. The Wuming Immortal Hall even sent a strong person to the Luoshui Merchant Alliance to help the Luoshui Merchant Alliance destroy the Lu family. After the Luoshui Merchant Alliance annexed the Lu family, it had become the #1 force in Tianshui Shancheng. Over the years, with the support of the Wuming Immortal Hall, the Luoshui Merchant Alliance has grown even more rapidly. Not only have several golden immortals, including Luo Wuji, been born, Luo Qianzhou's Cultivation has reached the 9th rank golden immortal in one fell swoop. Today's Luoshui Merchant Alliance, even among the many immortal cities in Kenyan Prefecture, can already be regarded as one of the best golden immortal forces. Luoshui Merchant Alliance, Discussion Hall. Luo Qianzhou and Luo Wuji, the senior leaders of the Luoshui Business Alliance, are all gathered here at this moment, and the atmosphere in the hall is solemn. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would definitely be able to find a familiar figure in the hall at a glance. This figure is exactly the former ruler of destruction in God's domain, witch torture. As a legendary figure in the divine realm, Wu Xing's talent is naturally very extraordinary. After the recovery of the divine realm, Wu Xing also quickly returned to the peak, and even broke through the shackles and entered the immortal realm along the path of ascension left by Jiang Chen. Because of Jiang Chen's arrangement, after Wu Xing entered the fairyland, he was soon connected to the Luoshui Business Alliance. With the intensive training of Luoshui Merchant Alliance, Wu Xing also showed his extraordinary talent. In just a few decades after entering the immortal realm, he has grown from a fake immortal to a first-rank immortal, and his strength has improved very quickly. Everyone, the ancient demon palace has sent a force to Kenyan Prefecture. It is said that the Kenyan Immortal Mansion has been defeated, and our Tianshui Immortal City will probably face an unprecedented crisis. I don't know how long it took, Luo Qianzhou finally slowly broke the silence in the hall. Following Luo Qianzhou's words, the expressions of everyone in the hall couldn't help but suddenly change. Desolate ancient demon palace, this is a terrorist force that makes Beihan Immortal Palace helpless. Now that the desolate ancient magic palace has invaded Kenyan Prefecture, even the Kenyan Immortal Mansion of the Deluo forces in Kenyan Prefecture has been easily defeated by the desolate ancient magic palace. Who else in Kenyan Prefecture can resist the desolate ancient magic palace? Leader, the ancient magic palace is coming so violently that it is difficult to stop it. It is not too late. Let's quickly evacuate from Kenyan Prefecture. An elder of the Luoshui Merchant Alliance said in horror. Evacuate Kenyan Prefecture. Luo Qianzhou suddenly laughed bitterly. Now that the ancient magic palace has swept the northern cold immortal region, even the northern cold immortal palace has been overwhelmed. There are not many safe places in the 18 states of the northern cold immortal region. Where can they retreat to the small Luoshui Merchant Alliance? Chapter 2957, The Danger of Tianshui Xiancheng. Just when Luo Qianzhou summoned many high-level officials of the Luoshui Business Alliance to discuss countermeasures, a magical Da Luo Shenwei suddenly spread over the sky above Tianshui Shancheng. An icy voice also slowly echoed over Tianshui Xian City. The people of Tianshui Shancheng listen to this deity. Those who want to survive, come out and submit to my ancient demon palace within half an hour. Otherwise, after the deity enters Tianshui Shancheng, the chickens and dogs will not be left. The icy voice slowly reverberated in the sky above Tianshui City, which made the whole Tianshui City couldn't help but tremble with fear. Within the Luoshui Merchant Alliance, the expressions of Luo Qianzhou and the others couldn't help but change drastically. The people from the ancient magic palace are really not very fast. This time, the person who came to Tianshui Shancheng from the ancient demon palace was actually a Deluo Immortal Venerable. With the power of their Tianshui Shancheng, how can they compete with a genuine Deluo Immortal Venerable? Go, let's go out and have a look. Luo Qianzhou took a deep breath and immediately appeared in the sky above Tianshui Shancheng. The Jingxian family of Tianshui Shancheng, the head of the Ning family, Ning Yulo, also appeared directly beside Luo Qianzhou. He looked up at the shadowy figure outside Tianshui Shancheng, and his expression became extremely dignified. Brother Luo, the immortal venerable Deluo of the ancient demon palace is coming, and we can't be the enemy. What should we do now? Luo Qianzhou said solemnly, let's act according to the opportunity. In the face of a genuine Deluo immortal venerable, their Tianshui Shancheng would not have any resistance at all. Just as the two were talking, the ghostly figure standing proudly above the void also looked directly at Luo Qianzhou and the indifferent voice instantly resounded through the world. The two of you should be Luo Qianzhou from the Luoshui Merchant Alliance and Ning Yulo of the Ning family. To surrender or to die, you can choose between them. Luo Qianzhou snorted coldly. If you are dreaming, my Luoshui Merchant Alliance will never surrender to the ancient demon palace. Although Luo Qianzhou didn't know the origin of the ancient magic palace, the people in the ancient magic palace were all demons that were not tolerated by the fairy world. Even if the Luoshui Merchant Alliance surrendered to the ancient magic palace, I am afraid that there will never be a good end. Since you have to find your own way of death, then this deity will fulfill you. The voice of the ghostly shadow fell, and the demonic energy rolled all over his body, like a tsunami, surging out of the body, and then with the wave of his palm, it turned into a magic palm that covered the sky and the sun, suppressing it from the sky above Tianshui Shancheng. Even Luo Qianzhou, whose cultivation base has reached the 9th rank golden immortal, feels like he is about to suffocate under the pressure of the devil's palm. This palm falls, I am afraid that the entire Tianshui Shancheng will be annihilated in an instant. Luo Qianzhou gritted his teeth, the golden immortal mana in his body was running at full force, and the immortal light on his palm soared, turning into a huge icicle with 100 feet, facing the dark magic palm that was suppressing. Rao is that Luo Qianzhou received the support of the Nameless Immortal Palace during this period of time, and obtained a lot of Nameless Immortal dew from the Nameless Immortal Palace. The cultivation base has been greatly improved, and it has reached the level of the 9th rank golden immortal, but under this dark magic palm, but there is no resistance at all. I saw that the 100 Jiang icicle was crushed directly from top to bottom under the suppression of the dark devil's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Qianzhou's throat was sweet, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face instantly became extremely pale. He looked up at the black magic palm that was like a broken bamboo, and couldn't help but show a look of despair on his face. The power of the Luo Immortal Venerable is really too terrifying, and it is not something he can resist at all. Today, Tianshui Shancheng is probably completely over. Just when Luo Qianzhou closed his eyes in despair, there was a sudden sound of breaking in the void above his head, and the black magic palm that should have been suppressed did not fall as Luo Qianzhou expected. Luo Qianzhou suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. I saw that above his head, there was a young man in black standing proudly with a sword, holding a mysterious broken sword, and with one sword, the black magic palm that was suppressed down was resisted. Looking at this familiar figure that suddenly appeared, Luo Qianzhou seemed to be in a dream and couldn't believe his eyes at all. He never thought that Jiang Chen would come back at this critical time, and he possessed the power to compete with Immortal Deluo, and with one sword he resisted Immortal Deluo from the ancient demon palace. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's talent was rare in the world, when Jiang Chen left the Luoshui Merchant Alliance, his cultivation was still in the fairyland. In just a few decades, this guy has the ability to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable. Although the growth of Jiang Chen was a little incredible in his heart, Luo Qianzhou couldn't help but have a look of excitement in his heart at this moment. If Jiang Chen really has the strength to compete with Da Luo Shanzun, Tianshui Shancheng will be saved today. It turned out to be him. This son is truly amazing. Ning Yulo looked at the scene in front of him, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. After Jiang Chen appeared in Tianshui Shancheng, he quickly became a peerless genius who overwhelmed his peers, but he was only a junior in the fairyland after all. Now that he has returned again, he has become strong enough to compete with Da Luo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen's strong return is undoubtedly a great blessing for their Tianshui Shancheng. It's Jiang Chen is back. In Tianshuixian City, Luo Wuji and the others looked at Jiang Chen in midair, and couldn't help but show a touch of excitement in their eyes. Sure enough, it's this kid. Even if this guy arrives in the immortal realm, he is still as stunning as ever. Wu Xing looked at Jiang Chen in midair, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. He has been in the immortal realm for a while, and he has a very good understanding of the cultivation realm of the immortal realm. Naturally, he knows what kind of strength and status the Deluo Immortal Venerable has in the immortal realm. Although he had witnessed Jiang Chen's sky-high growth rate all the way when he was in God's domain, he still did not expect that Jiang Chen, who entered the immortal realm only a few decades earlier than him, already had someone who could compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable ability. In his entire life, if he wants to catch up with the heaven-defying evildoer Jiang Chen, he is afraid that it will never be possible. In the void, the demonic shadow looked at Jiang Chen, who was blocking his grasp with a sword, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Jiang Chen's hand interrupted the sword and shook, and a dazzling sword light instantly wiped out all the dark palms above his head. He didn't answer the ghost, but said indifferently, "You wild ancient magic palace, you dare to be born in the fairyland, do you really think that there is no one in the fairyland?" Chapter 2958, Jiang Chen returns. When Mo Ying heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes couldn't help but stare in vain. The ancient demon palace has been born twice in the immortal world, but both were suppressed by the peerless immortal emperor of the immortal world. For the two suppressions of the ancient demon palace, the immortal realm also paid a very heavy price for this, which greatly damaged its vitality. Especially the second birth of the ancient magic palace, it is only one step away from becoming the master of the fairyland. Although the ancient magic palace was finally expelled from the immortal world, the immortal realm has withered since then, and it has never recovered. So far, no new immortal emperor has been born. In today's immortal realm, little is known about the ancient magic palace. Except for those immortal kings with a long history, few people know that the ancient magic palace has appeared in the immortal world. The black-clothed youth in front of him was able to know the matter of the ancient magic palace, and the origin was obviously extraordinary. The ghost's eyes stared at Jiang Chen. "Boy, are you from Beihan Immortal Palace?" "In the entire Beihan Immortal territory, I am afraid that only Beihan Immortal Palace, the power of the immortal king in charge of a territory, may be able to know some things about the ancient magic palace. At such an age, this son already possesses strength that is not inferior to immortal venerable Deluo. In the entire northern cold immortal territory, only the northern cold immortal palace can cultivate such a proud son of heaven." Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter what I am, the important thing is that you are in the ancient magic palace, and you shouldn't appear in the fairyland. If you don't want to die, you can come from where you came from and go back to where you want to go. You're not ashamed to say that, just because you are a mere brat, you even want to block the deity and die for me." The magic shadow smiled contemptuously, and the power of the immortal essence of 1,000 miles of void was instantly under its control, turned into 1,000 Jiang magic sword and slashed at Jiang Chen angrily. Before the magic sword arrived, the terrifying magic energy had already covered the sky and covered the sun, as if to completely devour Jiang Chen and the Tianshui Shancheng below. "Is this the power of Da Luo Shanzun? It's really terrifying." Luo Qianzhou and others were pale, and they couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with a worried look. Can Jiang Chen really resist such a terrifying blow? Just the power of a mortal. Deluo in the early stage, who gave you the courage to speak up in front of me? Looking at the blow from the magic shadow controlling the power of heaven and earth, Jiang Chen looked contemptuous. In front of this person from the ancient magic palace, his cultivation base is only in the early stage of Deluo. This Deluo immortal venerable, before Jiang Chen broke through the Deluo immortal venerable, was already able to compete against one or two. Now that his cultivation base has surpassed the Deluo realm and stepped into the Tai realm, the Deluo immortal venerable in front of him is different from the ants in his eyes. Jiang Chen put his hands on his back and stood indifferently, until the demonic energy that covered the sky and the sun appeared within a range of less than 100 meters above his head, and then raised his hand and swung out a fluttering sword. The terrifying demonic energy that covered the sky and the sun evaporated cleanly in the void without warning under countless shocking gazes. Seeing that the blow of his own control of the power of heaven and earth dissipated out of thin air, the pupils of the Deluo immortal venerable of the ancient magic palace suddenly shrank suddenly. Before he could react, a silent sword light had penetrated through his body. He was horrified to discover that the power in his body actually collapsed at a very terrifying speed like a flood bursting an embankment. His power had already fallen below immortal venerable Deluo, and the speed of this fall showed no sign of stopping at all. The Deluo immortal venerable of the ancient demon palace not only lost all the strength in his body, but also dissipated all the demonic energy in his body, as if he had directly transformed into an ordinary person without the slightest cultivation base. Qingdi swordsmanship, transforming ordinary swords. With Jiang Chen's current Tai realm's cultivation level, how can he display this sword? How can the mere Deluo immortal venerable be able to compete? Immortal venerable Deluo of the ancient demon palace staggered, and then he used a magic sword to stabilize his figure in midair. He looked at Jiang Chen with an unprecedented look of horror. It was just an understatement of the sword, and he cut off his great Luo Shouwei. He never thought that the black-clothed youth in front of him would have such terrifying strength. Below, Luo Qianzhou and others were also dull-eyed, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Jiang Chen's strong return this time, with the strength to compete with Deluo Immortal Venerable, is enough to shock them. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was just an understatement, and he abolished the menacing desolate ancient magic palace Deluo Immortal Venerable. Such strength is simply terrifying. Jiang Chen said with a blank expression, "Give you a chance to live, answer me a few questions obediently, and I may consider spare your life." Immortal Venerable Deluo of the ancient demon palace ignored Jiang Chen at all, and directly controlled the magic sword under his feet, turning into a black light and swept toward the distant sky. Although his cultivation base was cut off by Jiang Chen with a sword, he still has a divine weapon of destiny. Now facing Jiang Chen, whose strength is unfathomable, he has no hesitation, and directly uses the power of the divine tool to flee in a hurry. "Jump away, it's too whimsical for you to escape under my nose." Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the ancient demon palace. Together with the surrounding 100 miles of space, they are all banned. With one move to ban the Deluo Immortal Venerable of the ancient demon palace, Jiang Chen directly carried his hands on his back and slowly stepped into the void to come to him. Shanli bans heaven and earth, you are actually a Tai Immortal Venerable. Looking at Jiang Chen, who slowly appeared in front of him, the desolate ancient magic palace Deluo Immortal Venerable finally had an unprecedented look of horror in his eyes. Hearing the horrified scream of the desolate ancient magic palace Deluo Immortal Venerable, Luo Qianxia and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tai Immortal Venerable, this is a powerful existence above Deluo Immortal Venerable. This kind of powerhouse, even if looking at the entire northern cold immortal territory, is definitely one of the best powerhouses. They never thought that Jiang Chen was already the Tai Immortal Venerable surpassing Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen looked down at the desolate ancient magic palace Deluo Immortal Venerable in front of him. "I'll give you one last chance, answer my question obediently, and I'll spare you." Immortal Venerable Deluo of the ancient demon palace smiled grimly and said, "Boy, you can never get any information about the ancient demon palace from me. Sooner or later, the ancient demon palace will avenge me. If that's the case, then you're going to die." Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and when he raised his hand, a sword light shot out at him. Chapter 2959, Meet Old Friends. With this sword light, Immortal Venerable Deluo, who had been banned from the ancient demon palace, could not resist at all. He could only watch this sword light annihilate his body and instantly annihilate his whole body into nothingness. One move destroyed his body. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and instantly grabbed a black crystal with a demonic energy that was somewhat similar to the fairy crystal, and firmly grasped it in his hand. "Kid, die for me." At this moment, an extremely ferocious face appeared on the black crystal, and the entire black crystal was just surging with magical energy, and it swelled sharply in Jiang Chen's palm. "Want to protect yourself? You won't have this chance." Jiang Chen had an expression in front of him, and with a light grip of his palm, he suppressed the swollen black crystal, and the sharp sword chi instantly penetrated the black crystal, completely obliterating this hideous face. Jiang Chen's immortal soul also directly penetrated the black crystal, extracting part of the memory from the fragments of the broken demon soul of the ancient magic palace Deluo Immortal Venerable. This guy's status in the ancient magic palace is obviously not high, and he does not know much about the origin of the ancient magic palace. However, according to his memory, Jiang Chen still learned something about the ancient magic palace. The ancient magic palace, as the immortal tablet spirit said, has appeared twice in the immortal world, and it was suppressed both times. The barren ancient magic palace now appearing in the Beihan immortal territory is just a remnant left in the immortal world after the barren ancient magic palace was suppressed for the second time. Because the Beihan immortal palace was aware of it, it had to come out ahead of time. Fortunately, it seems that the ancient magic palace has not really come out in the fairyland. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur in his mouth after extracting the memory fragments of this ancient demon palace Deluo Immortal Venerable. The strength of the ancient demon palace is unfathomable, especially when it first appeared in the immortal realm. Even in the period of the Heavenly Emperor Palace when it was at its peak, although it finally suppressed the ancient demon palace, it also paid a heavy price for it. If the desolate ancient demon palace was truly born, the immortal realm today does not even possess an immortal emperor, and I am afraid that it would be difficult to resist the desolate ancient demon palace. Little friend Jiang Chen, thank you very much. If you hadn't rushed back today at a critical moment, I'm afraid that Tianshui Shancheng would be doomed today. Seeing that Jiang Chen easily killed Da Luo Shanzun of the ancient demon palace, Luo Qianzhou took a while to recover from the shock, and said to Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. Until this moment, Luo Qianzhou still can't believe that this little guy who soared from the lower universe has grown to such a degree now. While he was shocked in his heart, he was also a little fortunate that he was able to form a good relationship with Jiang Chen at the beginning. I am afraid that they will all fall here today. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I used to be a member of the Luoshui Merchant Alliance, so you don't need to be polite. When he first entered the immortal world and came to the Luoshui Merchant Alliance, the Luoshui Merchant Alliance also gave him a lot of help. Now that the Luoshui Merchant Alliance is in trouble, Jiang Chen will naturally not sit idly by. When Jiang Chen was talking to Luo Qianzhou, his eyes swept across Tianshuixian City, and then he landed on a familiar figure. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of him. He smiled and said, Brother Wu Xing, you have come to the fairyland. Long time no see, stay safe. Long time no see. Wu Xing looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and couldn't help but praise him, as expected of the unparalleled first person in my god realm. Even in this immortal realm, he still has the same style. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Brother Wu Xing is overrated, I just entered the fairyland earlier than you. With Brother Wu Xing's talent, as long as you have enough time, your future achievements will be limitless. Witch torture can be cultivated in places such as God's domain to the point where he is only one step away from ascending to immortality, and his talent is naturally beyond doubt. Now as long as he is given enough time and resources, his growth rate will definitely not be much inferior to that of most geniuses in the fairy world. Wu Xing smiled bitterly, not bothering too much on this issue. How the guy in front of him grew up in the realm of the gods step by step, Wu Xing has seen it with his own eyes. Wu Xing has some confidence in his talent, but he also believes that he is far from being on a par with Jiang Chen. It is obviously impossible for him to catch up with Jiang Chen's pace. He shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang Chen, I am not the only one who came to the immortal realm this time. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look surprised and said, Who else, Palace Master Mingyu? In the entire divine realm, apart from the existence of Wu Xing, who was only one step away from becoming an immortal during the peak period of Wu Xing, I am afraid that only the master of the Moon God Palace, Mingyu Xin, can ask him to become an immortal in a short period of time. Wu Xing shook his head and said, Since you left, Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er have been cultivating, and their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. They soon reached the realm of domination, and they came to the fairyland with me more than 20 years ago. Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er have both come to the immortal realm. Hearing Wu Xing's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. Where are they now? They went to Beihan Immortal Palace. Luo Qianzhou also came to Jiang Chen's side at this time, and explained to Jiang Chen, not long after they came to the fairyland, an elder of Beihan Immortal Palace happened to pass by, so he brought the two back to Beihan Immortal Palace to practice. Is the North Cold Immortal Palace? Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er's talents, even in the immortal realm, are very rare. If Beihan Immortal Palace discovered the two, it would be a matter of course to bring them into Beihan Immortal Palace for cultivation. Now that the ancient magic palace is sweeping the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, in the entire Northern Cold Immortal Territory, the Northern Cold Immortal Palace is already the safest place. Since Meng Qingshe and the two were in the Northern Cold Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen could feel a lot more at ease. After the people in the ancient magic palace in Kenyan province are finished, he will go to Beihan Immortal Palace again. Jiang Chen put aside his thoughts, and immediately looked up at Luo Qianzhou and said, Lord Luo, how is the situation in Kenyan Prefecture now? The situation is not optimistic. Luo Qianzhou said solemnly. According to the information I have received, the Kenyan Immortal Mansion, which is in charge of Kenyan Prefecture, has been defeated by the ancient demon palace. The Kenyan Immortal Mansion and the rest of the Kenyan Prefecture have been defeated and retreated to the Nameless Immortal Hall. We are teaming up with the Nameless Immortal Palace to fight against the ancient demon palace. In addition to the Kenyan Immortal Mansion, Kenyan Prefecture also has two Deluo forces, plus an Wuming Immortal Hall branch that is not inferior to Deluo's forces. It is also an extremely powerful force. If these powers were easily defeated by the ancient demon palace, it would be enough to prove that the ancient demon palace's power in Kenyan Prefecture was not weak, and there might even be a powerhouse at the level of Immortal Venerable Tai. Chapter 2960, Black Flame Demon. Jiang Chen didn't waste time. He looked up at Luo Qianzhou and said, "Mengju Luo, the crisis in Tianshui Shancheng has been resolved. I will go to Wuming Shandian to see." Luo Qianzhou nodded. Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now reached immortal venerable Tai, and even if he looks at the entire northern cold immortal territory, few people can compare with him. With Jiang Chen's strength, he must be able to play a key role in the battle against the ancient demon palace. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Qianzhou and the others, thinking that the ancient magic palace might make a comeback. He couldn't help but ponder for a moment. I saw the sword light in his palm surging, and then a sword chi disappeared into the Deluo immortal sword in Luo Qianzhou's palm. "Lord Luo, I left a sword chi in your weapon. Once activated, it can kill immortal Deluo, and it should be enough to protect Tianshui Shancheng from worry." Tianshui Shancheng is just a fairy city in Kangyun Prefecture. Even if the ancient magic palace makes a comeback, it is at most the power of Deluo immortal venerable. The sword energy he left behind is more than enough to deal with. Luo Qianzhou was overjoyed when he heard the words. With this sword energy left by Jiang Chen, Tianshui Shancheng should be able to sit back and relax. "Everyone, farewell." After doing this, Jiang Chen nodded to Wu Xing, Luo Wuji and others, and immediately disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. When Jiang Chen left Tianshui Shancheng, he went straight to the branch hall of Wuming Shandian in Kangyun Prefecture. Along the way, Jiang Chen Tai Immortal Venerable's powerful immortal knowledge also spread overwhelmingly, and he could see everything in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Jiang Chen naturally did not sit idly by, and directly appeared in front of these demonic immortals, and wiped them all out with one move. While cleaning up the ancient demon palaces he encountered along the way, Jiang Chen headed towards the unnamed immortal palace in Kangyun Prefecture. Now that Jiang Chen has reached the Tai realm, even in this immortal realm, the speed of crossing space has reached an extremely terrifying speed. After about an incense stick, Jiang Chen came to the outside of the Wuming Immortal Hall in Kangyun Prefecture. As the branch hall of the unknown Immortal Hall in Kangyun Prefecture, its status in Kangyun Prefecture is almost in no way inferior to the Kangyun Immortal Mansion in charge of Kangyun Prefecture. Even people from Kangyun Immortal Mansion who came to the site of Wuming Immortal Hall's branch hall would have to be polite. The current branch of the Wuming Immortal Hall in Kangyun Prefecture was already enveloped by a censored aura of slaughter and solemnity at this moment. I saw the sky above the nameless Immortal Hall, two distinct silhouettes, facing each other across 100 miles of void. One of them is a person from the ancient magic palace. On the other side, there are dozens of people standing above the Wuming Immortal Hall, headed by two figures. One of them, Jiang Chen, is not unfamiliar at all. It is the Hall Master of the Wuming Immortal Hall in Kangyun Prefecture, Yinyu Immortal Venerable. "Shanzun Yinyu, this seat will give you one last chance to surrender to my ancient magic palace, or you will die." On the side of the ancient magic palace, the first black-armored man full of demonic energy stared coldly at Immortal Venerable Yinyu and the others, and the murderous voice resounded through the world in an instant. Hearing the words of the man in black armor opposite, Immortal Venerable Yinyu couldn't help but stare. Since the Wuming Immortals Association, with the help of Jiang Chen, the branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall in Kangyun Prefecture has become the first branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall from the position of the 18th branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall in one fell swoop. During this period of time, they received the inclination of many resources from the nameless Immortal Hall, and their strength increased very fast. Today's Yinyu Immortal Venerable has reached the peak of Deluo Immortal Venerable, and even the great elder Lu Wucheng has successfully broken through Deluo Immortal Venerable. It is precisely because the strength of the Wuming Immortal Palace has soared, coupled with the Kangyun Immortal Palace and other forces, that it can compete with the ancient Demon Palace. If it was changed before, I am afraid that their nameless Immortal Palace would have already been destroyed by the ancient Demon Palace. Immortal Venerable Yinyu took a deep breath slowly, and immediately shouted coldly, "Black Flame Demon Venerable, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, you will fight. This venerable will never surrender to the ancient magic palace. You don't eat or drink for a toast. Since you want to find your own way, then this seat will fulfill you." The black flame demon venerable's sensible voice fell, and the monstrous demonic energy all over his body turned into a terrifying black flame, spreading overwhelmingly. The terrifying black sea of fire had already spread to Immortal Venerable Yinyu and others. Immortal Venerable Yinyu's complexion changed suddenly. His hands quickly formed seals, and the power of immortal essence between heaven and earth also instantly gathered into a moonlight sky in front of him, resisting the spreading black flames. The Yuehua canopy only resisted the black flames for a moment, and then it burst open directly under the impact of the black flames. Elder Wuchang, seeing this, Immortal Venerable Yinyu couldn't help shouting at Lu Wuchang, and the two quickly formed a seal to mobilize the guardian formation of the Wuming Immortal Hall, and just then resisted the impact of the black flame. Everyone, be careful, this guy's strength is probably comparable to the half-step Tai realm. Immortal Venerable Yinyu suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. When this black flame demon Venerable fought against him for the first time, his strength was almost on par with him, but he did not expect that in less than 10 days, this guy's strength has skyrocketed, and he has already surpassed Deluo. Immortal power. As a result, they might be in danger in today's battle. Shanzun Yinyu, I have already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it yourself, then let this deity die. The words of Black Flame Demon Venerable fell, and in the monstrous black flames, a giant bird of flames with a dark and deep body directly brought the scorching power of burning the sky and destroying the earth, and rushed towards Immortal Venerable Yinyu and the others. Yinyu Immortal Venerable's pupils shrank, and he quickly shouted. The power of the half-step Tai realm, although it is a bit worse than the real Tai Immortal Venerable, has completely surpassed the Deluo Immortal Venerable. With only him and Lu Wuchang, even with the help of the Guardian Battle of the Wuming Immortal Hall, I am afraid it will be difficult to stop the Black Flame Demon Venerable. Behind Yinyu Immortal Venerable, several Deluo Immortal Venerable heard the words of Yinyu Immortal Venerable, and their expressions instantly became extremely solemn, and the Deluo Immortal power in their bodies erupted without reservation. At this point, they can only fight against the Black Flame Demon Venerable. Just when everyone was preparing to cooperate with Immortal Venerable Yinyu to resist the Black Flamingo that collided with, a dazzling sword light suddenly slashed out of the void space, and then flutteringly split the Black Flamingo into two halves. I saw the black firebird exploded in the void. The sudden change also caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. Black Flame Demon Venerable's pupils shrank, and his eyes couldn't help staring at the place where the sword light cut out. Who is it? Get out of this seat quickly. Chapter 2961, Just an Ant. As the icy shout of Black Flame Demon Venerable fell, a figure slowly stepped out of the void space. This figure is naturally Jiang Chen, who came from Tianshui Shanchang. Immortal Venerable Yinyu looked at Jiang Chen, who walked out of the void space, and a stunned look appeared in his eyes. He obviously did not expect that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and defeated the attack of the Black Flame Demon with a single sword would be Jiang Chen. The current power of Black Flame Demon Venerable has reached a level comparable to that of the half-step Tai Immortal Venerable. Now Jiang Chen defeated the Black Flame Demon Venerable with a single sword from the air. Immortal Venerable Yinyu clearly remembered that when the Wuming Immortal Fair ended and Jiang Chen went to Beihan Immortal Palace, he was still only in the Heavenly Immortal Realm. But he didn't expect that in just a few decades, Jiang Chen would have the strength to compete with the half-step Deluo Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Palace Master Yinyu, I heard that you are in trouble, so I came here to see, is it not too late for me? I didn't expect to see you for a long time, and you have grown to such a degree. Immortal Venerable Yinyu looked at Jiang Chen in amazement, and immediately said solemnly, Be careful, the guy on the opposite side is not weak, I am afraid that it is not much inferior to Immortal Venerable Tai. This guy did have the strength of Tai Immortal Venerable when he was at his peak. It's a pity that he has not returned to his peak state. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and immediately stepped out, directly in front of Black Flame Demon Venerable. Heian Demon Venerable looked at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but smile with a hideous face. Boy, your talent strength is good, if you can swallow you, it will definitely bring this seat back to its peak. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at the Black Flame Demon Venerable with contempt. Really? If you want to swallow me, you have to see if you have that ability. The strength of the Black Flame Demon Venerable in front of him is at most comparable to Yun Chenxian Venerable Yun Qian, who has not broken through the Tai realm, and is even slightly stronger. Before obtaining the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, with his cultivation in the early days of Deluo, facing the existence of the Black Flame Demon Venerable, it may not be easy for him to deal with it. But after obtaining the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, Jiang Chen has successfully stepped into the Tai realm, so how can he take this Black Flame Demon Venerable in his heart? Boy, don't be mad in front of this seat and see how I swallow you. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised him so much, the Black Flame Demon Venerable couldn't help but let out an angry shout. Swallow the devil flame, swallow it for me." With the shout of Black Flame Demon Venerable, the black flames around him instantly turned into a giant black beast filled with flames that devoured the sky and devoured the earth. The giant beast straddles the void for thousands of miles, with a huge mouth like a black hole, as if it wants to swallow Jiang Chen and the nameless fairy hall behind him. Julie Battle Body, congeal. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the dark golden light all over his body shot straight into the sky, instantly condensing 1,000 Jiang Julie Battle Body. He directly raised his hand and punched in the air, and the fierce punch of the shattering void slammed into the black flame behemoth. Ouch! The black flame behemoth suddenly let out an earth-shattering wailing, and Jiang Chen's punch directly on its huge body blasted out a huge black hole that was 100 feet tall. Jiang Chen was like an invincible censored of war, punching out punch after punch. In just an instant, the black flame behemoth that spanned thousands of miles of void was covered with numb black holes, looking like a sieve. The black flame behemoth couldn't bear it any longer, and it exploded directly in the void. At the moment when the black flame giant beast burst, the black flame demon shuddered, and the dark red demon blood in his mouth couldn't help spurting out. Black Flame Demon Venerable looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing proudly, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. His body is a ray of magic fire in the ancient times. He was lucky enough to give birth to magic consciousness, and cultivated all the way to the peak of Tai realm, which is only one step away from primordial realm. Although he suffered heavy losses in the last immortal and demon war, his strength dropped a lot, but during this time he has recovered to the level of half a step in the Tai realm. Even if he faces some Tai immortals in the immortal realm, he is confident that he can fight. In particular, the power of his life, swallowing the devil's flame, is extremely domineering. But he never thought that the black-clothed youth in front of him would actually destroy his heaven-swallowing devil flame. Now the immortal realm of the immortal world is withering, and it is very rare for the immortals of Tai to be very rare in the weak and small immortal regions. Like Beihan Shanyu, and the young generation can reach the arrogance of Da Luo Shanzun, which is also a rare existence. Where did this young man in black, whose strength is not inferior to immortal Tai, come from? This is what you call swallowing devil flames. If you want to swallow me, you are far from qualified. Jiang Chen looked down at the Black Flame Demon Venerable and sneered contemptuously. Black Flame Demon Venerable didn't pay attention to Jiang Chen at all, and he didn't even care about the people in the ancient magic palace behind him, so he turned into a black magic flame and rushed away. This child's strength is unfathomable. If he is at his peak, he may still be qualified to compete with him. With his current state, if he continues with this guy, I am afraid the only result will be his fall. Want to leave? Since you're here, then stay with me forever. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and he stretched out his hand to hold the volley against the Black Flame Demon Venerable, which directly caused the body of the Black Flame Demon Venerable to flee in a hurry to freeze in the void. I saw Jiang Chen Chenjiang Julie's battle body stepped across the space and appeared directly above the head of Black Flame Demon Venerable, and immediately stepped on it hard. A force that destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth instantly crushed the void, and the Black Flame Demon Venerable below and the surrounding thousands of meters of space were instantly smashed into nothingness. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even among immortal Venerable Tai, few people can compete with him. Although Black Flame Demon Venerable is not weak, in front of Jiang Chen, who displayed Julie's battle body, he has no resistance at all. Just when Jiang Chen thought that the Black Flame Demon Venerable had been annihilated by him and dispersed directly into the Julie battle body, a black flame about the size of a slap suddenly shot out from the empty space. The black flame had disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight, leaving only a cold voice resounding through the world. Boy, today's humiliation, this seat has written down. You wait for this seat, and sooner or later, this seat will return it tenfold. Chapter 2962, The Momentum of Thunder Swept Across Kyushu. It's a bit underestimated by this guy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Jiang Chen didn't care too much, he was just a Tai realm demon venerable. Don't say that the vitality has been severely damaged at this moment, and it is difficult to recover in a short period of time. Even if it really recovers to its peak state, how can Jiang Chen care about it? Seeing that demon venerable Black Flame fled in such a hurry, the expressions of other people in the ancient demon palace instantly became terrified. Wherever they dared to stop at all, they all fled away like frightened birds. Everyone, follow me to kill these intruders of the ancient magic palace. Upon seeing this, Immortal Venerable Yinyu obviously did not intend to let go of these people from the ancient magic palace, and directly took the digital Deluo Immortal Venerable from Kenyan Prefecture to chase and kill the people in the ancient magic palace. Without the existence of Demon Venerable Black Flame, a half-step Tai realm, Immortal Venerable Yinyu and the others were almost at a loss, killing the people of the ancient demon palace to retreat. Most of the people in the ancient magic palace have been killed by Yinyu Shanzun and others, and only a small number of people escaped in embarrassment. Jiang Chen, thank you for today's matter. After eliminating the people in the ancient magic palace, Immortal Venerable Yinyu also returned to Jiang Chen's side, and couldn't help but clenched his fists towards Jiang Chen with a grateful expression. If Jiang Chen hadn't arrived in time today, I am afraid that their branch of the nameless Immortal Hall and even the entire Kenyan Prefecture would be destroyed by the hands of the ancient magic palace. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a trivial matter." Jiang Chen, almost all of the 18 states of the northern cold immortal region have been invaded by the ancient magic palace. The rest of the Wuming Immortal Palace may also encounter a crisis. I hope you can help the Wuming Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Yinyu took a deep breath and said to Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Tai Immortal Venerable level combat power is extremely rare in the northern cold immortal territory. Even in their Wuming Immortal Hall, only the main hall has a Tai Immortal Venerable. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he must be able to play a vital role in dealing with the ancient demon palace. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, since I have encountered this matter, I won't sit back and ignore it. The ancient magic palace is an enemy that is enough to threaten the safety of the immortal world. Not to mention that he has some origins with the Wuming Immortal Palace. Even if he is not acquainted with the Wuming Immortal Palace, it is impossible for him to stand by." Jiang Chen asked Kenyan Immortal Mansion and other Kenyan Prefecture forces to clean up the remnants of the ancient demon palace in Kenyan Prefecture, while he and Yinyu Immortal Venerable passed through the teleportation formation of Wuming Immortal Hall and went to the rest of Wuming Immortal Hall. Jiang Chen and Yinyu Immortal Hall are the 17th branch of Wuming Immortal Hall that came to Jianshan Prefecture. The 17th branch of the Wuming Xian Temple was not attacked by the ancient magic palace, because the ancient magic palace was in a stalemate with the Deluo force of Jianshan Prefecture, the Jianshan Shanfu. The Hall Master of the 17th branch also brought many strong men went to Jianshan Shanfu to support. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, he descended directly to the Jianshan Immortal Mansion, and then lightly killed a half-step Tai Realm Demon Venerable from the ancient demon palace. The Jianshan Immortal Mansion also took advantage of the momentum and repelled the invasion of the ancient magic palace in Jianshan Prefecture. After solving the people in the ancient magic palace in Jianshan Prefecture, Jiang Chen once again passed the teleportation formation of the Wuming Immortal Hall and went to the next branch hall of the Wuming Immortal Hall. Jiang Chen went one place after another like this, like a thunderbolt. In less than half a day, Jiang Chen crossed the 9 provinces of the northern cold immortal region one after another and swept the intruders of the ancient magic palace in the 9 provinces. After Jiang Chen defeated the ancient magic palace invaders in Kyushu one after another, the ancient magic palace invaders in the rest of the states also got news one after another. They were all terrified. In order to avoid being defeated one by one, they all gave up invading the major states and gathered directly towards Beihanzhou, the center of the North Cold Immortal Territory. Even Beihanzhou, the largest force in the ancient magic palace that had been stalemate with Beihan Immortal Palace, chose to retreat temporarily after learning the news. Beihan State, the capital of Beihan King. In the center of Beihan Immortal Palace, there is a huge hall made of ice crystals. A white-haired man dressed in white with a grim expression sat high on the ice throne in the center of the giant hall. The white-haired man is the master of the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, and the only Immortal King realm great expert in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, the Northern Cold Immortal King. On both sides of the hall, there are more than a dozen figures standing on both sides of the hall. The breath of these figures is extremely powerful, at least they have reached the Deluo realm. The ancient magic palace suddenly receded. There must be a secret in this. Do you know what happened? Immortal King Beihan's eyes that were not mixed with any emotion swept slightly in the hall, and the icy voice resounded in the hall in an instant. Immortal King, my subordinates just got the news that a mysterious powerhouse appeared in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory, and the intruder from the ancient magic palace swept across the Kyushu in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory within half a day. The news will temporarily retreat. An elder of Beihan Immortal Palace who was in charge of intelligence stood up and said, When immortal King Beihan heard the words, a strange look appeared in his eyes. The northern cold immortal territory is a relatively weak immortal territory in the immortal world. Since he founded the northern cold immortal territory, apart from him, the northern cold immortal king, not only has there been no immortal Lord Hunyuan, even immortal venerable Tai is an extremely rare existence. Today, immortal venerable Tai of the northern cold immortal region can be counted on almost one hand. In order to fight against the ancient demon palace, these Tai immortal venerables have all been summoned to Beihan immortal palace by him. Although the ancient demon palace concentrated its main force in Beihan state, its power to attack other states was not weak at all. Unless there is Tai immortal venerable, it is impossible for anyone to sweep away the intruders of the ancient magic palace in the 9 major states in such a short time. Could it be someone from Absolute Sword Immortal Palace? Although he had already asked the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace in the Absolute Sword Immortal domain for help after discovering the traces of the ancient demon palace, shouldn't the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace come so quickly? Who is this mysterious powerhouse who suddenly appeared in the northern cold immortal territory? No matter what, it would be beneficial to them that the northern cold immortal territory could have such mysterious powerhouses to help them. Immortal King Beihan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked up at the elder below, and said lightly, immediately find a way to contact the mysterious powerhouse, and notify this king as soon as there is news. If he guessed correctly, this mysterious powerhouse is very likely to be the existence of other immortals who have traveled to the northern cold immortal territory. Now the power of the ancient magic palace descending on the northern cold immortal territory is extremely strong, and with the power of the northern cold immortal territory alone, I am afraid it is difficult to defeat the primal ancient magic palace. No matter what the identity of this mysterious powerhouse is, immortal King Beihan also hopes to get help in dealing with it. Chapter 2963, Back to Beihan Immortal Palace, the 8th branch of the Nameless Immortal Hall. After Jiang Chen swept the intruders from the ancient magic palace in Kyushu, he did not stop his pace, and went directly to the 8th branch of the Wooming Immortal Hall with Immortal Venerable Yinyu. Brother Jiang Chen, why are you? In the 8th branch hall, a blue-robed youth looked at Jiang Chen who came out of the teleportation formation, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen walked out of the teleportation formation, looked at the blue-robed youth in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Shuji, long time no see. This blue-robed youth was exactly Shuji, who had a period of intersection with Jiang Chen when he participated in the Wooming Shanwei. In the first stage of the Wooming Shanwei, Shuji followed Jiang Chen all the way to get a lot of benefits, and even got the inheritance of a Deluo Shanzun. After returning to the 8th branch hall, Shuji broke through Jinxian in just a few decades and became the #1 genius of the 8th branch hall today. Shuji came back to her senses and saw Immortal Venerable Yinyu beside Jiang Chen. She couldn't help but hurriedly saluted. Immortal Venerable Yinyu, Brother Jiang Chen, I don't know what you are talking about when you came to the 8th branch hall on this trip. The purpose of this deity's trip is mainly to accompany Jiang Chenqing to surrender the intruders of the ancient magic palace. Immortal Venerable Yinyu didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, Shuji, how is your situation here now? Shuji hurriedly said, thanks to the mysterious powerhouse who was born out of nowhere, the intruders from the ancient magic palace swept across Kyushu in succession, which directly caused the intruders from the ancient magic palace here to retreat. Oh, the people from the ancient magic palace here have retreated. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then directly said to Shuji, in that case, please open the teleportation formation to the 7th branch hall for us. Shuji didn't say much after hearing the words, and directly opened the teleportation array for Jiang Chen and the others. He looked at the figures of Jiang Chen and the two disappearing from the teleportation array, and he caught something in an instant, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. Wait, could it be that the mysterious powerhouse who swept the intruders from the ancient magic palace in Kyushu is Jiang Chen? He remembered that Immortal Venerable Yinyu seemed to have said just now that he was accompanying Jiang Chenqing to pay the intruders of the ancient magic palace. Now they left the 8th branch hall and went directly to the 7th branch hall of Wumingxian Hall. In this way, the mysterious powerhouse who swept across the Kyushu and made the intruders of the ancient magic palace shy away from home, is undoubtedly Jiang Chen. It's really a monster guy. An unbelievable murmur came out of Shuji's mouth. At the time of the Wooming Shanwei, although Jiang Chen had already shown his terrifying talent and strength, he was just like him, but he was in a fairyland. Relying on the inheritance of Taiku Deluo in the cultivation of the 8th branch of the unknown immortal hall, Shuji quickly broke through the golden fairyland, and has already selected most of the geniuses of the same generation in the unknown immortal hall, but did not expect to be with Jiang Chen. In comparison, it is almost as if there is no difference between waste materials. Shuji is very clear about the strength of the ancient demon palace invaders in the northern cold immortal territory. Only in the state of their 8th branch hall, facing the powerhouses of the ancient magic palace, they need a few big Luo forces to join forces to be able to compete. What kind of terrifying strength will Jiang Chen be able to sweep through the ancient magic palace in Kyushu? I am afraid that only the Tai Immortal Venerable above Da Luo can have such terrifying strength. After leaving the 8th branch, Jiang Chen sent 2 more nameless fairy halls one after another, and the news was the same: all the people in the ancient magic palace retreated. Shanzun Yinyu, it seems that all the people from the ancient magic palace should have retreated to Beihan province to gather together. I will go directly to Beihan Immortal Palace to see, you don't have to follow me. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and said directly to Immortal Venerable Yinyu. Immortal Venerable Yinyu nodded and said, okay, then be careful with everything yourself. Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable now, and he can't help him at all by following Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen swept the intruders from the ancient demon palace in Kyushu, he didn't even have a chance to make a move, and there was no point in continuing to follow Jiang Chen. As the head of the Wooming Immortal Hall's branch hall, Yinyu Immortal Venerable does have a lot of things to deal with, and he can't always follow Jiang Chen's side. Don't worry, I have my own measure. If Kangyan Prefecture has Yang's old friend flying to the immortal realm, I hope Immortal Venerable Yinyu will take care of me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he disappeared into the void in a flash. After parting with Immortal Venerable Yinyu, Jiang Chen traveled directly through space, and in a flash, he soon descended to Beihan King capital in Beihan province. Beyond the Beihan capital, there seems to be a war not long ago, but now there is no trace of the ancient magic palace. It seems that the people from the ancient magic palace here have also retreated temporarily. Jiang Chen's eyes swept downwards slightly, and immediately stepped out, directly appearing in the void in the center of Beihan Shandu, less than 1,000 meters away from Beihan Immortal Palace. Who is running wild in my Beihan Immortal Palace? At this moment, the 2 golden-armored generals guarding the Beihan Immortal Palace also rose into the sky and appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. The 2 golden armor immortal generals looked at Jiang Chen in front of them, obviously stunned for a moment. Boy, is that you? Many years ago, this kid in front of him came to Beihan Immortal Palace to ask how to join Beihan Immortal Palace, and then went to Beihan Immortal Palace, where he even defeated the geniuses of Beihan Immortal Palace, and even Lang Xinghui, the 4th arrogant of Beihan Immortal Region, all of them. It was defeated by Jiang Chen. But after defeating Lang Xinghui, this guy did not join Beihan Immortal Palace. Because of this, the 2 were very impressed with Jiang Chen. They obviously didn't expect that this kid would appear in front of them again after so many years. Jiang Chen smiled and clasped his fists at the 2 golden-armored generals. You 2, come here on the next trip, and want to meet Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er, 2 disciples of your Beihan Immortal Palace. I wonder if it's convenient for you to let me, or are they coming to see me? You want to see me, Saintess of Beihan? One of the golden-armored gods narrowed his eyes slightly. What is your relationship with my Holy Maiden of Beihan, and what do you do when you see her? The Holy Maiden of Beihan? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It seemed that Meng Qingshui's talent was one of the best even in this Beihan Immortal Palace. Once she entered Beihan Immortal Palace, she was actually named the Saintess of Beihan Immortal Palace. What is my relationship with her? You don't need to know. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the 2 of them condescendingly. I don't want to waste time with you. If you don't notify Meng Qingshe for me, then I can only go in and find her in person. Another golden-armored general turned cold and shouted sharply, I am the Holy Maiden of Beihan Immortal Palace, how can you see me if you want? Leave quickly, or else I will blame the 2 of you for being rude to you. Chapter 2964, Keiko Katakan. Jiang Chen frowned. He was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 immortal generals in golden armor, and walked directly towards the Beihan Immortal Palace. The 2 golden-armored immortals shouted angrily, and the powerful breath of the golden fairyland burst out from their bodies in an instant. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't bother to do anything at all, he just spat out a cold word. I saw that the 2 golden armor immortal generals trembled all over, as if they had been hit hard. Their faces were pale and flew out in the air, and the red blood was like a fountain, constantly spurting out of their mouths. On the faces of the two golden armor immortal generals, a touch of inconceivable horror suddenly appeared. When Jiang Chen came to Beihan Immortal Palace, he was just a hairy boy in the fairyland. Although his talent is extraordinary, even Leng Xinghui, the fourth arrogant of the northern cold immortal territory, was defeated by him, but after all, he is only a hairy boy in the heavenly immortal realm. And the two of them, as the golden armor immortal generals guarding the north cold immortal palace, have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th-ranked golden immortal, and they are only one step away from Dao Da Luo. The young man in black just gave an understatement, and he severely injured the two 9th-ranked golden immortals. The black-clothed youth in front of him is probably at least the Deluo immortal venerable who has reached the Deluo realm. This hairy boy who came to Beihan Immortal Palace back then has grown to such a terrifying level now. With such strength, I am afraid that compared with their Beihan Saint son of Beihan Immortal Palace, they are already better than that. Boy, I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent in just a few decades. But even so, you are still far from qualified to play wild in my North Cold Immortal Palace. One of the golden armor immortals fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen, and immediately moved his hands, and a pillar of icy light shot into the sky in an instant, and the thunder-like explosion also reverberated in the sky above Beihan Immortal Palace in an instant. As this explosion spread all over the world, countless powerful auras shot up into the sky in an instant within Beihan Immortal Palace. A dozen or so Da Luo Shenwei-filled figures appeared directly above the heads of the two golden armored generals. The first person was a young man in white. The young man in white has a long body, his eyes are indifferent, and there is a snowflake pattern between his eyebrows. Even if it is an ordinary Jinxian, if he looks at it, it seems that even the soul of the immortal will be frozen by a terrible ice, which is very strange. Deluo Tianzhao. Jiang Chen looked at the young man in white in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The young man in white in front of him is more than 10 times stronger than the Leng Xinghen he defeated at the beginning, both in talent and strength. Even among all the geniuses in the fairy world that Jiang Chen has seen, this guy's talent and strength are definitely one of the best. The young man in white looked down at the two golden armored immortal generals from a height, and the voice that was not mixed with any emotion resounded instantly, causing the chill between heaven and earth to suddenly soar at this moment. The two golden armor immortal generals hurriedly said, "Report to the Holy Sun, this person has come to my Beihan Immortal Palace to make trouble." The young man in white is the contemporary Holy Son of Beihan Immortal Palace, the first genius of Beihan Immortal Territory today, and the only immortal Zundeluo who comprehends the power of immortality in the Golden Immortal Territory to control the world. The Holy Son of Beihan has occupied the top spot in the Northern Cold Immortal region for hundreds of years, and his status is almost unshakable in the Northern Cold Immortal region. Holy Son Beihan successfully broke through the Deluo realm and became a real Deluo Immortal Venerable. Today's Holy Son of Beihan is not inferior to many old-fashioned Deluo Immortal Venerables in the Northern Cold Immortal region. It turned out to be him. At this moment, behind Saint Sun Beihan, an old man in blue robe looked at Jiang Chen opposite. A stunned look flashed across the old man's eyes. The blue-robed old man was the Beiming Spring who led Jiang Chen to Weijian Immortal Palace. Saint Sun Beihan was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Beimingquan. "Elder, know this guy?" Beimingquan nodded and said slowly, "Decades ago, this guy came to Beihan Immortal Palace and asked for a place to go to Weijian Immortal Palace. Seeing his extraordinary talent, the old man plans to form a good relationship with him. I took him to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace." When Jiang Chen went to the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, he directly crushed all the geniuses of the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, pocketed the greatest benefits of the primordial sword pond in the Absolute Sword Immortal Palace, and then floated away with a heavenly domain teleportation talisman. Beimingquan obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen would return to Beihan Immortal Palace again, and he also possessed the strength of Deluo Immortal Venerable. When Jiang Chen was baptized by the Immortal Pond in Weijian Immortal Palace, he was only a 9th-rank Heavenly Immortal. At that time, their Beihan Holy Son had already reached the realm of Quasi-Deluo Immortal Venerable. But he didn't expect that in just a few decades, this guy has reached a level comparable to their Beihan Holy Son. Such a growth rate is simply terrifying. Saint Sun Beihan glanced at Jiang Chen and said lightly, "Since he and the elder are old acquaintances, let the elder handle this matter." Beimingquan nodded, and immediately stepped out, clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, it's been a long time, I don't know what it is that you came to Beihan Immortal Palace for this matter. Jiang Chen said lightly. Elder Baiming, Jiang is here this time just to find someone. When he came to Beihan Immortal Palace back then, such Deluo immortal venerables like Baimingquan were indeed high in unrivaled existences. It's just that he is no longer what he used to be. He has the cultivation base of Tai realm, and the mere Deluo immortal venerable is no different from the ants on the ground in his eyes. Baimingquan asked with a look of surprise, I don't know who Jiang Chen is looking for. Apart from the one time they brought Jiang Chen to Weijian Immortal Palace, they never had any interaction. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly find someone to find Beihan Immortal Palace? Jiang Chen said without expression. Decades ago, Beihan Immortal Palace brought two people from Tianshui Shancheng in Kangyan Prefecture, one named Meng Qingshe and one Ji Yufeng'er, and asked them to show up, me. Following Jiang Chen's words, everyone, including Baimingquan, couldn't help but stare. Meng Qingshe was indeed a genius they discovered in Tianshui Shancheng in Kangyan Prefecture decades ago. This woman has extraordinary talent, her bloodline and physique are peerless, and her talent is not comparable to their Beihan Holy Son. I am afraid they are better than them. As soon as Meng Qingshe entered the Beihan Immortal Palace, she was named the Holy Maiden of Beihan, and her status was almost equal to that of the Holy Son of Beihan. Jiang Chen actually came here for their newly promoted Beihan Saintess from Beihan Immortal Palace. Chapter 2965, You are too weak, boy. Meng Qingshe is now my Saintess of Beihan Immortal Palace. What is your relationship with her? My Saintess of Beihan can't be seen by anyone. At this moment, the somewhat gloomy voice of Saint Sun Beihan also rang directly. Since Meng Qingshe entered Beihan Immortal Palace, Beihan Saint Sun has always been very concerned about this new Beihan Saintess. Within the Beihan Immortal Palace, both the immortal King Beihan and many elders naturally hope that the Holy Son of Beihan can be united with Meng Qingshe. Both of them are peerless geniuses that are 1 in 1,000. Saint Sun Beihan has the bloodline of the immortal king, and Meng Qingshui's bloodline is also extremely extraordinary. If the two are combined, the offspring born will probably be even more talented than Blue. No doubt Beihan Immortal Palace would be very happy to see such a situation. Holy Son Beihan had long regarded Meng Qingshe as his intended woman. Now that this kid came to Beihan Immortal Palace to find Meng Qingshe, he obviously had an extraordinary relationship with Meng Qingshe. How could he let Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshe meet? Jiang Chen didn't even look at Saint Sun Beihan, his eyes fell directly on Baimingquan's body. Elder Baiming, for the sake of you taking me to Weijian Immortal Palace, I don't want to be with Beihanjin. Gong is the enemy, let Meng Qingshe come out and see me. Baimingquan opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't speak. Although he knew that Jiang Chen came from an extraordinary background and had unparalleled talent. But as the elder of Beihan Immortal Palace, at this moment, he naturally wants to stand on the side of Beihan Holy Son. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, Beihan Xianxi's eyes could not help flashing a sullen look of anger. I'm not ashamed, this Xianxi would like to see, how are you going to be an enemy of my Beihan Immortal Palace? Beihan Saint Sun's voice fell, and he stepped out directly, and the vast Da Luo Shenwei also shrouded Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, as if he saw the great Luo Shenwei of Saint Sun Beihan as nothing. He stood proudly with his hands folded, shook his head contemptuously and said, Is this the strength of Holy Sun Beihan? You are too weak. A Deluo immortal venerable who has just entered the Deluo realm. Although his talent is not weak, it is just that in Jiang Chen's eyes. Even before absorbing the origin of the Emperor of Heaven and advancing to the Tai realm, Jiang Chen was confident that he could easily suppress the Holy Son of Beihan, let alone now. Seeing Jiang Chen despising him again and again, the aura of Saint Sun Beihan's body instantly became colder and colder. The cold air between heaven and earth suddenly reached its peak at this moment. Pieces of snowflakes fell from the sky, and in just a short time, the sky above Beihan Immortal Palace turned into a sea of snow. Looking from a distance, it is wrapped in silver, extraordinarily enchanting and cold. The Holy Son of Beihan stood proudly between the sky and the earth, and the snowflakes falling from the sky whistled and whirled around him. The seemingly soft snowflakes had extremely terrifying destructive power, causing countless numbers to appear in the void, visible cracks. Boy, if you want to spread wildness in my Beihan Immortal Palace, you are far from qualified enough to die for me. The voice of Beihan Saint Sun Senan fell, the snowflake pattern between his eyebrows flickered slightly, and the snowflake whistling around him suddenly turned into a 3-foot ice sword. Accompanied by Saint Sun Beihan's light touch, the 3-foot ice sword burst into Jiang Chen with an overwhelming chill. As the Holy Son of Beihan Immortal Palace, the Holy Son of Beihan is not only extraordinary in talent, but also has the blood of the Immortal King, and has a rich background. Although he has just broken through the Deluo realm, his combat power is far beyond the existence of the ordinary Deluo early stage. His seemingly innocuous blow, the ordinary Deluo immortal venerable in the early stage of Deluo, would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. Jiang Chen looked calm, just raised his hand and waved it lightly. An invisible palm force directly smashed the 3-foot ice sword that burst out, and then swept away at the Beihan Holy Sun at a rapid speed. Saint Sun Beihan groaned, and the whole person stepped back in the void for more than 10 steps in a row to stabilize his body. He forcibly suppressed the churning breath in his body, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Behind the Beihan Holy Sun, except for Bei Mingquan, who had seen Jiang Chen's talent, his eyes were dull at the moment, and he could hardly believe his own eyes. Holy Son of Beihan, this is the most powerful genius of their northern cold immortal palace, who has suppressed the geniuses of the same generation in Beihan immortal region for hundreds of years. They didn't think of it anyway. The mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him actually had the absolute upper hand in the previous confrontation with the Beihan Holy Sun. In the northern cold immortal territory, when did such a monstrous genius emerge? I said, you are too weak. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Holy Sun Beihan indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. Boy, don't be mad, just now this Holy Sun was just careless. Next, this Holy Sun will let you know my methods. The Holy Son of Beihan shouted in anger, and saw the power of immortal energy from all directions gathered towards him in an instant above Beihan Immortal Palace, turning the space around him into a more terrifying icy sky and snow. The terrifying ice and snow spread rapidly in the void, as if to freeze Jiang Chen's entire body in the void. With a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, thousands of sword chi burst out from the void space, like a rain of brilliant arrows hitting the ice and snow condensed by Saint Beihan's immortal power to control the heaven and the earth, and the ice and snow suddenly became a sieve. I saw that the ice and snow that spread in the void had already burst open. The ice sky and snow exploded, and Saint Sun Beihan didn't have time to dodge. Under the impact of the swept ice storm, the whole person flew out in a state of embarrassment. Sun Bei Mingquan's complexion changed, and he couldn't help but hurriedly stepped forward and supported the Beiming Holy Sun, before letting him slowly stabilize his figure. How can this kid's strength be so strong? Holy Sun Beihan suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his heart was also terrified. As the Holy Son of Beihan Immortal Palace, he has peerless talent and extraordinary blood, and has mastered countless inheritances of Beihan Immortal Palace, so he is very confident in his own strength. Over the years, among the younger generation of Beihan Immortal Palace, he has indeed been a dignified existence, and almost no one can compare with him. But he didn't expect that facing the black-clothed youth in front of him today, he would be beaten by the opponent so that he was powerless to fight back. Where did this guy in front of him run out of monsters? Bei Mingquan took a deep breath, looked up at Jiang Chen opposite, and said solemnly, Jiang Chen, you came to Beiming Immortal Palace so openly to make trouble, and hurt my holy son Beiming. Is it true that you want to? Is it impossible to be an enemy of Beiming Immortal Palace? Chapter 2966. One person beats the North cold. If I really want to be the enemy of Beihan Immortal Palace, you Beihan Holy Son, I am afraid you have already become a dead person. Jiang Chen glanced at Bei Mingquan lightly. Elder Bei Ming, let Meng Qingshe come to see me quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. If before absorbing the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, facing the great Luo Tianzhao who came from the immortal kings, such as Beihan Saint Sun, it might take a little effort for him to clean up. But now, Jiang Chen wants to suppress this Holy Son of Beihan, but it is just a matter of snapping his fingers. The reason why he didn't kill Beihan Saint Sun was because he didn't want to be the enemy of Beihan Immortal Palace. How come the Beihan Immortal Palace is also an immortal king who is in charge of one side of the immortal realm, with the immortal king of Beihan, the great power of the immortal king realm sitting in charge? Although Jiang Chen's strength has soared after absorbing the source of the Heavenly Emperor in Tianxuan Hall, he is still far from being qualified to face the immortal king realm. HMPH, this Holy Son said, I, the Holy Maiden of Beihan Immortal Palace, is not something you can see if you want to see me. Holy Son Beihan snorted coldly, and Sen Ran's voice resounded instantly, Elders, let me take down this guy who is wild in Beihan Immortal Palace. Boy, This deity will meet you. At this moment, a tall middle-aged immortal Deluo shouted angrily and flew out from behind Saint Sun Beihan. I saw his hands swipe in the air, driving a huge ice axe, and violently slashing at Jiang Chen. The ice giant axe spun rapidly in midair, instantly splitting a huge glacier in the void. With a biting chill, it spread to Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Tai Immortal Artifact Xuanbing Immortal Axe, how can you resist it? Seeing this, Holy Sun Beihan couldn't help but have a sneer on his face. The Xuanbing Immortal Axe is a very famous Tai Immortal artifact of Beihan Immortal Palace. With the strength of Immortal Venerable Binkui, combined with the Immortal Axe of Tai Immortal Artifact, even if Immortal Venerable at the peak of Deluo, it may not be able to resist easily. Just when Holy Sun Beihan thought that Jiang Chen could not resist the blow of Immortal Venerable Binkui, a scene that shocked him happened. I saw Jiang Chen clenched his fist suddenly, raised his hand and punched it out, forcibly blasting the spreading glacier apart. One punch shattered 1,000 Jiang Glacier, and Jiang Chen's fist did not lose the power at all, and directly hit the Xuanbing Immortal Axe in the hands of Immortal Binkui. Only heard the sound of a shocking metal crash. The Tai Immortal Artifact Xuanbing Immortal Mansion was directly smashed with a fist mark. And Immortal Venerable Binkui's body also flew upside down under the impact of a terrifying anti-shock force, smashing through a space of hundreds of meters in a row, and only then slowly stopped the embarrassed body shape. Just one punch, Immortal Venerable Binkui holding the Tai Immortal Artifact, defeated. This scene suddenly caused the entire sky above the northern cold immortal sect to fall into a dead silence in an instant, and it was difficult for everyone to recover from the shock for a long time. Beihan Shengxi's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his own eyes. The Binkui Immortal Venerable holding the Tai Immortal Artifact Xuanbing Immortal Axe, whose combat power is among the Tai Immortal Venerables in Beihan Immortal Palace, is definitely ranked among the top 5 existences. Such a character was even beaten by the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. What is the identity of this young man in black? How can he have such terrifying strength? What a peerless genius with unparalleled talent, this deity will meet you. At this moment, another silver-robed old man flashed out from the side of Beihan Saint Child, and his palm lightly patted a crystal gourd hanging on his waist. A silver dragon-like river, like the still water of the Tianhe River, surged out of the gourd. At the beginning, the silver river was just a small river less than 10 feet wide, but it quickly expanded in the void. At the end, it directly turned into a hanging Tianhe, hanging horizontally above the Beihan Immortal Palace. Immortal Venerable Yuan, one of the 2 powerhouses at the peak of the Great Luo realm in the North Cold Immortal Palace, he exerted this move with all his strength, and his power was more than twice as terrifying as Immortal Venerable Binkui's axe. Immortal Venerable Yuan controlled Tianhe and pointed to Jiang Chen. The silver Tianhe instantly poured down on Jiang Chen with an incomparably terrifying power of ice. That terrifying power instantly sank the 100 miles of void above Jiang Chen's head. This blow, among Deluo Immortal Venerable, almost few people can resist. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change, but he still punched lightly. He punched across the sky, instantly interrupting the pouring down Tianhe by the waist, and the all-conquering punch went straight up the silver Tianhe, causing the entire Tianhe to burst open. Immortal Venerable Yuan groaned, and the whole person stepped on the void again and again, and burst back in embarrassment. With one punch, the Yuan Immortal Venerable at the peak of Deluo lost again. Jiang Chen stood proudly, looking down at Holy Sun Beihan and the others. Who else is coming? Many Deluo elders in Beihan Immortal Palace were all in shock at this moment, and no one dared to step forward. Immortal Venerable Binkui, Immortal Venerable Yuan, both of them are top-notch beings among Immortal Venerable Deluo of Beihan Immortal Palace. In particular, Immortal Venerable Yuan, in the entire Beihan Immortal Palace, there is almost no Immortal Venerable Deluo who is sure to beat him. But an existence as strong as Yuan Immortal Venerable was defeated in front of the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. Doesn't this mean that the combat power of this black-clothed youth has surpassed the Great Luo realm? At least it is not inferior to the existence of the half-step Tai realm. Holy Sun, this sun is too evil. Now the northern cold immortal region is in a troubled time. It is not appropriate to be an enemy of him. Why don't you let the saint come out to meet him? Bei Mingquan took a deep breath and could not help whispering beside the Beihan saint. After seeing Jiang Chen's current strength, Bei Mingquan was a little shaken. Among all the people present, he was the only one who had an intersection with Jiang Chen for a period of time, and naturally knew Jiang Chen the most. Bei Mingquan knows better than anyone how terrifying Jiang Chen's talent is. This son possesses more than one kind of king-level immortal art, his origin is mysterious and unpredictable, and his talent is even more monstrous to the point of defying the sky. In just a few decades, this guy has grown from an angel to the point where he can overwhelm all the Deluo immortals in their northern cold immortal palace. If Beihan Immortal Palace is to be the enemy of such peerless monsters, it is definitely not a wise choice. Humph, this son made a fuss about my Beihan Immortal Palace today, and made my Beihan Immortal Palace lose all face. If my Beihan Immortal Palace compromises on this, what face will I have to lead the northern cold immortal domain in the future? Saint Sun Beihan snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Elders, come with me and take down this madman who dared to run wild in Beihan Immortal Palace. Chapter 2967, Northern Cold Immortal King. As the words of the Beihan Holy Sun fell, the large Luo immortal power within the body of more than 10 Beihan Immortal Palace's immortal venerables erupted almost at the same time. Seeing that Holy Sun Beihan was completely swept away by his anger at this moment, Bei Mingquan could only sigh in his heart. At this point, they could only make a move together, and first subdue Jiang Chen in front of him. It's just a group of ants, even if you join forces, what can you do to me? Julie's battle body, condense it for me. Jiang Chen let out a cold drink, and the whole thing suddenly turned into a giant of dark gold. His golden palm like a five-finger mountain slammed down, suppressing the numerous Deluo immortal venerables in the North Cold Immortal Palace. At that moment, the mountains and rivers turned pale, the sun, moon and stars collapsed, and the chaos of the universe was smashed open. No, everyone, hurry up. Feeling the palm of Jiang Chen's repression, Bei Mingquan's complexion couldn't help but change drastically. Jiang Chen's palm has completely surpassed the power of Immortal Venerable Deluo, and I am afraid it is already comparable to Immortal Venerable Tai. If they are a little careless, they will probably pay a heavy price today. Many Immortal Venerable Deluo of Beihan Immortal Palace naturally felt the horror of Jiang Chen's palm. How could they dare to hesitate at all, and almost simultaneously formed a formation handprint. A nearly transparent ice barrier also quickly condensed above their heads, and at the moment when the ice barrier condensed, Jiang Chen's palm of the sky also smashed down. The loud noises that shook the sky kept rippling from the void. I saw that the ice barrier finally couldn't hold it any longer after a stalemate with the dark gold giant palm for a while, and it exploded directly. Many Immortal Deluo of Beihan Immortal Palace trembled, and their complexions became extremely pale in an instant. Several of the Immortal Deluo, who were weaker, could not bear to spit out a mouthful of blood. They looked up at the dark gold giant standing proudly in the world, and their eyes were filled with horror that could not be concealed. More than a dozen Deluo immortal venerables joined forces, and it was even difficult to compete with them. The black-clothed youth in front of him definitely has the combat power comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable. The Holy Son of Beihan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and an unbelievable roar came out of his mouth. As the Holy Son of Beihan Immortal Palace, the first genius who has never been shaken in Beihan Immortal Domain for hundreds of years, Beihan Saint Sun has always been very arrogant and confident. Very few exist. The black-clothed youth of the same age in front of him, by his own strength, had crushed all the Deluo immortal venerables in Beihan Immortal Palace, killing him, the Beihan Holy Sun, to the point where there was no censored left. How could the arrogant Holy Sun Beihan accept this? Bei Mingquan, for the sake of you and I getting to know each other back then, I will give you one last chance to let Meng Qingshe come to see me. Jiang Chen looked down at Bei Mingquan indifferently, and his expression became more and more icy. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bei Mingquan couldn't help but have a bitter smile in his mouth. In any case, he never thought that the little guy in the fairyland back then would be able to force the Beihan Immortal Palace to such a degree by himself. With the strength that Jiang Chen has shown now, even the Immortal Emperor Tai of Beihan Immortal Palace may not be able to do anything. I am afraid that only Immortal King Beihan himself can suppress him. This guy is incomparably talented, with many king-level immortal arts on his body, and there are 9 out of 10 with the support of the Immortal King realm. Even if the Immortal King Beihan takes action to suppress it, it is very likely that it will bring endless disasters to the Beihan Immortal Palace. Just when Bei Mingquan was about to compromise, the icy roar of the Beiming Holy Sun suddenly sounded in his ear. HMPH, this Holy Sun said, the Holy Maiden of Beihan is not something you can see if you want, so give me death. When Saint Sun Beihan spoke, the snowflake pattern between his eyebrows instantly burst into a burst of dazzling blood-colored fairy lights. An extremely terrifying blood-colored sword energy also burst out from the snowflake pattern between the eyebrows of Saint Sun Beihan. In this blood-colored sword energy, there seems to be a terrifying bloodline divine power, which made everyone present couldn't help but tremble with fear. Holy Sun, you can't. Seeing this, Bei Mingquan's expression suddenly changed greatly. The son of Beihan is the direct descendant of the immortal King Beihan, and he has the blood of the immortal king. Bei Mingquan is very clear that the immortal King Beihan has sealed a force of his own in the bloodline of Saint Beihan. Once he activates the bloodline of the immortal king, this power can explode. With this power, even immortal venerable Tai can easily kill him. Although Jiang Chen is unparalleled, it is absolutely impossible to compete with this power. Once the holy son of Beiming really kills Jiang Chen, the power behind Beihan Immortal Palace and Jiang Chen, I am afraid it will really die forever. Looking at the terrifying blow inspired by Holy Sun Beihan, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He could feel that this power obviously did not belong to Holy Sun Beihan's power. Even if his cultivation base has reached the Tai realm, he instinctively feels a dangerous aura from it. In this North Cold Immortal Palace, the only person who can make him feel the danger is the North Cold Immortal King. There is no doubt that the sword chi inspired by the Beihan Holy Sun was probably left by the Beihan Immortal King. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and the breath of Tai realm also burst out at this moment without reservation. Tai realm, this guy's cultivation is actually a real Tai immortal venerable. Bei Mingquan and the others felt the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Chen's body, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. The peerless arrogance of the Tai realm, even in the four heavenly domains of the immortal realm, is probably extremely rare. Beihan Immortal Palace, what kind of terrifying existence this has provoked. At this moment, the holy son of Beihan was a little crazy with jealousy. He stared at Jiang Chen grimly. What about immortal venerable Tai? No matter how evil you are, you will surely die today. Just when Jiang Chen burst out with all his strength to resist the terrifying blow inspired by the Beihan Holy Sun, the sky above the entire Beihan Immortal Palace was frozen by an invisible force, and everything was in an instant, fell into stillness. Including the blood-colored sword energy that shot at Jiang Chen, it also solidified at a distance of 100 feet away from Jiang Chen. Just before everyone could react, a ruthless man in white clothes and white hair with a handsome face also appeared out of thin air above the Beihan Immortal Palace. The person here is none other than the Northern Cold Immortal Realm's only immortal king, the Northern Cold Immortal King. The immortal King Beihan indifferently looked at the solidified space below, and immediately pointed it out. Lightly, causing the blood-colored sword energy in front of Jiang Chen to vanish in an instant. Chapter 2968, The Choice of the Northern Cold Immortal King. Meet the Immortal King. Bei Mingquan and the others looked at the immortal King Beihan standing proudly above the void, and could not help but hurriedly bowed respectfully. The immortal King Beihan ignored the crowd, but gave him a cold look at Holy Sun Beihan. I sealed a force in your bloodline to save your life at a critical moment, who let you use it easily? Immortal King, this person has openly come to Beihan Immortal Palace to make trouble. If I don't suppress him, how will my Beihan Immortal Palace have the face to lead Beihan Immortal Domain in the future? Holy Sun Beiming said quickly. This king already knows about this, so let me retire. Immortal King Beihan snorted coldly, and then his eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen. What is the relationship between you and Meng Qingshe? She's my woman. Jiang Chen looked up at Immortal King Beihan, and said calmly, why, Immortal King Beihan also wants to stop me from seeing her. The Immortal King Beihan pondered slightly. This king will not stop you, but there is one thing I hope you can understand. Meng Qingshe is now the saint of my Beihan Immortal Palace. Although he never showed up, he knew everything that happened here. The black-clothed young man in front of him had an unparalleled talent. Not only did he possess the cultivation of the Tai realm, but his background was even more unfathomable. For example, the immortal technique he is using now is the peerless immortal technique Julie Battle Body created by the Julie Immortal King in Xianxia. Although it is easy to suppress Jiang Chen with the strength of the immortal King Beihan, if he is provoked by the power behind Jiang Chen, it is definitely not a wise choice. After the holy son of Beihan triggered him to seal the power in his bloodline, the immortal King Beihan would stop him. Meng Qingshui's talent is extremely extraordinary, and compared to the Beihan Holy Sun that Beihan Immortal Palace has cultivated with all her might, he is no less inferior. Naturally, the Beihan Immortal King doesn't want to let Meng Qingshe go easily. He can give up the idea of matching Meng Qingshe, but he must keep Meng Qingshe in Beihan Immortal Palace. This is the choice of the Northern Cold Immortal King. In this way, Beihan Immortal Palace can not only leave behind a peerless genius, but also befriend the forces behind Jiang Chen, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Only then did the Immortal King of Beihan tell Jiang Chen solemnly that Meng Qingshe was from the Immortal Palace of Beihan. Jiang Chen is not a stupid person, so he naturally understands what Immortal King Beihan means. He pondered slightly. If Meng Qingshe is willing to stay in Beihan Immortal Palace, and Beihan Immortal Palace can guarantee her safety, I have no problem. Now that the immortal world is surging, and after the matter in the Northern Cold Immortal Territory is resolved, he will go to the Xian Heaven Territory again to resolve the matter of the Immortal Palace of Longevity. If they go with Meng Qingshe, I'm afraid it will be difficult to ensure Meng Qingshui's safety. As for Beihan Immortal Palace, there is also the Immortal King of Beihan Immortal King. If Meng Qingshe stayed in Beihan Immortal Palace, it would be much safer. If Meng Qingshe is willing, Jiang Chen doesn't mind letting him continue to practice in Beihan Immortal Palace. Don't worry, this king will leave a clone to protect her, and no one under the Immortal King realm can touch a single hair of her. Meng Qingshe is currently having an epiphany in the Beihan Immortal Pond, which was raised by this king. If you want to see her, you may have to wait a few days in Beihan Immortal Palace. After Immortal King Beihan finished speaking, he looked directly at Bai Mingquan and said, Elder Baiming, Jiang Chen will leave it to you. Bai Mingquan hurriedly said, Don't worry, Immortal King, this old man will definitely entertain little friend Jiang Chen. The Immortal King Beihan didn't say much. He grabbed the Holy Son of Beihan and disappeared in the sky above Beihan Immortal Palace in an instant. The Immortal King Beihan brought the Holy Son of Beihan to a giant ice palace. Old ancestor, that kid bullied me so much Beihan Immortal Palace, why didn't you just suppress it? The Holy Son Beihan looked at the Immortal King Beihan in front of him, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Immortal King Beihan's move is almost equivalent to asking him to give up Meng Qingshe. Don't have the slightest thought about Meng Qingshe. Holy Son Beihan really couldn't understand why the ancestor cared so much about Jiang Chen this time. Fool, the Immortal King Beihan gave Beihan's Saint Son an indifferent look. What kind of simple character do you think a Tai realm Tianzhao whose strength and talent are far superior to yours? Next, you should retreat and practice here. In the second realm, you must not step out of this hall. The Immortal King of Beihan knew very well about this Holy Son of Beihan. Since he has promised Jiang Chen, he will never give Beihan Holy Son any chance to conspire. When Saint Son Beihan heard the words, his expression changed slightly. Ancestor, I retreat and practice well. The Immortal King Beihan didn't wait for the Beihan Saint Son to finish speaking, and his figure disappeared in front of Beihan Saint Son. Jiang Chen, I'm not finished with you. The Holy Son of Beihan looked at the place where Immortal King Beihan disappeared, and he couldn't help but let out a ferocious roar. His dignified Holy Son of Beihan is now imprisoned by Immortal King Beihan because of Jiang Chen's existence. Sooner or later, he will make that kid pay 10 times the price for this. Northern Cold Immortal Palace. Under the arrangement of Bai Mingquan, Jiang Chen temporarily stayed in a quieter courtyard. Little friend Jiang Chen, you stay here for the time being, and I will notify you as soon as the Saintess's epiphany is over. After Bai Mingquan settled Jiang Chen, he couldn't help clenching his fists at Jiang Chen, and then turned to leave. Elder Baiming, wait. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hurriedly stopped Bai Mingquan, and said with a smile, Elder Baiming, I wonder if your Beihan Immortal Palace has any ancient books about the primordial immortal realm, and I want to check it out next time to learn about some things about the immemorial immortal realm. Quote. The Northern Cold Immortal Palace is the power of the Immortal King in charge of the immortal realm. It has a very long history of existence. It must be familiar with the immemorial immortal realm. Jiang Chen also wanted to see if he could learn some information about the Heavenly Emperor Palace through some ancient books in the Beihan Immortal Palace, so as to get some clues about the 36th halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace and find the origin of the Heavenly Emperor in the other branch halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Bai Mingquan was stunned for a moment, and immediately moved his palm, and a token flew directly in front of Jiang Chen. The ancient books of Beihan Immortal Palace are stored on the first floor of Shanbao Pavilion. With this token, you can go to the first floor of Shanbao Pavilion to read them at will. Jiang Chen took the token and said with a smile, Thank you, Elder Baiming. After getting the token of Bai Mingquan, Jiang Chen, did not hesitate at all, and went directly to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion of Beihan Immortal Palace, and looked up some ancient books preserved in Beihan Immortal Palace on the first floor. For the next 2 days, Jiang Chen stayed almost alone in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion of Beihan Immortal Palace, constantly consulting the ancient books of Beihan Immortal Palace. The records about the Heavenly Emperor Palace in Beihan Immortal Palace are also very rare. Jiang Chen checked many ancient books, but he didn't get what he wanted. Through these ancient books, Jiang Chen also gained a deeper understanding of the history of the fairyland. Chapter 2969, Trade. Since the birth of a mortal world, it has been divided into 4 eras. In the first era, the Hongmeng era, when the fairyland was first opened, there were many peerless beings in the fairyland who lived together with the heavens and the earth. They established the laws of order and the imaginary system in the fairyland, which gradually improved the fairyland. After the long development of the Hongmeng era, the fairy world finally ushered in its first catastrophe. In that catastrophe, the immortal realm was reborn in the chaos, and the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor Palace he founded also stood out from the catastrophe, and finally unified the immortal realm and became the only ruler of the immortal realm. In the era when the Heavenly Emperor Palace ruled the immortal realm, it was also the second era of the immortal realm, the primordial era. The immortal realm has undergone great changes again. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, together with the countless peerless powers of the immortal realm, disappeared overnight. The immortal realm was also severely damaged and declined from a heyday. After the primordial era, the immortal realm soon opened a new era, the ancient era. In the ancient times, countless amazing people were born in the immortal world. In a very short period of time, they became the immortal emperor, and the heyday was not much inferior to the ancient times. Prosperity must decline, this is the eternal rule of the fairyland. After experiencing its heyday, the ancient times also declined again because of a catastrophe, and came to the 4th era where Jiang Chen and the others are now. This era was the weakest era in the history of the immortal realm, and it was also the only era in which an immortal emperor was not born. Through the records in ancient books, Jiang Chen also discovered the key to the decline of this era. In the previous eras, every time the fairyland suffered heavy losses, it would recover quickly, and many peerless characters who were amazing in an era were born. Since this great change in the ancient times, there has been no sign of recovery in the immortal realm. Instead, the cultivation has become more and more difficult. This has led to the fact that the immortal king realm is already the limit, and it is difficult to give birth to the peerless existence of the immortal emperor realm. In ancient books, this era is also called the era of immortals. This era is very likely to be the last era of the fairy world, and the fairy world is very likely to be completely destroyed in this era. Era of Immortal Jew. I don't know what happened to Immortal Realm after Primordial Era, so that Immortal Realm entered the current Immortal Jew era. Jiang Chen looked at the ancient book in his hand, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. If this king is right, after the ancient catastrophe, the source of the immortal realm in the immortal world should have been severely damaged, which led to difficulties in cultivation. The emperor's road was cut off, and the immortal world could no longer give birth to an immortal emperor, so it was called the immortal era. At this moment, a faint voice also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that immortal King Beihan had appeared beside him at some point. He couldn't help closing the ancient book, and clasped his fists at the immortal King Beihan. The immortal king came to find me, but xianxia has already left. The immortal King Beihan shook his head, then looked at it and said, listening to Baimingquan, you are looking up the affairs of the immortal realm. You should want to know the news related to the Tiandi Palace, right? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. It seems that the immortal king should know something. I didn't break through to the immortal king realm back then. I traveled in the 4 major heavenly domains, and I did get lucky to know some traces related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The immortal King Beihan said lightly, this king wants to use this news to make a deal with you. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What deal? The ancient magic palace is one of the main culprits of the ancient catastrophe in the immortal world. Now that the northern cold immortal territory is reappearing, it is an extremely unstable factor for the northern cold immortal territory. This king has decided to completely solve them. The immortal King Beihan said solemnly, as long as you help me, I can tell you the news of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Although Beihan Immortal Palace is the power of the immortal king in charge of one immortal realm, other than him, the immortal king of Beihan, the rest of the power is not enough. Not to mention the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in the Hunyuan realm, even if it is the Tai Immortal Venerable in the Tai realm, there is only one person in the Beihan Immortal Palace now. Even in the entire northern cold immortal region, there are only 3 immortal venerable Tai known to immortal King Beihan. Jiang Chen, as the arrogance of the Tai realm, is even far superior to the general Tai Immortal Venerable. Even if it cannot be compared with the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, I am afraid that there are few rivals in the Tai Immortal Venerable. The immortal king of Beihan has already received news that Jiang Chen is the mysterious powerhouse who swept across the 9 provinces of Beihan Immortal region and forced back the ancient magic palace. If Jiang Chen could help him, it would undoubtedly be much easier to defeat the ancient demon palace. Okay, I promise. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it, he nodded and agreed. The ancient magic palace is one of the root causes of the 2 calamities in the fairy world, and it is more likely to become the culprit of the turmoil in the fairy world again. Even if immortal King Beihan didn't use the news of the Heavenly Emperor Palace to trade with him, he couldn't just sit back and ignore the matter of the ancient demon palace. Since that's the case, get ready, this king decided to take the initiative to attack the ancient magic palace in 3 days. Immortal King Beihan's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. After Beihan Immortal King left, Jiang Chen did not continue to consult the ancient books in Beihan Immortal Palace. After these 2 days of investigation, Jiang Chen also discovered that Beihan Immortal Palace was after all an immortal king force established after the ancient times. There are not many records about the ancient times and even the ancient times, and there is hardly any news he needs. Now that immortal King Beihan has reached a deal with him, as long as the ancient demon palace is resolved, immortal King Beihan will naturally tell him about the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jiang Chen went straight back to his residence to practice. Soon, 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the immortal King Beihan brought hundreds of figures and gathered in the sky above Beihan Immortal Palace. These hundreds of figures, the cultivation base is undoubtedly not the existence of the great Luo realm, and there are several half-step Tai and 4 Tai Immortal Venerable among them. This time, in order to solve the ancient magic palace, the northern cold immortal king gathered almost all the strong men above 90% of the great Luo in the 18 states of the northern cold immortal region. Everyone, the ancient magic palace invaded our northern cold immortal territory. Although it has temporarily retreated, if it is not completely resolved, the northern cold immortal territory may never have a peaceful day. I hope you all work together to destroy the ancient magic palace with this king. The northern cold immortal territory is peaceful. Immortal King Beihan's faint voice fell, and he immediately took the lead, flashing toward the sky. Jiang Chen didn't say much, and immediately followed up with the head elder of Beihan Immortal Palace. Hundreds of strong men above Deluo, under the leadership of immortal King Beihan, directly and mightily killed the ancient magic palace. Chapter 2970, Forbidden Demon, Forbidden Demon. This is a famous forbidden area in Beihan Shanyu, located in the center of Beihan Prefecture. According to legend, this is the place where the ancient powerhouses sealed monsters, and an extremely powerful monster was sealed inside. Whether this legend is true or not, almost no one in the entire northern cold immortal territory knows, because almost no one dares to set foot in this place easily. In the Forbidden Demon Abyss, there is a terrifying magical energy all year round. Even if Da Luo Shanzun entered it, it would be difficult to resist the erosion of the demonic energy in the Forbidden Demon Abyss. In the past, there were many strong people in Beihan Shanyu who wanted to enter the Forbidden Magic Abyss to find out. As a result, these strong people either stayed in the Forbidden Magic Abyss forever, or were affected by the magical energy of the Forbidden Magic Abyss, so they fell into the magic way. The northern cold immortal territory created a lot of slaughter. The immortal King Beihan personally sealed the Jinmoyuan and prohibited anyone from entering it. Over the years, the immortal King Beihan had not only entered the Forbidden Demon Abyss, but wanted to unlock the secrets of the Forbidden Demon. As the ruler of the northern cold immortal territory, the northern cold immortal king allowed an uncontrollable factor such as Forbidden Demon Abyss to appear on his own territory. Immortal King Beihan went deep into Forbidden Demon Abyss several times, but was blocked by a mysterious sealing force. Immortal King Beihan did not dare to break the seal in Forbidden Demon Abyss rashly, so he could only give up in the end. There was a force left in the abyss. Not long ago, the immortal King Beihan finally felt that the seal in the Forbidden Demon Abyss had changed, so he went deep into the Forbidden Demon Abyss to investigate again. The immortal King Beihan finally discovered to his horror that what was sealed in the forbidden demon abyss was actually the ancient demon palace that had once appeared in the immortal realm. The immortal King Beihan did not intend to disturb the people of the ancient magic palace. He planned to go out to contact other immortals first, and then suppress the ancient magic palace in the forbidden magic abyss, to kill. With the powerful strength, the immortal King Beihan finally withdrew from the forbidden demon abyss. After the Beihan immortal king escaped, the ancient magic palace saw that they had been exposed, so they directly preempted them, rushed out from the forbidden magic abyss, and swept the 18 states of the northern cold immortal territory with thunder. Fortunately, Jiang Chen suddenly returned to the northern cold immortal territory, and within half a day swept away the barren ancient magic palace intruders in Kyushu in the northern cold immortal territory, forcing the barren ancient magic palace back. Today's north cold immortal territory is probably already in dire straits. After the ancient demon palace was forced back by Jiang Chen, it naturally returned to their old lair, Jinmuiyuan. This time, immortal King Beihan also gathered the power of immortal North Cold without hesitation, and directly killed Jinmuiyuan. Forbidden Demon Abyss. The immortal King Beihan led hundreds of strong men to stand above the void, looking down at the forbidden demon abyss thousands of feet away. Immortal King, now that the ancient magic palace has retreated into the forbidden magic abyss, the devilish energy in this place cannot be easily resisted even by immortal venerable Deluo. If we enter the forbidden magic abyss, it is not a wise choice. A simple middle-aged Tai immortal venerable frowned. This middle-aged Tai immortal venerable is the hall master of Wuming Immortal Hall, immortal venerable Wusheng. Don't worry, this king will not foolishly enter the forbidden demon abyss. The immortal King Beihan said indifferently. This king is preparing an ancient seal formation that can force them out of the forbidden demon abyss. If they don't come out, then seal them again in the forbidden demon abyss. Immortal King Beihan said, and immediately stepped out, came to the sky above Jinmuiyuan, and then began to arrange the formation. In the forbidden demon abyss, there is a pitch-black giant hall with monstrous demonic energy. A burly shadow with a single horn on his head was entangled in demonic energy, and he was practicing cross-legged in the center of the demon hall. I don't know how long it took, the burly man finally slowly opened a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Damn, I still can't expel that power in my body. The burly man looked extremely gloomy. The burly man named xianxia was a top demon king in the ancient demon palace in ancient times, and his strength was comparable to that of the top immortal king in the immortal world. During the ancient immortal and demon battle, he was not only sealed here by a strong immortal, but his body was severely damaged by a force. Even after so many years, Demon King xianxia still failed to completely expel that power from his body. The strength of Demon King xianxia has been difficult to return to the peak, so that Immortal King Beihan and other guys in the early stage of Immortal King have not been able to solve it for a long time. Now that the northern cold immortal territory is relieved, it will not let them go easily. He must recover his strength in order to be able to cope with the next situation. Demon, Lord Demon King, the big thing is bad. The immortal King Beihan brought people to the forbidden demon abyss. At this moment, a black shadow rushed in from outside the hall. What a panic! Demon King xianxia snorted coldly. The demonic energy in the forbidden demon abyss cannot be easily resisted even by immortal venerable Tai. Could immortal King Beihan still bring people in? He Ying said quickly. Lord Demon King, immortal King Beihan has no intention of breaking into Jinmuiyuan at all. He arranged a formation in the sky above Jinmuiyuan, and he seems to want to seal Jinmuiyuan. When the Demon King xianxia heard the words, his expression changed slightly. He already had a deep understanding of the so-called sealing techniques in the immortal realm. The one who used the technique of sealing with one hand sealed him together with tens of thousands of subordinates in this place, and it was only now that he had the chance to see the sun again. He didn't want to be sealed again by the North Cold Immortal King outside. Demon King xianxia's eyes flashed with magic light, and he shouted sternly, immediately pass on this king's order, and let all the demons go out with this king. The voice of Demon King xianxia fell, and it turned into a black light that rose into the sky. The figure of Demon King xianxia had already appeared in the sky above Jinmuiyuan. He looked at the immortal King Beihan in front of him, and the demonic energy in his eyes was surging. Immortal King Beihan, you dare to be wild in this king's territory, I think you are courting death. Immortal King Beihan's eyes were indifferent. Demon King xianxia, immortal realm is not the place where your ancient magic palace should come. Today, This king will completely remove you from a mortal realm. Demon King Kangjai smiled coldly, and hundreds of dark shadows with demonic energy behind him also emerged from the abyss of forbidden demons. Immortal King Beihan, since you have to lead the people of the immortal north to your own death, today this king will fulfill you and destroy them for me. Demon King Kangjai didn't talk nonsense, and gave a direct order. The hundreds of demon lords behind him were full of demonic energy, turning into a cloud of demons that covered the sky and covered the sun, shrouding Jiang Chen and the others. Immortal King Beihan was covered in chills, and then disappeared in the sky above the forbidden demon with Demon King Kangjai in an instant. Chapter 2971, Kill Tai Demon. The battle of the Immortal King is no trivial matter. With the power of the Northern Cold Immortal King and the Demon King Kangjai, if they were to exert their full power, they might be enough to instantly destroy half of the Northern Cold Immortal territory. Naturally, the Immortal King of Beihan would not put the battlefield with Demon King Kangjai in the immortal realm of Beihan. I am afraid that Immortal King Beihan is a little sloppy this time. There are 5 Tai Demon Lords in the ancient Demon Palace, and the number of Da Luo Demon Lords is far more than ours. I am afraid that we are not opponents at all. A sword immortal in gray, standing with a sword in his back, looked at the situation in front of him, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. This Xing Yi sword immortal is even the Tai realm sword immortal of Weijian Immortal Palace. After the Northern Cold Immortal domain was invaded by the ancient Magic Palace, the Northern Cold Immortal King sent someone to ask the Weijian Immortal Palace in the Weijian Immortal domain for help, and the Weijian Immortal Palace sent a Tai Immortal Venerable and several Da Luo Immortal Venerable came to the Northern Cold Immortal territory. Fellow Taoists don't need to panic. Since the Immortal King came to attack the ancient Demon Palace, he is naturally fully prepared. We will deal with one Tai Demon Venerable, and the remaining one will be dealt with. The Tai Immortal Venerable of Beihan Immortal Palace smiled lightly, and immediately locked one of the Tai Demon Venerable, and then both of them escaped into the depths of Qingming to fight. Seeing this, the other 3 Tai Immortal Venerables did not talk nonsense. They shot at almost the same time and intercepted the 3 Tai Demon Venerables. And the remaining 1 Tai Demon Venerable, who brought many Da Luo Demon Venerables from the ancient Demon Palace, killed Jiang Chen and the others with monstrous momentum. Little friend Jiang Chen, what should we do now? Bei Mingquan looked at the person from the ancient Magic Palace who was killed, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen beside him. Now, on their side of the Northern Cold Immortal region, the Northern Cold Immortal King and the 4 Tai Immortal Venerables have all been restrained. There is still 1 Tai Demon Venerable left in the ancient Demon Palace, and there are many more Demon Venerates in the Da Luo realm than them. Bei Mingquan can only put hope on Jiang Chen. You block those Da Luo Demon Venerable for a moment, give me a stick of incense, and I will kill the Tai Demon Venerable first. Jiang Chen's voice fell, Tai Immortal Venerable's breath burst out, and he stepped directly in front of the Tai Demon Venerable. Immortal Tai, the Tai Demon Venerable looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He obviously did not expect that this hairy boy in front of him would actually be in existence who had reached the Tai Immortal Venerable realm. At such an age, he has the cultivation of the Tai realm. Even in the immortal realm of the ancient times, it is a very rare peerless genius. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his figure instantly swept into the depths of the vast void, and he looked down at the Tai Demon Venerable below with indifference. Stop talking nonsense, come up and fight with me. HMPH, are you afraid that you won't be the deity? The Tai Demon Venerable snorted coldly, and immediately turned into a magic light that shot up into the sky, with the terrifying power of the broken space, and hit Jiang Chen directly. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and Julie's battle body suddenly condensed. At the same time, the mysterious broken sword suddenly emerged from his palm. Jiang Chen let out a low drink, the sword light cut through the endless void, and an illusory Xing Yi sword immortal came across the sky, and then slashed into the sky with a sword against the rushing Tai Demon Venerable. Now the situation is extremely unfavorable for the Northern Cold Immortal territory. Jiang Chen did not want to delay the time, and directly displayed the 2 peerless immortal arts of Julie battle body and Qingdi swordsmanship. With Jiang Chen's cultivation in the Tai realm, and with the blessing of Julie's battle body, the power of Qingdi's sword has undoubtedly reached an extremely terrifying level. This seemingly silent and bland sword, but it contains the terrifying power to reopen the world, and a sword slashed on the body of the Tai Demon Venerable. I saw the magic light all over the body of the Tai Demon Venerable, which was completely smashed by Jiang Chen's sword, and the whole person was smashed thousands of feet away in the void, and the dark red demon blood was like a fountain, constantly squirting out of his mouth. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and there was an unprecedented look of panic in his eyes. Just one sword hit him hard. He never thought that with his own strength, he couldn't even take a single move from the black-clothed youth in front of him. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't plan to give the Tai Demon Venerable any chance to breathe, and cut him with another sword. The Tai Demon Venerable's complexion changed greatly, and he quickly suppressed the injury in his body, and burst out the magic power in his body with all his strength. This Tai Demon Venerable is only at the early stage of Tai. Even if he uses all the means and uses all his strengths, it is impossible to compete with Jiang Chen, who has exploded with all his strength. Only a loud noise was heard, and the body of the Tai Demon Venerable flew out again, smashing a huge hole in the air. Before he could stabilize his body, an extremely fierce force descended from the sky above his head again. The Tai Demon Venerable looked up suddenly, and saw a ghostly figure, with the power of shattering the world, smashing towards him fiercely. Another Tai Immortal Venerable. The Tai Demon Venerable instantly became terrified. He was hit hard by Jiang Chen's sword just now, and he still hasn't recovered his anger at this moment, and where is there any strength to resist? He can only watch the punch come to suppress him. This punch fell with a bang. Rao is the Tai Demon Venerable who is physically strong, but it is unbearable at all, and it shatters directly under this punch. A mass of black light about the size of a slap shot out from the place where the body of the Tai Immortal Venerable shattered. With an expressionless face, Jiang Chen sealed the world with immortal power, solidified the black light that fled in panic, and then raised his hand and slashed it into nothingness with a sword. Jiang Chen cooperated with the corpse of the immortal king to completely kill the Tai Demon Venerable. After solving the Tai Demon Venerable, Jiang Chen felt the situation of the war between the two sides, and directly took the corpse of the immortal king, like a wolf entering a flock, and entered the group of Deluo Demon Venerable in the ancient demon palace. Both of them are like chopping melons and vegetables. Every time they make a move, a Deluo Demon Venerable falls into their hands. When Bei Mingquan and others saw this, their confidence surged, and they went all out to kill these people from the ancient magic palace. Demon, this guy is a demon. For a time, the Deluo Demon Venerables of these ancient demon palaces were all frightened and hurried toward the forbidden magic abyss below. Hundreds of Deluo Demon Venerable died and fled, and they were quickly defeated by Jiang Chen and the others. After solving these Deluo Demon Venerables, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly took the corpse of the immortal king and charged towards the battlefield between the Tai Immortal Venerate and a Tai Demon Venerable in the Wooming Immortal Hall. Chapter 2972. Angry Xianxia Demon King. Forbidden Demon Abyss, a place above the void. Immortal Venerable Wuxiang, the master of the Wooming Immortal Hall, is in a fierce battle with a Tai Demon Venerable. This Tai Demon Venerable is obviously stronger than Wuxiang Immortal Venerable, and Wuxiang Immortal Venerable can only support under the powerful offensive of this Tai Demon Venerable. Give me death. This Tai Demon Venerable is also chasing after victory, wanting to defeat Immortal Venerable Wuxiang in one fell swoop. At this critical moment, the Tai Demon Venerable instinctively felt an inexplicable crisis. The next moment, he suddenly felt something, and he couldn't help but look up towards the void, only to see a dazzling sword light and a sky-shattering fist shadow coming to suppress him at the same time. How is the power of Tai realm possible? The expression of this Tai Demon Venerable suddenly changed drastically. Now that Immortal King Beihan is being held back by Demon King Kangjai, there are only 4 Immortal Venerable Tai who are the strongest in Beihan Immortal territory. And their ancient magic palace has a total of 5 Tai devils. Not only that, but even the number of Deluo realm is much more than that of Beihan Immortal realm. Logically speaking, this move should be the absolute advantage of their ancient magic palace. How could 2 Tai Immortal Venerates suddenly appear to besiege him? At this moment, the Tai Demon Venerable didn't have time to think about it. I saw his demonic energy erupt all over his body, and then quickly condensed 1,000 Jiang magic sword behind his back and slashed out into the air. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the void. Although the Demon Venerable Tai's 1,000 Jiang magic sword was extremely fierce, it couldn't resist the punch and sword of the void at all. In just an instant, the 1,000 Jiang demon sword collapsed under the suppression of that punch and sword. This Tai Immortal Venerable was also beaten down by the terrifying force that was suppressed for a long time, and fell thousands of feet from the void, only to stabilize his body in embarrassment. He looked up at a place in the void, his eyes fixed on the two figures that appeared out of nowhere, and his expression instantly became extremely frightened. Such a young Tai Immortal Venerable, and a puppet whose combat power is not inferior to Tai Immortal Venerable. He never imagined that the Northern Cold Immortal territory had hidden such power. The Tai Demon Venerable suppressed the horror in his heart and quickly felt the situation on the surrounding battlefield. When he discovered that the Tai Demon Venerable who led the team to attack the Northern Cold Immortal territory from the ancient demon palace and many Da Luo demon venerables disappeared for no reason, his complexion became extremely ugly. Apparently, Beihan Immortal territory used the hidden power of these two Tai realms to catch the ancient magic palace by surprise, and defeated the people in the ancient magic palace with thunder, and now wants to surround and kill him. This Tai Immortal Venerable is already gone at this moment, and there is only one thought in his heart, that is to escape back to Forbidden Demon Abyss. Although he believes that his strength is not weak, he is far from being able to compete with the three Tai Immortal Venerables. If you don't escape back to Forbidden Demon Abyss, the only result is that you will be surrounded and killed by the three people in front of you. How could Jiang Chen give this Tai Demon Venerable a chance to escape easily? At the moment when the Tai Demon Venerable just made a move, Jiang Chen's Tai Law Immortal Power Forbidden Heaven and Earth was also displayed in an instant. Although the Tai Demon Venerable could not be completely imprisoned, it also affected his escape back to the Forbidden Magic Abyss, speed. At this moment, the corpse puppet of the Immortal King was already under Jiang Chen's order, rushing out against the Tai Demon Venerable, making it impossible to escape at all. Immortal Venerable Wuxiang also reacted, and cooperated with the Immortal King corpse puppet to attack the Tai Demon Venerable. Jiang Chen's hand interrupted the sword and waved, and the sword was also cut out lightly. Under the offensive of Jiang Chen and the others, the Tai Demon Venerable hardly had much resistance, especially Jiang Chen's sword of the Qing Emperor, which was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Every sword seemed to kill him. A part of his cultivation was cut off. The Tai Demon Venerable was severely injured by Jiang Chen and the three of them together, and finally was directly smashed by the Immortal King's corpse puppet's invincible punch, which was shattered by a punch, and turned into a magical fog that dissipated in the sky and earth. After getting rid of this Tai Demon Venerable, Jiang Chen and the others did not hesitate to step across the space and came to another battlefield in the void, where they surrounded and killed another Tai Demon Venerable from the ancient demon palace. Jiang Chen and the others did the same, and quickly killed the other two Tai Demon Venerables in the ancient demon palace in the same way. Just one like that, seeing that the ancient magic palace was repelled like this, even the 5 Tai Demon Venerables were easily suppressed, and the 4 Tai Immortal Venerables all had a feeling of being in a dream. In today's battle, the powerhouses on the ancient demon palace's side were stronger than theirs, both in quality and quantity. They originally thought that unless the Northern Cold Immortal King could quickly defeat the xianxia Demon King, they would fall into an extremely tragic battle today. But they didn't expect Jiang Chen, a peerless monster in the Tai realm, to turn the situation around by himself and help them easily defeat the ancient magic palace. Now it's time to see the battle between the Immortal King and the Demon King Xianxia. Everyone came back to their senses, and their eyes couldn't help but look towards the sky above Jinmuiyuan. They all knew very well that the battle between Immortal King Beihan and Demon King Xianxia was the key to this battle. If the Northern Cold Immortal King is defeated, I am afraid that the entire Northern Cold Immortal region will still fall into the hands of the ancient demon palace. Under the gazes of everyone, I don't know how long it took, and the sky above the Forbidden Demon Abyss, which had been extremely calm, finally spread a space fluctuation of distance. The two figures flew out of the void space at almost the same time, and they were the long-disappeared Immortal King Beihan and Demon King Xianxia. The two had obviously gone through a tragic battle, and at this moment their aura seemed to be a lot less sluggish. Demon King Xianxia flickered with magic light all over his body, staring at the opposite Immortal King Beihan with a sneer. Immortal King Beihan, your strength is not enough. Even if this king is no longer at the peak, it is up to you to deal with it. I am afraid it is still the same. Softer. The overall strength of the Northern Cold Immortal territory is much weaker than his ancient magic palace. As long as he can hold back the Northern Cold Immortal King, the Northern Cold Immortal territory will undoubtedly lose. The corner of Immortal King Beihan's mouth couldn't help but raise a faint smile. Demon King Xianxia, you want to hold back this king and then deal with my people from the immortal realm of Beihan, but unfortunately you made a mistake. Feel the situation around you first. Quote. Demon King Kangjai was stunned for a moment. When he felt that there was no aura of anyone from the ancient demon palace around him, there was an incredible horror in his eyes. Demon King Kangjai never thought that during his battle with Immortal King Beihan, their ancient magic palace had already been defeated by Immortal Beihan. Chapter 2973, Information. Demon King Kangjai couldn't believe his eyes. The strength of the ancient magic palace is obviously stronger than that of the northern cold immortal territory. Demon King Kangjai originally thought that as long as he contained the northern cold immortal king, it would be an easy task for the ancient demon palace to defeat the northern cold immortal territory. But he didn't expect that the fact was completely beyond his expectations. The 5 Tai demon venerables and hundreds of Deluo demon venerables from the ancient demon palace were defeated so quickly. Demon King Kangjai can't imagine what happened here when he fought against Immortal King Beihan. Immortal King Beihan, you are cruel, but this king is not playing with you. You wait for me, sooner or later I will come back to you to settle the account. Demon King Kangjai glanced coldly at Immortal King Beihan, and immediately turned into a magic light and disappeared into the forbidden magic abyss below. Looking at Demon King Kangjai who fled back to Jinmoyuan, Immortal King Beihan did not stop him. Demon King Kangjai is extremely powerful, and even if he does his best, he can only fight against him. Demon King Kangjia really wanted to leave, but even if he wanted to keep him, he didn't have the ability at all. This time, with the help of Jiang Chen, the peerless genius of the Tai realm, he has successfully damaged the ancient magic palace, and the ancient magic palace no longer has the power to encroach on the northern cold fairyland in a short period of time. The immortal King Beihan planned to set up a seal formation in the forbidden demon abyss, seal the demon King Kangjai in it, and then personally go to other immortal realms to seek help from the immortal king realm. If he can find an immortal king to help him, he will be able to go deep into the abyss of forbidden demons and completely solve the demon king of Kangjai. After the end of the Battle of Jinmoyuan, Jiang Chen also returned to Beihan Immortal Palace again, wanting to wait for Meng Qingshe to end her retreat and meet Meng Qingshe. After waiting for several days in a row, Meng Qingshe still showed no sign of leaving the customs. Jiang Chen obviously didn't want to continue to wait in Beihan Immortal Palace, and directly found Beihan Immortal King. He clasped his fists at the Immortal King Beihan. Immortal King, when will Qingshe get out of the customs? The Immortal King Beihan shook his head and said, according to common sense, Meng Qingshe should have come out of the Beihan Immortal Pond. But it seems that some kind of change has taken place, making her enter a wonderful state. I don't know when she will wake up. Jiang Chen's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. What's the danger? Immortal King Beihan said lightly, don't worry, this will only be good for her, not bad. When she wakes up this time, she will definitely be reborn and reach a very terrifying level. What about Ji Yufeng'er? Is she the same as Meng Qingshe? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask about Ji Yufeng'er from Beihan Immortal Palace who came with Meng Qingshe. Didn't Bei Mingquan tell you, that little girl is no longer Beihan Immortal Palace? Immortal King Beihan was stunned for a moment, and then said solemnly, that little girl's identity is extraordinary. Not long after she came to Beihan Immortal Palace, the Heavenly Phoenix clan came to the Immortal King realm and took her away. Jiang Chen was shocked. Tianfang family. The Immortal King Beihan explained. The Tianfang family is one of the top forces in the Myriad Beasts Heavenly Domain, one of the 4 great heavenly domains of the Immortal Realm, and its strength is unfathomable. If they want to take Ji Yufeng'er away, it is difficult for this king to stop them. That Ji Yufeng'er's talent was not in the slightest inferior to Meng Qingshe. If it weren't for the strength of the Tianfang clan, it would be far from the Beihan Immortal Palace that could compete, and the Beihan Immortal King would not have allowed the Tianfang clan to take Ji Yufeng'er away. The Tianfang clan took Ji Yufeng'er away, and 9 times out of 10 it was related to Ji Yufeng'er's bloodline constitution. It seems that Ji Yufeng'er did not come from the lower universe so simply, and it is even very likely that he is the reincarnation of a big man of the Tianfang family in the immortal world. Since the Tianfang family cares about Ji Yufeng'er so much, Ji Yufeng'er must also be very important to the Tianfang family. With the support of the giant Tianfang family, Ji Yufeng'er will not be in any danger in the fairyland. Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about Ji Yufeng'er. He raised his head and looked directly at Immortal King Beihan and said, Immortal King can now tell me about the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Immortal King Beihan nodded and said, this king traveled to the Xian Heavenly region and discovered an ancient ruin in the Xian Heavenly region. Based on various signs, this king can conclude that that place should be a part of the primordial emperor palace, punishment hall. Jiang Chen heard the words, and couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Please also ask the immortal king to tell me the location of this ancient ruins. Tell you, of course it's fine. The immortal king Beihan solemnly said, but the heavenly emperor palace's branch hall is extraordinary. Back then, this king's cultivation base had reached the primordial realm, but he was still unable to enter it. Even if this king breaks through the immortal king realm now, he is not even sure to enter there. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, and his heart couldn't help but shudder slightly. It seems that the branch hall of the heavenly emperor palace discovered by immortal king Beihan is very likely to be a branch hall with a very high ranking, otherwise it is impossible for immortal king Beihan to enter it. He mastered the seal of the heavenly emperor and was known as a disciple of the heavenly emperor's palace. As long as he gets the location of the heavenly emperor palace branch from immortal king Beihan, he will definitely be able to enter it, so that he can get a glimpse of the origin of the heavenly emperor again. Immortal king Beihan raised his hand, and passed the news about the branch of the heavenly emperor palace into Jiang Chen's mind, and then asked directly, Jiang Chen, are you planning to leave Beihan immortal territory? Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, I still have some things to deal with, so I shouldn't stay in the northern cold immortal territory for a long time. Back then, under the pressure of the clone of the immortal venerable primordial in Changqing Immortal Palace, he had to use his trump card to return to the ruins of Tianshuan Hall. After so many years, I don't know how the battle in the immortal realm of longevity is going. Since Meng Qingshe had difficulty getting out of the border in a short period of time, Jiang Chen didn't want to wait any longer in the northern cold immortal territory. After the matter of the immortal territory was settled, it would not be too late for him to come back to meet Meng Qingshe. The immortal king Beihan didn't say much, but said indifferently, Meng Qingshe is in Beihan Immortal Palace, you can rest assured. This king will pay close attention to her and will not let her suffer in the slightest. Thank you so much for the immortal king, farewell. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at immortal king Beihan, and immediately disappeared in front of immortal king Beihan in a flash. This son is really talented. Maybe the next time we meet, this son is no longer under me, and successfully asked the immortal king. Beihan immortal king looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur in his mouth. Immortal king Beihan has another feeling that Jiang Chen is very likely to be the protagonist who came into being in this era, and even the future destiny of the fairy world will be tied to this guy. Chapter 2974, Demon Town, Demonic Immortal Domain. Xianxianyu is one of the most famous top immortal domains, and its reputation is almost not inferior to the immortal domain of immortality at its peak. Demon Suppression Immortal Territory is also one of the most chaotic and dangerous immortal territories in Xian Heaven. It is chaotic, with no rules to speak of, and monsters are rampant. Even the ordinary Deluo Immortal Venerable, walking independently in the Demon Suppression Immortal Territory is an extremely dangerous thing. When Jiang Chen returned to Xianxianyu, he came to Zhenmo Shanyu for the first time. Because according to the information given to him by immortal king Beihan, the branch hall of Tiandi Palace is located in a place called Tianmo Mountain. In the immortal realm of Zhenmo, this heavenly demon mountain is the largest forbidden area in the Demon Suppression Immortal Domain, and it has a splendid and fierce name in the entire Xian Heavenly Domain. This is the birthplace of the Demon Suppression Immortal Domain monsters. According to legend, the monsters of Tianmo Mountain are inextricably linked with the ancient magic palace in the ancient catastrophe. The Xian Emperor Palace in Xianxianyu once gathered the power of Xianxianyu and wanted to destroy Tianmo Mountain in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, Tianmo Mountain was guarded by mysterious powers. The Xian Emperor Palace can only allow the existence of Tianmo Mountain, and then let the top immortal king force in the Zhenmo Immortal Domain, the Zhenmo Immortal Palace, guard it to prevent the monsters in the Tianmo Mountain from running rampant in the fairyland. In order to guard Tianmo Mountain, Zhenmo Immortal Palace was directly moved to the opposite side of Tianmo Mountain, and a city of Zhenmo Immortal was built. Even if it is guarded by the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, there will still be monsters slipping out of the Tianmo Mountains from under the eyelids of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, so that the Demon Suppression Immortal Domain is often ravaged by monsters. Fortunately, these monsters that have slipped out are generally not too strong, and they have never set off any big waves in the suppressing demon immortal realm. Outside Zhenmo Shanchang, Jiang Chen looked at this huge and majestic ancient city in front of him, and couldn't help but have a surprised look in his eyes. This is an ancient city built with all mysteries, and there are dense array restrictions on it. On the walls of the ancient city, not only many knife marks and sword marks remain, but there are even countless dark brown bloodstains. This city must have gone through countless wars. Outside Zhenmo Shanchang, in the sky between Tianmo Mountain and Tianmo Mountain, there is an endless stream of silhouettes flying to and fro. The suppressing immortal palace is guarding outside the Tianmo Mountain, not only to prevent the birth of the Tianmo Mountain, but also often sends its disciples into the Tianmo Mountain to hunt monsters, in order to weaken the power of the Tianmo Mountain. Not only that, many righteous people from the Demon Suppression Immortal Domain will also come to the Demon Suppression Immortal Domain to fight the monsters in the Tianmo Mountain. It is precisely because of this that the Demon Suppression Immortal Territory has always been relatively peaceful, and did not give Tianmo Mountain monsters too many opportunities to invade the Demon Suppression Immortal Territory. Jiang Chen looked at the immortal city of Demon Suppression a little, and immediately turned into a flash of light and entered the immortal city of Demon Suppression. He plans to inquire about some news about Tianmo Mountain in the city first, and it is best to get a detailed map of Tianmo Mountain, and then enter the ruins of the ordinary Tiandi Palace branch of Tianmo Mountain, into the city. Jiang Chen was keen to discover that the atmosphere here is completely different from any immortal city in the immortal world. The silhouettes of people in the immortal city are all full of chills and murderous aura, so that the whole immortal city is filled with an aura of slaughter. Although the Demon Town immortal city is full of slaughter, it is all because of the year-round battle with Tianmo Mountain. In the town of Demon Suppression, there are rules formulated by the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace. Once anyone enters the town, no matter how much hatred and grudge they have, it is forbidden to do anything in the town. In the town of Demon Town, everyone must agree to the outside world, and everyone has only one enemy, and that is the monsters in Tianmo Mountain. Once someone makes trouble in the immortal city of suppression of demons, even the immortal venerable of Da Luoxing will be directly suppressed by the powerhouses of the immortal palace of suppression of demons who descend from the sky. If you dare to resist, you may even be killed on the spot. Jiang Chen strolled around Zhenmo Shanchang for a while, and entered several shops that sold all kinds of treasures, wanting to buy some information or maps about Tianmo Mountain. After inquiring about the two stores, Jiang Chen did not find anything that satisfied him. After the news of another purchase failed, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave this treasure building, a voice suddenly came from Jiang Chen's ear. "This fellow Taoist, do you also want to enter the Tianmo Mountain? Why don't you walk with me? My son is gathering strong people and wants to go deep into the Tianmo Mountain. Not only can you enjoy various information maps for free, but you can also get more information in the Tianmo Mountain." A response. The sudden voice also made Jiang Chen stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked, and saw a big man wearing a silver armor, stepping over. The breath of his whole body was as powerful as thunder. With silver hair and silver beard, a bold face, a pair of eyes, radiant light, his cultivation base has already reached the Deluo realm. Jiang Chen categorically refused. The purpose of his trip was to divide the Heavenly Emperor's palace into a hall, so as to obtain the origin of the Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, he did not want to walk with others, thus causing unnecessary trouble. Don't think about it, fellow Taoist. Demons in Tianmo Mountain are rampant. If there is no one who is familiar with Tianmo Mountain to lead the way, it can be said that it is impossible to move an inch. The big man in silver armor quickly persuaded. The aura of the black-clothed youth in front of him is unfathomable, even he can't see through it. It is very likely that it is Deluo Tianzhao from a top power in the suppressing demon immortal domain. Such a peerless genius, the silver-armored man naturally does not want to let go, and wants to be pulled into his team. Jiang Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, the voice transmission of the silver-armored man rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. "This fellow Taoist, my son was lucky enough to get a piece of news that there is an ancient relic in Tianmo Mountain. This ancient relic is related to the legendary Heavenly Emperor's palace. Don't fellow Taoists want to explore one or two?" Hearing the voice transmission of the big man in silver armor, Jiang Chen's footsteps stopped suddenly. He obviously did not expect that the ruins of the Tiandi Palace in Tianmo Mountain had already been known to others. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the big man in silver armor. "In Tianmo Mountain, is there really news of the ruins of the Tiandi Palace?" The silver-armored man hurriedly said, "As long as fellow Taoists are willing to walk with us, you will have a chance in the Heavenly Emperor's palace." The only purpose of his trip to Tianmo Mountain was to go to the ruins of the Tiandi Palace, the origin of the ordinary Tiandi. Since the silver-armored man and his party already knew the location of the Tiandi Palace ruins, he could save a lot of trouble by following them along. For the sake of this group of people leading the way for him, he can only take his share of other opportunities in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, but if these guys want to compete with him for the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, then don't blame him for being rude. Fellow Taoist, please, come with me. The silver-armored man didn't hesitate immediately, greeted Jiang Chen directly, and took Jiang Chen to the gathering place of their group. Chapter 2975, Iratenmayama. Jiang Chen also learned the identity of their group from the big man in silver armor. This silver-armored man was named Hao Guang, and he came from the Hao family, the top Tai family in suppressing demons. The Hao family is extremely powerful, with several Tai immortal venerables in charge, among which there is a half-step primordial who is only one step away from primordial immortal. In the entire demon suppression heaven domain, apart from the demon suppression immortal palace and the few Hunyuan forces, the Hao family is almost one of the best among the Tai forces. As the top Tai faction in the demon suppression heaven domain, the Hao family would often come to the demon suppression immortal city, and then enter the heavenly demon mountain to fight with the monsters in the heavenly demon mountain. A disciple of the Hao family entered Tianmo Mountain, accidentally entered a mysterious place, and gained a lot of opportunities. After the analysis of the Hao family, the place where this disciple entered is most likely closely related to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the ancient times. Hao Ning, the young master of the Hao family, just came to Zhenmo Shanchang, ready to lead the team into Tianmo Mountain. In order not to attract the attention of others, Hao Ning, the young master of the Hao family, did not bring too much power from the Hao family with great fanfare, so that he would gather some people in the town of Magic Town. The Hao family gathering place is located in a small courtyard west of Zhenmo Shanchang. The courtyard does not seem to be large, but it is full of internal organs, with waterside pavilions, singing and dancing, and a pear tree with flying petals planted in front of the courtyard. Jiang Chen and Hao Guang walked into the courtyard and found that there were about 10 people gathered in the courtyard. Each of these people has reached the Daluo realm, and the two strongest among them have even reached the peak of Daluo. They watched Hao Guang come in with a hairy boy with a trace of disdain on their faces, and then they stopped paying attention. Seeing Hao Guang's return, a maid hurriedly came to him. "Sir, you are back, the sun is looking for you." Fellow Taoist Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. Hao Guang clenched his fists towards Jiang Chen, but hurried away. Jiang Chen didn't say much, and walked directly to a stone table in the corner of the small courtyard, poured himself a cup of fairy tea, and tasted it indifferently. On the side, these Daluo immortal venerables are talking about each other. You said, what is the reason why the young master of the Hao family gave us such a generous reward to ask us to go to Tianmo Mountain? A middle-aged Daluo immortal venerable was a little curious. Another strong man shook his head and said, who knows, no matter what purpose the Hao family has, I'm here for the reward of 100 immortal stones. Everyone nodded. Jiang Chen heard their discussion, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. These people who were invited by the young master of the Hao family obviously did not know that the young master of the Hao family entered the Tianmo Mountain, but Hao Guang was the only one who told him about the Tiandi Palace. What was the purpose of this? Jiang Chen didn't panic too much. No matter what the purpose of the Hao family is, as long as there are no powerhouses in the primordial realm, they will never be able to threaten him in the slightest. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking inwardly, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the courtyard. A young man in brocade, with extraordinary bearing, also walked out surrounded by the two of them. The Jinpao youth is still in the golden fairyland, but his aura is extremely extraordinary, not much inferior to some Daluo immortal venerables. Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that this guy should have comprehended the laws of immortality for immortal power to control the heavens and the earth, reaching the level of quasi-Daluo immortal venerable. This brocade young man should be the young master of the Hao family, Hao Ning. Beside Hao Ning, there were 3 figures closely following him. One of them was Hao Guang, the old man in silver armor. The other 2 are old and young. There was a short-haired young man slightly older than Hao Ning. This short-haired young man was also extremely extraordinary, and his cultivation was even stronger than Hao Ning, and he had already reached the Great Luo realm. The last old man, although he looked like an ordinary black-clothed old man with a slightly stooped figure, Jiang Chen knew very well that this old man was a genuine Tai immortal venerable. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. Although Hao Ning, the young master of the Hao family, went to Tianmo Mountain this time, although it is not very strong, there is also a Tai Immortal Venerable, which is enough to easily kill these great Luo Immortal Venerables in the courtyard. In this case, why did Hao Ning, the young master of the Hao family, gather so many people to enter the Tianmo Mountain together? Among them, I am afraid there must be tricks. Jiang Chen didn't say much, but his vigilance towards the young master of the Hao family and others became even more intense. Everyone, Hao is going to a place in the Tianmo Mountain. According to the agreement, as long as you censored Hao to the destination safely, each person will have 1,000,000 spiritual stones, and Hao will give it with both hands. Let's go now. Hao Ning didn't talk nonsense, and said a word directly, and then even took everyone to the direction of Tianmo Mountain. Zhenmo Shancheng was built on the opposite side of Tianmo Mountain, less than 10,000 miles away from Tianmo Mountain. Jiang Chen and his group soon came to the entrance of Tianmo Mountain and entered Tianmo Mountain. As soon as he entered Tianmo Mountain, Jiang Chen realized that this place and the immortal realm seemed to be two completely different worlds. The land here is dark brown, not like the fairy mountains in the fairy world. There are all kinds of fairy grass and trees everywhere, and there is no breath of life. There is only a barren world full of strange phosphorus and rocks. In this barren world, there are occasionally some plants. These plants are distorted in shape, withered branches and leaves, filled with a strong demonic energy, and some plants are even covered with black scales, like trees but not trees, strange but not strange, and they look extremely strange. These black-scaled magic trees will also take the initiative to attack humans. They instantly pop out their branches and turn into huge magic nets, restraining the passing humans, and then madly and greedily censored the blood of humans, like monsters. Along the way, Jiang Chen and the others also saw a lot of people who entered the Tianmo Mountain. They were sucked into mummified corpses by these black-scaled demon trees, and some of them were at the level of Deluo Immortal Venerable. Obviously, the strength of these black-scaled demon trees is not weak, and the deeper you go into the Tianmo Mountain, the stronger the black-scaled demonic trees become. Everyone, be careful, Tianmo Mountain is a completely different time from the fairy world. All life here has been infected by demonic energy. Even a tree or grass is very dangerous. Also, this place is full of demonic energy, and there is almost no immortal energy that we can absorb. It can only be recovered by medicinal pills and treasures. When you are fighting, it is best to go all out to solve the opponent at the smallest cost, and don't waste it. Immortal power. Hao Guang, the big man in silver armor who was in charge of opening the way, said solemnly. Hao Guang has entered Tianmo Mountain many times, and he is very experienced, so Hao Ning handed over the command of the team to Hao Guang, who will lead the team ahead. Chapter 2976, Blood Sacrifice. Under the leadership of Hao Guang, the group tried their best to avoid the attack range of those magical plants, but it seemed to be very smooth, and they did not encounter any danger. As they went deeper, they finally encountered the demons of Tianmo Mountain. At the beginning, the strength of these demons was not strong, and even the defeat of Da Luo Demon Venerable was very rare. For Jiang Chen and the others, this type of demon venerable naturally does not pose the slightest threat. Jiang Chen silently followed at the back of the team, quietly watching every move around him, and there were many questions in his mind. At the beginning, the Xian Emperor Palace gathered the forces of many immortal kings in the Xian Tianyu, but they were unable to get the Tianmo Mountain. It can be seen that the strength of the Tianmo Mountain is also very powerful. Tianmo Mountain is guarded by a mysterious power, which can completely prevent people from the fairyland from entering it, but Tianmotion did not do so at all, but allowed the people from the fairyland to enter Tianmotion and hunt down the demons killed by the demons. It is indeed a bit incredible that Tianmotion behaves like this. This heavenly demon mountain should have evolved from an emperor treasure. It doesn't have any restrictions on people from the immortal realm, but it does not allow the great powers above the immortal king realm to enter it. It is indeed extraordinary for the demons of Tianmotion to behave like this. If I guess correctly, they let the people under the immortal king of the immortal realm enter the Tianmo Mountain, and they didn't directly let the Tianmo Mountain powerhouse suppress them, and let the demons of the Tianmo Mountain and the people from the immortal realm fight. The intention is very big. At this moment, the voice of the immortal steel and steel spirit also remembered in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was shocked. Senior, do you know what the intention of Tianmo Mountain is? I don't know exactly what Tianmotion wants to do, but I can vaguely guess their intentions. This should be a blood sacrifice method, and they should want to use this kind of killing to carry out blood sacrifices to achieve a certain purpose. No matter what the ultimate purpose of their blood sacrifice is, it is definitely not a good thing for a mortal realm. A mortal tablet spirit said slowly. The way of doing things in Tian motion is really not ordinary. In order to complete some kind of blood sacrifice, even his own clansmen are not spared. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen didn't bother to think about it. No matter what purpose Tian motion has, it is not something he can interfere. The most important thing for Jiang Chen is to find the branch hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace owned by immortal King Beihan, so as to obtain the origin of the Heavenly Emperor and improve his strength. Kill them for Ben. At this moment, a sudden roar from the front suddenly woke Jiang Chen up. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a group of demonic figures, like a black raging wave, rushing towards them. Jiang Chen took a closer look and found that this was actually a team of demon cavalry with hundreds of people. Each of them was riding a black beast with a body that was several meters tall, like a demon dog from hell, with a very ferocious breath. This is also the first time Jiang Chen and the others have encountered a large number of demons since they entered Tianmo Mountain. These demon race cavalrymen are extremely strong, and they are the first black armored generals, and they are impressively a Deluo demon venerable. Among the hundreds of demons behind him, the weakest are not inferior to Jinxian. Among them, there are 5 people who have reached the half-step Deluo realm. People from the immortal realm dare to come to Tianmo Mountain to be wild, and die for me. The black armored demon general urged the demon dog under his crotch, waved the black demon knife in his hand, and killed Jiang Chen and the others. This black armored demon general has a strong physical body and extremely strong melee combat strength, which is far from what the average Deluo immortal venerable can compare. It slashed out with one knife, and directly volleyed Hao Guang and another Deluo immortal venerable back into the air. And behind the black armored demon general, the hundreds of demon soldiers also formed a battle formation and rushed towards them. Although these magic soldiers did not have the strength of Deluo realm, they had inherent advantages in battle in this demonic mountain, and the impact of the battle formation was extremely extraordinary, so that many immortal Deluo were caught off guard, and they were all forced to retreat. The people the Hao family found were not weak after all. After a short period of panic, they quickly stabilized their positions. After jointly killing the black armored demon general, they also quickly defeated Demon Venerable's 100-man army. Master Hao, if the core of the demonic mountain demonic venerable has already appeared today, we have already penetrated into the Tianmo mountain. How far is your destination? A middle-aged man in the early stage of Deluo asked with a slightly pale face. The environment of Tianmo mountain is not very friendly to the people of the immortal realm, and this journey has taken a lot of money. In addition to the battle just now, for these ordinary people in the early stage of Deluo, it is obviously too much to bear. Yeah, if Mr. Hao doesn't give us an exact statement, please forgive us for not accompanying us. Many people echoed, and obviously some retreated. Hao Ning smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, our destination is less than 1,000 miles away." When everyone heard this, they were all slightly relieved. Even the few big Luos gritted their teeth in the early stage and quickly took out and swallowed the medicinal pills to restore their strength. The reward Hao Ning gave this time was extremely rich, and since there was only a distance of less than 1,000 miles, they had no reason to give up. After resting for a while, the group moved on. The group of people pushed forward a distance of several hundred miles. When he was about to reach his final destination, there was a sudden horn in front of him. Demon soldiers like the tide suddenly came from all directions, surrounding Jiang Chen and the others in the center. Jiang Chen swept his gaze and found that there were at least 1,000 demon soldiers around, divided into 10 square formations, each of which had a demon general from the great Luo realm. Oops, I'm surrounded by demons. Hao Guang, who was in charge of opening the way, instantly became furious. And the expressions of other people also became extremely ugly at this moment. The 100-man demon soldiers just now caused them a lot of trouble, and now this 1,000-man battle is more than 10 times stronger than before. Even as Deluo Immortal Venerable, if you are a little careless, there is a risk of falling here. The demons of the Demon Mountain are not stupid. Jiang Chen stood at the back of the team, looking at the surrounding demon soldiers. His eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly. The movement of their battle with the 100-man group just now was not small, and the nearby demons must have already noticed it. But they have not taken it lightly, and their purpose is obviously to wait for reinforcements. Now that they have gathered enough strength, they finally make a decisive move and are ready to besiege them here. Chapter 2977, Demon Legion. Master, what should we do now? Hao Guang looked at the situation around him and couldn't help but retreat to Hao Ning's side and asked in a low voice. Tianmo Mountain is extremely restrictive for people in their immortal world, and it is difficult to perceive the situation that is too far around, but the demons are like a duck in water here. So that they fell into the siege of the Demon Lord's army, and they didn't even notice it. What a panic! Hao Ning snorted coldly, and then looked at the short-haired young man beside him. Senior brother, how far are we from our destination now? The short-haired young man closed his eyes and sensed it, and then he said, it's not too far away. It should only be 300 miles away from the Mark 1 left. Everyone, now we are only 300 miles away from our destination. The matter has come to this point, and everyone can only make a censored path. Hao Ning's eyes flashed brightly. When you reach your destination, your reward will be doubled. Young Master Hao, don't worry, I will definitely do my best to make it censored way. Hearing that Hao Ning had doubled the reward again, everyone's fighting spirit was greatly increased, and they all swore to promise. This young master of the Hao family is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. The wages of avarice is death. These Da Luo Shanzun heard that Hao Ning was going to double the reward. Obviously they were all overwhelmed by the benefits that were about to come. 10 Dalton's Luo demon generals led thousands of demon soldiers to besiege them here. Although the Hao family gathered more than a dozen Deluo immortal venerables this time, it was by no means easy to rush out. Even if they can really kill a censored path, I am afraid that there are not many people who will be able to survive in the end. The young master of the Hao family drew a big cake for these Da Luo Shanzun, but there are not many people who can finally get this big cake. The action of the young master of the Hao family not only made these immortal Deluo work hard for him, but also saved himself a lot of rewards. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Senior brother, come and show Elder Zan the way, let's go out. Hao Ning didn't waste any time, and immediately made a decision. Looking at the old man beside him, he said solemnly, Elder Zan, I'll leave it to you. Hao Ning knew very well that now they were besieged by the thousands of demons, and the only way to kill them was the immortal Tai next to them. As for these Deluo immortal venerables he summoned, they can only play the role of delaying time. Young master, don't worry, just follow me. When the black-clothed old man spoke, the stooped figure instantly became much taller, and an immortal power of Tai also burst out from his body instantly. I saw him taking the lead, directly killing a 100-man battle formation in front of him. The black-clothed old man burst out with all his strength, and the 100-man battle formation in front was simply unstoppable. I saw that the first big Luo demon general instantly became the black-clothed old man slashed into nothingness with 1 palm, and even the battle formation condensed by hundreds of demon soldiers, also became shaky in an instant. At the moment when the black-clothed old man made his move, the other 900-person demon corps also came round and killed with a rolling demonic energy. The black-clothed old man banned the world by the law of Tai. Although he could not completely imprison the demon soldiers who came from the siege, it also slowed down the actions of these 100 demon soldiers. The old man in black took this opportunity to destroy the 100-man battle formation in front of him with all his strength, and rushed out with Hao Ning and the others. Although the old man in black rushed out with Hao Ning and a few others, the others were not so lucky. Except for the 3 or 4 strong men who had reached the peak of Deluo, who barely followed the old man in black and rushed out, the others had no time to rush out, and they were once again besieged by the demon army. After these demon army besieged everyone, they showed no mercy at all, and directly cooperated with the fierce battle formation to launch a fierce bombardment. Several people from the early stage of the Deluo realm who were in poor condition, were smashed into nothingness by the fierce attack of the demon army before they even had time to let out a scream. How? Young Master Hao, help! Help! The remaining few living Deluo immortal venerables were struggling to support the attack of the demon army, while calling for help to Hao Ning. But how could Hao Ning care about their lives at this moment, and just fled into the distance without looking back? Those Da Luo Shanzun looked desperate and terrified, and they were all drowned in the offensive of the demon army in the end. Among the people besieged by the demon army, Jiang Chen was the only one left. His expression was calm, and the fierce offensive of the surrounding demon army did not seem to affect him at all. I don't want to start killing people today. If you guys are a little bit more acquainted, let me leave. Jiang Chen put his hands on his back, stared at a Deluo demon venerable in front of him, and said lightly. Tian Motion let the people of the demon race and the people of the immortal world fight for blood sacrifice. The more people who died in Tianmo Mountain, the faster the blood sacrifice could be completed. Making killings in Tianmo Mountain would only allow Tianmo Mountain's conspiracy to succeed. Jiang Chen didn't want to make too many killings here until he was forced to. This Deluo demon venerable didn't take Jiang Chen's words seriously at all, and directly commanded the 100-person regiment behind him to kill Jiang Chen together. Jiang Chen shook his head. The vast Tai immortal power instantly turned into a black square seal in the palm of his hand, and then quickly pressed towards the 100 people. The black square seal quickly magnified in the void, and then rolled down to cover the sky and the sun, and the Deluo demon venerable and the 100 people behind him were completely wiped out. With one move, the 100-member group was wiped out. Jiang Chen ignored the horrified expressions of the surrounding demons, stepped out of the encirclement, and chased in the direction Hao Ning and others left. Jiang Chen caught up with Hao Ning and his party. However, he did not go forward to join Hao Ning and the others, but concealed his breath and followed behind them in secret. I saw Hao Ning and his party, led by the short-haired young man, came to a bottomless Tianqing shrouded in strong demonic energy. The group of people jumped towards the Tianqing ground without hesitation. After Hao Ning and others disappeared into the Tianqing, Jiang Chen also slowly came to the Tianqing. After looking at the situation of the Tianqing, he disappeared completely into the Tianqing in a flash. Entering the Tianqing, Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had been diving in the dark Tianqing, and finally found a bright light emitting weak spatial fluctuations somewhere below. The door of space. With a move in Jiang Chen's heart, he flew towards the door of this mysterious space. And at the moment when Jiang Chen's figure passed through the gate of space, his eyes became bright and cheerful at this moment. Chapter 2978, Jiang Chen's Condition. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that he was already in a world shrouded in infinite fairy light and auspicious energy. The intensity of the power of immortal essence in this world is not even inferior to that of the immortal meridian holy land that is entrenched in the immortal world of many mixed essence immortal gates. In the place where the devilish energy is reckless, there is still such a fairyland. Friend Jiang Chen. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the world in front of him, a somewhat inconceivable voice suddenly came from Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw Hao Ning and others who had entered here a few thousand feet away. And the person who spoke was Hao Guang, who pulled him into the Hao family team. He looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in this immortal land, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He felt that Jiang Chen was very extraordinary in the town of demon suppression that day, so he invited Jiang Chen to join their team. But he didn't expect that after this guy joined the team, he had been hiding at the back of the team, doing nothing at all, and Hao Guang didn't pay too much attention to Jiang Chen. They were besieged by the demon army just now. Hao Guang originally thought that this fellow should have fallen into the hands of the demon army just like the rest of the Da Luo immortals. Unexpectedly, this guy escaped from the demon army and appeared in front of them unscathed. The situation in front of him is not only that Hao Guang can't believe it, but the eyes of the others looking at Jiang Chen are also like seeing a ghost. They had a deep understanding of how fierce the demon army that had besieged them just now was. If Hao Ning hadn't had a Tai immortal venerable by his side, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to get out of the siege of the demon army. How did this guy escape from the siege of the demon army alone? Young master, this is not easy, be careful. The Tai-level old man from the Hao family glanced at Jiang Chen, and there was a dignified look in the old man's eyes. As the immortal venerable Tai of the Hao family, the old man naturally didn't pay attention to these immortal venerable Da Luo that Hao Ning had found, and naturally he didn't pay much attention to Jiang Chen. But at this moment, he was horrified to discover that it was difficult for him to see through the black-clothed youth in front of him. Hao Ning didn't speak, but the look in Jiang Chen's eyes was a little more alert. He knew very well how terrifying the previous demon army was. If it hadn't been accompanied by Elder Zan, the Tai immortal venerable, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to get out of the siege of the demon army. It is indeed very difficult for this kid to escape from the encirclement of the demon army alone. This brother's hand is extraordinary. Hao Ning took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and then smiled and said, "Thank you for escorting Hao to this place. Next, Hao will fulfill his promise and offer you 2 million immortal stones as a reward." Now that the ruins of the Taiku Heavenly Emperor's palace were over, Hao Ning naturally didn't want to let the remaining people continue to follow them, and planned to pay and send. everyone outside the Hao family away. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and said directly, I don't want any payment. I want to be the first to take away the items from the ruins of the Taiku Heavenly Emperor's palace. As Jiang Chen said these words, Hao Ning's pupil shrank suddenly. He obviously did not expect that the mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him was also coming from the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jiang Chen's words also made the minds of the remaining Deluo Immortal Venerable become alive. Although they don't know the so-called Taiku Heavenly Emperor's Palace, they can also understand that the immortal land hidden in the Tianmo mountain in front of them is very likely to be an ancient ruin with a supreme immortal relationship. If you can get an immortal fate here, its value is definitely not comparable to the mere 2 million immortal stones. Young Master Hao, I don't want to pay you any more. I'm willing to explore this place with you. If you find an opportunity, just give me a share. At this time, a thin old man who was at the peak of Da Luo took the lead in speaking. Hearing the thin old man's words, the rest of the people nodded in agreement, wanting to take a share of the ancient ruins. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hao Ning's expression became a little unpleasant. Hao Ning naturally didn't want these guys to meddle with the chance of the primordial emperor's palace, but he didn't expect these guys to come up with the idea of the ruins of the emperor's palace after learning the truth. Hao Ning's eyes couldn't help flashing an unnoticeable cold light, and he looked at Elder Zan beside him without a trace. Elder Zan clearly understood what Hao Ning meant, but shook his head secretly. The few people who have experienced the siege of the previous demon army and escaped with them have all reached the peak of Deluo's existence, and their strength is extremely strong. If there are only these few Deluo immortal venerates, Zan Lao, who is Tai immortal venerable, will naturally not have the slightest fear, and will directly kill them. What he feared most was the mysterious young man who appeared last. This black-clothed young man, Zan Lao, is difficult to see through, and he can even vaguely sense a dangerous aura from him, so naturally he dare not make a move easily. Okay, since that's the case, let's explore this ancient ruins together. Hao Ning's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately said with a smile. At this point, he can only agree first, wait until he finds an opportunity in the ruins of the ancient emperor's palace, and then see the opportunity again. Jiang Chen was expressionless, looked at Hao Ning lightly and said, You haven't answered my question yet. I want to be the first to choose one of the items from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Hao Ning's eyes flashed brightly, and then he smiled and said, I have no objection to Shangtai's request, but I will see if other people agree. This kid acts so domineering, it will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of others. He just took this opportunity to provoke a fight between the others and the black-clothed youth, so that both sides would lose in the fight, and he could reap the benefits of the fisherman. As Hao Ning's voice fell, a fierce-looking Deluo Immortal Venerable was the first to shout at Jiang Chen. Boy, let's explore the ruins together, and the chance you get is naturally a share in the sight. Why should you choose first? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the fierce man, and said indifferently, Why, do you have an opinion? The fierce man sneered contemptuously, What can you do if I have an opinion? Although this kid is not simple, he is alone in the end. With so many of them here, are they still afraid that a mere boy will fail? Jiang Chen was too lazy to return to the fierce man. As soon as his figure moved, the whole person disappeared in place without warning. The fierce man's pupils shrank, only to feel an inexplicable chill instantly fill his body. Just as he was about to retreat, his entire body was imprisoned by an inexplicable force, making it difficult to move at all. A black shadow appeared out of thin air in front of him. Chapter 2979, Tiangong Temple Ruins. The fierce man looked desperate and frightened. Just as he spat out a word, a sword light passed through his body, leaving a huge blood hole in his chest. I saw that the fierce man's Da Luo Shanjing and his immortal soul had been cut off by Jiang Chen's sword, leaving only a cold body lying in a pool of blood. He solved the fierce man lightly. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over everyone. Who else has an opinion? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in horror, and at this moment, they didn't even dare to make a sound. They obviously did not expect that the strength of the black-clothed youth in front of them would be so terrifying. That fierce man is a Deluo Immortal Venerable who has reached the peak of Deluo's cultivation. Among all the people present, apart from the immortal Tai from the Hao family, no one dared to say that he could easily defeat the fierce man. But this black-clothed youth killed him with an understatement under their eyes. Such power is truly unfathomable. Shanli bans heaven and earth. Beside Hao Ning, Elder Zan looked at Jiang Chen with a bit more seriousness. Others may not feel it, but as immortal Tai, he clearly felt that Jiang Chen used immortal law of immortal Tai. Even if the black-clothed youth in front of him is not the real Tai immortal venerable, he has already comprehended the Tai law, and he is only half a step away from Tai immortal venerable. Since everyone is meaningless, let's go. Hao Ning took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and immediately said to the short-haired young man beside him, "Senior brother, you have already been to this place once, so you should lead the way." The short-haired young man nodded, and immediately walked forward with everyone. Jiang Chen was still at the back of the team, and while following the crowd, he looked at the surrounding environment, and his eyes couldn't help but look surprised. Isn't this the branch of the Tiandi Palace? He has already been to the Tianshuan Hall, one of the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace. He originally thought that the disappearance of the Tiandi Palace in the branch hall of the Immortal Realm should be similar to the situation of Tianshuan Hall, but he did not expect that the situation here is completely different. Back then, the Immortal King Beihan had been here, and the Hao family of the demon-suppressing immortal territory also said that this place was the site of the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace. Even if this place was not one of the 36th halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, it must have a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Now that he's here, Jiang Chen has no reason not to find out. The mighty fairyland world is peaceful and quiet, and Jiang Chen and the others did not encounter any threats along the way. Led by the short-haired youth, the group quickly came to a huge ancient palace. This incomparably gigantic palace stands on top of an immortal mountain in front of it. The entire palace is wrapped in clouds and mist, leaving only the outline of an incomparably gigantic palace, which looks like a heavenly palace, far away. They could sense that this heavenly palace seemed to contain the supreme law of immortality. They just glanced at it, and they couldn't help but have a feeling of wanting to enlighten. The great immortal fate, it's really the great immortal fate. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Tiangong in front of them, and there was an extremely hot look in their eyes. Just the Tao rhyme emanating from the heavenly palace is already so extraordinary. What kind of opportunities will there be in this heavenly palace? Young master, this is it. The short-haired young man looked up at the Tiangong above the 10,000 immortal mountain and said slowly. The last time he entered the Tianmo mountain, he was lucky enough to come here. With the help of the Taoist rhythm of the Tiangong, he reached the realm of immortal power controlling the heavens and the earth in one fell swoop, breaking through Deluo Immortal Venerable. He originally wanted to enter the Asgard to find out, but he tried everything he could, but it was impossible to get close to the Tiangong. In the end, the short-haired young man had to choose to give up. Go up and have a look. Hao Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then he rose into the sky and flew towards the Tiangong. Seeing this, the rest of the people did not hesitate in the slightest. A group of people came to a place thousands of feet away from the Tiangong. Young master, you can't get close. There seems to be a mysterious force in this 1,000 zhang space of the Tiangong, which blocks everything. Once you enter the 1,000 zhang area of the Tiangong, your cultivation will be completely suppressed, turning into immortal, and even stepping on the air. There is no basic ability to stand. At this moment, the short-haired youth suddenly said, "Is it that exaggerated?" One of the immortal venerable Da Luo obviously didn't quite believe the words of the young man with short hair, and stepped out. I saw that this immortal Da Luo was staggering, as if it was difficult to stabilize his body, and he fell directly towards the abyss below. If it hadn't been for the similar-looking Da Luo immortal venerable beside him, who had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed him, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the abyss. Good. What a terrible power. The Da Luo immortal venerable said with a terrified expression on his face. He just took a step forward, and his cultivation level seemed to be pulled away by an inexplicable force, and it was difficult to resist. In this Tiangong, I am afraid that it is difficult for immortal venerable Tai and immortal priest Hunyuan to approach easily. Seeing this, Hao Ning couldn't help but look at the old man beside him. Elder Zan, what did you find? Elder Zan is the very senior Tai immortal venerable of the Hao family, and he has a lot of knowledge. Now Hao Ning can only pin his hopes on him. This should be a kind of immortal law. Elder Zan said slowly, if I guess correctly, there are at least the laws of the immortal Tao laid out by the immortal king realm around the Tiangong, and there is nothing I can do about it. The only way now is to comprehend the laws of the immortal Tao in front of me, and maybe I will gain something. Hao Ning pondered slightly, then looked up at everyone and said, everyone, the Tiangong is temporarily inaccessible. Let's comprehend the laws of immortality in the Tiangong. Everyone didn't say much, and they all distanced themselves, preparing to comprehend the laws of immortality above the Tiangong. Although there is no way to enter the Tiangong for the time being, everyone is not angry. The laws of the immortal Tao in the heavenly palace are already considered a lot of opportunity. If you can comprehend one or two things, you will definitely be able to get a lot of benefits. When everyone was comprehending the laws of immortality above the heavenly palace, Jiang Chen stood motionless with his hands behind his back. Although Tiangong's laws of immortality are extraordinary, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry to comprehend it. His sharp eyes penetrated the clouds in front of him and landed directly on a majestic plaque above the main entrance of the Tiangong. Tiangong Palace. Looking at the three ancient characters on the plaque, Jiang Chen also understood the origin of this Tiangong. The place in front of you is exactly where the Tiangong Hall, one of the 36 branches of the Tiangong Palace, is located. Chapter 2980, Sleeping Tiangong Temple. Tiangong Palace. When he was in the Tianxuan Hall, he also learned a lot about the Tiandi Palace from the mouth of Mo Zan, the first general of the Tianxuan Hall. In the 36 branches of the Tiandi Palace, the strength of the Tianxuan Hall has always been in the middle and lower reaches. The Tiangong Hall is one of the top halls in the Tiandi Palace, and is in charge of the immortal emperor realm. Although it is only a branch of the Tiandi Palace, it is also a genuine emperor-level force. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that this place would be the ruins of Tiangong Temple. Mo Zan said that the Heavenly Emperor's seal is the symbol of the Heavenly Emperor, and it is also the pass to the 36th branch of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The immortal law of the Heavenly Astral Hall is suppressed, presumably it should not affect me. Jiang Chen looked at the Tiangong Palace in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Boy, don't you plan to comprehend the laws of heaven here? Just when Jiang Chen was about to try to enter the Tiandi Palace, the faint voice of the Hao family's Tai Immortal Venerable Zan Lao directly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Elder Zan was obviously not in a hurry to understand the laws of immortality in the Heavenly Palace. Although the laws of immortality in this Heavenly Palace in front of him were also a rare opportunity for him, he had an instinctive fear of Jiang Chen in his heart, so he had been paying attention to Jiang Chen's every move. Jiang Chen glanced at Zan Lao, but did not answer, but stepped directly towards Tiangong Hall. I really don't know how to live or die. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually wanted to force his way into the Heavenly Palace, Elder Zan couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous sneer in his old eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally feel the terror of the laws of immortality above the Heavenly Palace. Not to mention his Tai Immortal Venerable, even if Primordial Immortal Venerable came, he might not be able to forcibly break into the Heavenly Palace under the oppression of the laws of immortality. Although the black-clothed youth in front of him is extremely talented, and even has the strength not inferior to Tai Immortal Venerable, it is almost impossible to forcibly break into the Heavenly Palace. Jiang Chen stepped into the Tiangong Hall thousands of feet in one step, and the Heavenly Emperor's seal was instantly condensed in the palm of his hand. At the moment when Jiang Chen condensed the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, Jiang Chen instantly felt that the laws of the immortal Tao that were oppressing and imprisoning him around him also dissipated in an instant. The seal of the Emperor of Heaven can really resist the laws of the immortal Tao of the Tiangong Temple. Feeling that he was not affected by the laws of the immortal Tao of Tiangong Temple at all, Jiang Chen was slightly relieved. He stepped directly into the void and strode towards the gate of Tiangong Hall. Old Zan stared blankly at Jiang Chen's figure gradually disappearing into the mist, and couldn't help but scream. Elder Zan's screams also immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who had already begun to comprehend the laws of the Heavenly Palace and the immortal Tao all turned their attention to Elder Zan. Hao Ning asked with a puzzled look, Elder Zan, what's the matter? Elder Zan slowly took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and said solemnly, that kid. He ignored the laws of the immortal Tao around the Heavenly Palace and entered the Heavenly Palace. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but change suddenly. When they found out that Jiang Chen was really not there, they had to believe what Elder Zan said. Their faces were still full of incredible shock. They had seen with their own eyes how terrifying the laws of the immortal Tao surrounding the Heavenly Palace were. Even if the young man in black has extraordinary strength, it is impossible for him to have the terrifying ability to ignore the laws of the Heavenly Palace and the immortal Tao. Hao Ning came back to his senses and stared at Hao Guang involuntarily. Hao Guang, what's the origin of that kid? I don't know. When I met him in Zhenmo Shancheng, he was shopping around for information and maps of Tianmo Mountain. I saw that he was extraordinary, so I pulled him into the team. Hao Guang smiled bitterly. He never imagined that Jiang Chen had become so evil. Knowing this, he wouldn't say anything to pull Jiang Chen into the team. Young Master Hao, now that kid has entered the Heavenly Palace, the opportunity in the Heavenly Palace will surely be seized by him. What should we do now? The Deluo Immortal Venerable, who was testing the laws of the Heavenly Palace's immortal Tao before, couldn't help but ask aloud. A cold light flashed in Hao Ning's eyes. You and I can't ignore the oppression of the laws of immortality here. We can only wait while comprehending the laws of immortality. When the kid comes out of the Heavenly Palace, we will take his chance again. In addition to the oppression of the laws of immortality around the Tiangong Hall, there is no longer any defense obstacle. After Jiang Chen urged the Heavenly Emperor Seal to resolve the laws of immortality around the Tiangong Hall, he passed the gate of the Tiangong Hall smoothly and entered the Tiangong Hall. The Tiangong Hall, as one of the top-notch halls among the 36 halls of the Tiandi Palace, was more than double the size of the Tianshuan Hall. The atmosphere of Tiangong Hall is peaceful and quiet, and it is very well preserved, as if it has not been damaged too much at all. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. Tiangong Hall, after all, is a branch hall where the immortal emperor sits, and its strength is probably more than 10 times stronger than that of Tianshuan Hall. Perhaps the powerhouses of Tiangong Hall at the time used great magical powers to perfectly preserve Tiangong Hall. It's not impossible. Since the Tiangong Hall has been preserved so well, there should be some people alive in the Tiangong Hall, but today's Tiangong Hall has no breath of life at all, which is really puzzling. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen was exploring in the Tiangong Hall. Jiang Chen finally found a few figures in a corridor ahead. These figures, without any breath of life, stood there motionless like statues. Jiang Chen walked over with some curiosity. When he came to the front of these figures, he found that except for the aura of life, he thought that the whole person looked like a normal person and there was no difference. When people apply the immobilization method, they are generally fixed here. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, but he couldn't recover from the shock for a while. Shouldn't everyone in Tiangong Hall become this state? Jiang Chen's heart moved, as if he thought of something. He couldn't help but continue to go into Tiangong. The fact is just as Jiang Chen expected, there are figures almost everywhere in the Tiangong Hall, and these figures are almost exactly the same as the previous ones. It seems that the entire Tiangong temple is fixed at a certain time. Jiang Chen suddenly had a feeling in his heart, these people from Tiangong Palace are very likely still alive. You don't feel wrong. The Heavenly Emperor Palace is indeed an existence that once ruled the immortal realm for an era. It's really amazing. At this moment, the immortal steel spirit slowly said, if I guess correctly, the hall you are in now was put into a deep sleep by someone with a great magical power, so that everything in the entire hall was fixed in the era of the Tiandi Palace. Chapter 2981, The Peak of Tai, The Law of Hunyuan. There is such a magical power in this world. Jiang Chen heard the words of the immortal monument, and he couldn't recover from the shock for a while. Immortal Steel Spirit said, although such methods are indeed rare, it is not that no one can do it. For example, the one who created the Tower of Time, it is just an easy thing to do. The creator of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he asked curiously, Senior, when will these people in Tiangong Palace wake up? Immortal Tablet Spirit said lightly, when you should wake up, you will naturally wake up. You try not to destroy everything here, and quickly find the source of the emperor and leave. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he didn't continue to ask more questions, and began to search for the origin of the emperor in Tiangong Hall. Because he had absorbed the source of the heavenly emperor in the Tianshuan Hall, there was already a trace of feeling between Jiang Chen and the source of the emperor, so he quickly found the source of the emperor in the Tiangong Hall. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The 3 seals of the heavenly emperor were also constantly changing in the palm of his hand. A mass of the heavenly emperor's origin, which was twice as large as that of the heavenly profound hall, also flew out of the palace in front of him. The source of the emperor directly submerged into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen also came to a world filled with the source of the emperor once again, and began to practice frantically with the power of the source of the emperor. Before I knew it, 15 years passed by in a flash. In the past 15 years, Jiang Chen has also absorbed the source of the heavenly emperor in Tiangong Hall, and his cultivation has once again advanced by leaps and bounds. From the early stage of Tai realm, he has directly reached the peak of Tai realm. Jiang Chen even successfully comprehended the principle of the primordial transformation of the immortal power world. That is to say, although Jiang Chen failed to break through the primordial realm with the help of the source of the Heavenly Emperor in Tiangong Hall, he was already a quasi-primordial immortal. With his background, even in the face of the real Hunyuan immortal venerable, he still has the power to fight. The Emperor of the ancient times is really unfathomable. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Without these two sources of Heavenly Emperor, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for him to cultivate to the peak of Tai realm and comprehend the law of primordial, even if there is a system and a tower of time. Now that my strength has soared, I already have the power to compete with immortal primordial Hunyuan, and it is time to go to immortal realm of longevity. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately disappeared in the Tiangong Hall in a flash. Outside the Tiangong Palace, Hao Ning and his party were still in the void thousands of feet away from the Tiangong Hall. Since Jiang Chen entered the Tiangong Hall, Hao Ning and others have been here while comprehending the laws of immortality, while waiting for Jiang Chen to come out of the Tiangong Hall. This wait is 15 years. In the past 15 years, they have also gained a lot of benefits by comprehending the laws of immortality in Tiangong Temple. Hao Ning broke through the Big Luo realm in one fell swoop and became a real Big Luo Tianzhao. The rest of the people, including Elder Zan of Tai realm, have more or less obvious improvement in strength. One of the peak Luo has even entered the half-step Tai realm. Elder Zan, it's been 15 years, why hasn't that kid come out of the Heavenly Palace? Hao Ning looked up at the Tiangong in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but knit together tightly. Although it was very good to comprehend the laws of immortality here, Hao Ning was still salivating for the opportunity in this Heavenly Palace. Elder Zan said softly, "This Heavenly Palace is extraordinary. If that kid gets the inheritance of an ancient great master in Heavenly Palace, it is very likely that he will stay for decades or even 100 years. Hao Ning's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. If that kid really stayed in the Heavenly Palace for hundreds of years, wouldn't he have to wait here forever? Young master, we have gained a lot of benefits by comprehending the laws of immortality in the Tiangong. According to the old opinion, why don't we forget it?" Elder Zan was silent for a while. At a young age, that kid has a strength that is not inferior to that of the Tai realm, and must be a top genius from a certain immortal king. If it really gets the inheritance of an ancient great master in Tiangong, its strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Even if they were able to wait for Jiang Chen to come out of the Heavenly Palace, they might not be able to get Jiang Chen, and they might even be killed because of it. Hearing Elder Zan's words, Hao Ning's face also showed a look of unwillingness. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden wave of slight fluctuations in the Heavenly Palace where he was headed. A figure also separated from the clouds and slowly stepped out of the Heavenly Palace. This figure is naturally Jiang Chen, who came out of Tiangong Palace. Hao Ning looked up at Jiang Chen, and his eyes couldn't help but suddenly freeze. "Boy, are you finally willing to come out of the Heavenly Palace? You guys are still here." Jiang Chen glanced at Hao Ning and the others, and couldn't help but say lightly, "It seems that you have all gained a lot of benefits from understanding the laws of immortality in Tiangong Temple. Boy, don't talk nonsense, we all came here together. You can't take the opportunity in the Heavenly Palace alone, and quickly hand over the opportunity you got in the Heavenly Palace." At this moment, a black-clothed old man at the peak of Daluo couldn't help but drink to Jiang Chen. Although this old guy has already reached the peak of Daluo's cultivation base, his talent is the worst of everyone in the field. In the past 10 years, he has comprehended the laws of immortality, and he is also the one who has gained the least among all, and he has not even been able to reach the half-step Tai realm. The black-clothed old man was naturally very resentful in his heart. Now that Jiang Chen came out of the Heavenly Palace, he was naturally the first to jump out. Hee. That's ridiculous. Jiang Chen glanced at the black-clothed old man contemptuously. The opportunity of Tiangong is right in front of you. If you have the ability, you can go to Tiangong to get it yourself. Why should I give you the opportunity I got from Tiangong? The black-clothed old man shouted angrily. Boy, don't you want to toast or eat and drink fine wine? Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the old man in black. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes swept over Hao Ning and the others, and said lightly, "Do you mean the two?" Hao Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. "Jiang Chen, my guard kindly asked you to join the team and bring you here. It's a bit unreasonable that you want to take advantage of the opportunity in the Heavenly Palace now, right? Hao Ning obviously didn't want to give up the chance in the ruins of the Taiku Emperor's palace. Although Jiang Chen is extraordinary, after all, there is only one person. Now their group's strength has improved a lot compared to more than 10 years ago. Not only have some people broken through the half-step Tai realm, but even Zan Lao, the old Tai immortal venerable, has a higher level of strength. Even if this kid really got the inheritance of the ancient power in the Heavenly Palace, it is impossible to set off any waves in front of them. Chapter 2982, Self-Inflicted Sin, Can't Live. Okay, if you want the chance I get, don't look for such a high-sounding reason. Jiang Chen shook his head, and said lightly, if you have the opportunity that I got in the Tiangong Temple, just come and take it. Boy Hugh is frantic, let's go together and seize the opportunity. The black-clothed old man shouted, and the big wuxia all over his body burst out. A cold light flashed in Hao Ning's eyes, and he directly greeted the people beside him to kill Jiang Chen. At the beginning, Jiang Chen's method of killing the peak of Deluo was vivid in their minds. If they fight alone, I am afraid that none of them can easily get Jiang Chen. Hao Ning didn't intend to give Jiang Chen any chance at all, and directly greeted everyone to kill Jiang Chen. Do your own fault, don't live. Looking at Hao Ning and the others who came to kill him, Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. There was indifference in his eyes, and he stood there motionless with his hands behind his back. The black-robed old man took the lead, and his fierce attack instantly pierced through the heavens and the earth, and appeared about 100 feet away from Jiang Chen. But at this moment, an invisible force resisted all the attacks of the black-robed old man. Jiang Chen looked down at everyone expressionlessly. You leave here, I can spare your life, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Tianmo Mountain carried out blood sacrifices in such a ruthless way, and the intention must be huge. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who didn't want to cause massacres in the realm of Tianmo Mountain and help Zhou to abuse him, he could kill these guys with a snap of his fingers. At this moment, the Lei Yin in Hao Ning's hand was suddenly urged by him. One after another, huge purple thunderbolts of hundreds of feet fell from the sky. Although Hao Ning has only just broken through the Deluo realm, his talent is extraordinary. Combined with the Tai immortal treasure in his hands, the power of this blow is not comparable to that of the black-robed old man's full-strength strike at the peak of Deluo. There will be no difference. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and immediately pointed to the sword, and volleyed a little in an understatement. I saw the purple thunder and lightning that crashed towards Jiang Chen in the void, all dissipated into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, even Hao Ning's aura collapsed, and he fell from immortal Deluo at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he had become immortal without a trace of cultivation. If old Zan's eyes and hands were fast, he grabbed Hao Ning's body. I'm afraid Hao Ning would not be able to stand in the air at this moment, and fell directly into the abyss. Hao Ning looked terrified, and exclaimed in anger, what have you done to me? Give me back my cultivation. He is the young master of the Hao family and the only quasi-Deluo Tianzhao of the younger generation of the Hao family. Now, with the help of the laws of immortality here, he has successfully broken through the Deluo immortal venerable ranked existence. He had just broken through the Deluo realm, but Jiang Chen had abolished his lifelong cultivation base with one finger. How could he accept this? Seeing that Jiang Chen's finger was just an understatement, the young master of the Hao family was reduced to a cripple, and the rest of the people were obviously stunned by this strange scene, and they didn't dare to take action easily. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him is indeed even more terrifying than before he entered the heavenly palace. Boy, you actually abolished the cultivation of my young master. It's too ruthless to take action, isn't it? At this moment, Elder Zan looked up at Jiang Chen, and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Hao Ning is the young master of the Hao family and the heir to the failure of the Hao family. The purpose of following Hao Ning this time is to protect Hao Ning's safety under the order of the family master. Now that Hao Ning was abolished by the boy on the opposite side of his cultivation base, how should he go back and explain to the owner? I have given you a chance, but you yourself did not cherish it. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and with a wave of his palm, the surrounding world changed, turning into a vast and desolate world. In this world, Rao is Zan Lao, who is Tai immortal venerable. At this moment, he seems to feel that an invisible sword has locked him, and it is possible to cut him off at any time. And Jiang Chen stands proudly in this world with his hands behind his back, like the sole ruler of this world. This is the world of the immortal power of the primordial law. Elder Zan also thought of something in an instant, and his expression instantly became terrified. You have broken through the primordial realm. Hunyuan realm. As soon as Zan Lao's words came out, everyone's complexion instantly turned pale. No matter what, they never thought that Jiang Chen spent 15 years in the heavenly palace, and actually achieved immortal primordial directly. Immortal venerable is on top. Our two brothers were greedy for profit, and asked immortal venerable to surround me with their lives. The two middle-aged men who looked somewhat similar quickly knelt in front of Jiang Chen and begged for mercy. Hunyuan immortal venerable, not to mention these Deluo immortal venerables, even if Zan Lao is such a Tai immortal venerable, I am afraid that in front of him, it will be no different from the ants. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and he was unmoved by the two begging for mercy. As soon as his thoughts moved, invisible sword chi between heaven and earth rose directly out of thin air, without giving these people any chance to react, penetrating through their bodies. Everyone's breath collapsed instantly, following in Hao Ning's footsteps. Including Elder Zan, the Tai immortal venerable, almost all of them had no resistance, and instantly became mortals without the slightest cultivation. After mastering the law of Hunyuan, in this world transformed by immortal power, Jiang Chen is the master of this world. With just one thought, he can use all kinds of immortal magical powers at will. With just one thought, he used the sword energy of countless Dao Waffen swords to cut off all the cultivation bases of the people in front of him. You should be fortunate. I don't want to kill in this place, otherwise you may have already become icy corpses. Next, you can fend for yourself in this place. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the ancient world around him disappeared instantly. At that moment, everyone who had lost their cultivation base involuntarily fell towards the abyss below. These people's cultivation bases are at least the existence of the great Luo realm, and naturally they are all very extraordinary, and soon they will stabilize their figure with a piece of fairy treasures. Seeing this, Jiang Chen ignored these guys. He had no intention of killing Hao Ning and his party. Now these guys have lost their cultivation base. Once they leave the Tiangong temple ruins, they will surely fall on Tianmo mountain. If you want to survive, you have to stay here. Not killing Hao Ning and his party, leaving them trapped in this world, and the ruins of the Tiangong palace will not be exposed by these guys, is undoubtedly the best choice. Looking back at the Tiangong hall behind him, Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he disappeared directly into place. Chapter 2983, The Situation in the Immortal Realm. After Jiang Chen left the Tiangong temple ruins, he did not stay in Tianmo mountain for a long time, and went directly to the outside of Tianmo mountain. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even the powerhouses in the primordial realm can't help him at all, and it is even difficult for ordinary Da Luoxing to capture his traces. Jiang Chen's journey was also very smooth, and he walked out of the Tianmo mountain with almost no effort. In the case of Tianmo mountain, it is better to inform Zenmo Immortal Palace, then they should take precautions. Thinking of Tianmo mountain's blood sacrifice method, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, and immediately stepped across the void and came to the sky above the Zenmo Immortal Palace, the center of Zenmoxian. Who is running wild in my demon suppression Immortal Palace? At this moment, a golden armored man whose breath reached the peak of Deluo also rose into the sky with a team of guards and appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. As soon as they appeared, a ferocious aura was oppressed, and it rolled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved, and the fierce aura that swept over instantly disappeared into nothingness. He looked at the big man in golden armor lightly and said, Jiang Chen, I have something to see the top of your demon suppression Immortal Palace, and I hope your excellency will pass it on. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually raised his hand to relieve their aura oppression, the big man in golden armor could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. I wonder what that censored is going on when your excellency sees the high-level executives of my demon suppression Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen said lightly, about the Tianmo mountain. The golden armored man glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, and then he pondered slightly. I am afraid that the elders of the demon suppression Immortal Palace will not have time to see you for the time being. Your excellency will either wait for 1 or 2 at the demon suppression Immortal Palace, or tell me the matter, I will all pass it on for you. Since that's the case, you can pass it on to the top of the demon suppression Immortal Palace for me. The reason why Tianmo Mountain allows people from the immortal realm to enter Tianmo Mountain and fight with the demons of Tianmo Mountain is for some kind of blood sacrifice. Once the blood sacrifice is completed, the consequences may be unimaginable. If you don't want the heavenly demons to change, you'd better not let the people from the fairyland enter the Heavenly Demon Mountain. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he didn't give the golden armor a chance to speak, and in a flash, he disappeared directly above the demon suppression immortal palace. What a weird guy. The big man in golden armor shook his head, and didn't care about Jiang Chen's words at all. Under the guard of their demon-suppressing immortal palace, Tianmo Mountain has not had any problems for so many years, so how could something unexpectedly change? The reason why Zhenmo Shanggong let people from Zhenmo Shanyu enter Tianmo Mountain to hunt down the demons of Tianmo Mountain is to weaken the power of Tianmo Mountain. If they don't do this, the demons of Tianmo Mountain will rush out of Tianmo Mountain and attack the demon suppression immortal palace. It was precisely because the demon suppression immortal palace was devastated by the attacks of the demons from the Tianmo Mountain again and again that it finally took the initiative to attack and encourage the people from the demon suppression immortal domain to enter the Tianmo Mountain to hunt the demons down. Regardless of whether this is the intention of Tianmotion, Zhenmo Shanggong will never change this decision easily. The golden armored man glanced at the direction in which Jiang Chen disappeared, and immediately disappeared above the demon suppression immortal palace with dozens of guards. Immortal Realm of Longevity, Cloud Sky Sect. Immortal Venerable Yungan looked at the black-clothed youth who appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but have a look of excitement in his eyes. Young Master Jiang Chen, you are finally back. After leaving from Zhenmo Immortal City, Jiang Chen hardly stopped all the way. He directly crossed several immortal realms and returned to the Yunxiao sect in the Immortal Realm of Longevity. Jiang Chen nodded, and without any nonsense, he asked straight to the point, "Tell me, how is the situation in the Immortal Realm of Longevity now?" Decades have passed since he was forced to leave the Immortal Realm of Longevity by Lu Chengqing's clone. For decades, it may not be a big deal for Jiang Chen and the others. Ordinary Deluo Realm and even Tai Realm retreat and practice once, and it may even take 100 years or even 1,000 years. But for the situation in the Immortal Realm of Longevity, a lot of changes can take place in a few decades. The situation is not very good. Immortal Venerable Yungan introduced the current situation to Jiang Chen. Ever since Jiang Chen and Immortal Zuri made a riot in Evergreen Immortal Palace, they have helped each other under the leadership of Immortal Zuri, and Immortal Palace of Longevity once suppressed the Immortal Palace of Evergreen and Rebirth Immortal Palace. But not long ago, the situation changed again. Evergreen Immortal Palace and Immortal Palace, I don't know where they found a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, and then they caught Changsheng Immortal Palace by surprise, and severely damaged a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable from Changsheng Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen's immortal knowledge swept slightly in the Yunxiao sect, and found that there was no aura of the Immortal Jai Sun. He couldn't help frowning and said, "Where is the Immortal Zairi? He is not in the Yunxiao sect." Immortal Venerable Yunqian said quickly, "Senior Zhuang Li has already rushed to the Immortal Palace of Longevity as soon as he got the news, but recently there has been no news, and I don't know what the situation is." Jiang Chen heard the words, his eyes sank slightly. Changqing Immortal Palace and Immortal Hall of Rebirth found a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, but there was a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in Changsheng Immortal Palace who was injured. Under this situation, Jiang Chen didn't have to think about it. He knew that the situation of Lu Zhaoqing and the others might not be optimistic. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and then he said solemnly to Immortal Venerable Yungan, "Immortal Venerable Yungan, prepare yourself. It's time for the chaos in the Immortal Realm of Longevity to end." Immortal Venerable Yungan was slightly taken aback. "I don't know what Mr. Jiang Chen's plan is. My plan is to destroy the Evergreen Immortal Palace first. You bring the people from the Yunxiao sect and prepare to come to the Evergreen Immortal Palace to take care of the aftermath." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the whole person disappeared in front of Jiang Chen without warning. Not long after Jiang Chen's figure disappeared, the figure of Qingyan's ancestor also appeared directly beside Yungan Shanzun. Seeing this, Immortal Venerable Yungan couldn't help but quickly asked, "Old ancestor, are we going to the Evergreen Immortal Palace?" The eyes of the ancestors of Qingyan flashed brightly. During this period of time, the Yunxiao sect has been standing on the side of the Immortal Palace of Longevity. If the Immortal Palace of Longevity falls, there will be no place for the Yunxiao sect in the Immortal Realm of Longevity. Now that Jiang Chen is back again, it is the opportunity of their Yunxiao sect. Although the ancestor of Qingyan did not know the specific strength of Jiang Chen today, he could also feel that Jiang Chen was many times stronger than he was decades ago. In the face of today's Jiang Chen, Qingyan Patriarch even has a feeling of facing the immortal venerable primordial Sun Zun. Since Jiang Chen dared to threaten to destroy the evergreen immortal palace, he must have something to rely on. As long as the evergreen immortal palace can be destroyed first, the immortal palace of rebirth is destined to be difficult to support alone, and the immortal palace of immortality will again take over the immortal realm of immortality. At that time, their Yunxiao sect might be able to take this opportunity to rely on the towering tree of the immortal palace of longevity, and thus soar into the sky in the immortal realm of longevity. Chapter 2984, Revisiting Evergreen Fairy Palace, Immortal Realm of Longevity, Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. A dazzling stream of light, like a meteor, pierced the sky and landed directly above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. A figure appeared from it. It was Jiang Chen, who came from the Yunxiao sect. He stood proudly above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain with his hands behind his back, and the law of primordial was instantly displayed. The Kangbu world collided with the invisible world when it was still 100 feet away from the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Jiang Chen seemed to see a world that was constantly changing and twisting under the impact of the world transformed by his immortal power. Who is running wild in my evergreen immortal palace? At this moment, a violent shout suddenly exploded from the distorted world. A figure that Jiang Chen was very familiar with also appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen looked at the person who came, and couldn't help but smile. Lu Changqing, long time no see, stay safe. The person who came was none other than Lu Changqing, the palace owner of Changqing Immortal Palace. The person in front of him is obviously not the real Lu Changqing, but the avatar that Lu Changqing forced him to leave the immortal realm of longevity. After what happened last time, Lu Changqing left this clone to guard Changqing Immortal Palace just in case. Lu Changqing's avatar instantly became murderous. I didn't expect you to dare to come to my Changqing Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lu Changqing, you used this avatar to force me to temporarily leave the immortal realm of longevity. Today, I will destroy your avatar first, and then let you Changqing Immortal Palace completely disappear from this world. Lu Changqing's clone snorted coldly, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. In the past few decades, it seems that you have obtained a lot of opportunities. Not only did your cultivation base break through the Tai realm, but you also comprehended the law of primordial yuan. That's the case, I'm not qualified to be wild in front of me, yes. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Changqing's clone. He raised his hand and waved his hand, and the three swords of slaughter between heaven and earth, enough to slay immortals and gods, appeared out of thin air at almost the same time, and then slashed at Lu Changqing's clone. When Lu Changqing's clone saw this, his expression suddenly changed. Killing immortal sword art, are you the descendant of the immortal King Weijian? Immortal King Weijian, a close friend of immortal King Longevity. When immortal King Weijian sat in Immortal Palace, immortal King Weijian was almost a frequent visitor to Immortal Palace. As the former core figure of the Immortal Palace of Longevity, Lu Changqing is no stranger to the immortal King Weijian. This person has an extraordinary relationship with the immortal King of Longevity. After the immortal King of Longevity disappeared, the immortal King Weijian also disappeared in the fairyland in order to track the whereabouts of the immortal King of Longevity. Lu Changqing never imagined that this kid in front of him actually possessed the famous immortal technique of the Absolute Sword Immortal King. He also finally understood why this kid became an enemy of Changqing Immortal Palace. Given the relationship between the immortal King Weijian and immortal King Longevity, since this guy is the descendant of immortal King Weijian, how could he tolerate the existence of the Immortal Palace of Evergreen and Immortal Palace? The last time he fought with Jiang Chen, this guy displayed the Julie Immortal King Julie's unique martial art. He thought that this kid was a disciple of Julie Immortal King, but he didn't expect to show the Absolute Sword now. The Immortal King's sword of killing immortals. I don't mean that this kid is not only closely related to an Immortal King Realm Master. At this moment, Lu Changqing's clone didn't have time to think too much. Although this son is in the Tai realm, he has already comprehended the law of Hunyuan, and is already a quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable, and his strength is no trivial matter. This guy still has the inheritance of the immortal king. Even as immortal venerable primordial, he would not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. HMPH, no matter who you are, don't even think about playing wild in my evergreen immortal palace today. Lu Changqing's clone snorted coldly. He looked at the 3 slaughtering sword lights that were overwhelming the sky and covered the earth, and his palm couldn't help but volley towards the Changqing immortal palace below. Come on. As Lu Changqing's clone shouted, a quaint cyan longbow also flew into Lu Changqing's palm. The power of heaven and earth around him suddenly converged towards the cyan longbow, turning into a cyan arrow. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Changqing pulled the bow and shot arrows in one go. That cyan arrow skyrocketed into the sky, turning into a blue light all over the sky, and collided with Jiang Chen's immortal killing sword art. The 2 terrifying forces collided together, causing the thousands of miles of void above the cyanwood immortal mountain to turn into chaos at this moment. Jiang Chen was in the chaotic space, directly ignoring the spatial turbulence. Around his body was covered with golden light, and he directly urged Julie's battle body to turn into a giant. Jiang Chen's huge golden palm like a hill suddenly formed a seal on his chest, and the terrifying pressure quickly spread from Jiang Chen's palm. All the creatures in the radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be under the pressure of this palm print, and couldn't help shivering for a while. What is the origin of this kid? How can there be so many peerless immortal arts forever? Seeing Jiang Chen displaying this mysterious handprint again, Lu Changqing's avatar's expression instantly became extremely solemn. When Jiang Chen was still in the Deluo realm, he used Julie's battle body and this mysterious palm print to forcibly block his blow. Now that Jiang Chen and the immortal venerable Quasi-Hunyuan, the power of this blow is more than 100 times stronger than before. Even Lu Changqing's avatar felt a dangerous aura from Jiang Chen's seal at this moment. Lu Changqing's clone took a deep breath, the primordial immortal power in his body burst out, and the azure long palace in his hand also burst out with a dazzling fairy light again. I saw the entire cyanwood immortal mountain, and above all the flowers, plants and trees, there was a cyan airflow flying out. These cyan airflows are big and small, thick and thin, and they are constantly gathering towards the cyan long palace in the hands of Lu Changqing's avatar. A cyan arrow that was 10 times more terrifying than before condensed out of the cyan longbow again. Lu Changqing's clone shouted loudly, and the cyan arrow also collided with the black square seal that came from the suppression. The void collapsed, the heavenly emperor shattered. The 2 people collided this time, and they shook 100,000 miles in an instant. At this moment, all the people in the 100,000-mile radius of Cyanwood Immortal Mountain were shocked by this terrifying scene, and couldn't help but look towards Cyanwood Immortal Mountain in unison. In the Evergreen Immortal Palace, a battle of the primordial immortal venerable level broke out again. Could it be that someone else has made a move against Changqing Immortal Palace? Chapter 2985, The Fall of Evergreen Asgard, Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, above the void of thousands of miles. When everything dissipated, the 2 figures also appeared again. The light above Jiang Chen's body flickered, like an invincible censored of war standing proudly in the world. On the opposite side of Jiang Chen, Lu Changqing's avatar has a weak breath, and his original appearance is now riddled with holes. Obviously, he was severely injured in the blow just now. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Chen, who was facing him, and there was endless anger and panic in his eyes. There was hardly much resistance in his hands decades ago, and Jiang Chen, who could only escape with a Tianyu teleportation order in the end, has become so powerful. Although he is only an avatar cultivated by Lu Changqing, he can share the deity's understanding of the laws of immortality. It is precisely because of this that he can successfully reach the primordial realm under the cultivation of the deity using various resources. His primordial realm is naturally more than one step worse than the deity, and even inferior to the general primordial realm early stage. But even so, he is a real primordial realm. But Jiang Chen in front of him, relying on the realm of immortal venerable primordial, beat him to the point where he was powerless to fight back. The seal of the Emperor of Heaven, the mountains and rivers collapse with one seal. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, the handprints between his palms changed, and a terrifying handprint that seemed to carry thousands of miles of mountains and rivers quickly condensed, and then pressed towards Lu Changqing's clone again. You dare to kill me, and when my deity returns, you will surely die without a burial. Seeing that Jiang Chen was merciless and wanted to kill directly, Lu Changqing's clone cried out in horror. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the threat of Lu Changqing's clone, and his eyes were still indifferent. Don't worry, when I destroy you and destroy the Evergreen Immortal Palace, I will personally solve your deity. After that, the seal that carried the power of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers instantly drowned Lu Changqing's clone. Lu Changqing's clone roared constantly, and even evolved the world with the law of Hunyuan, trying to block the seal of Jiang Chen's suppression. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level, and with the help of the powerful Julie battle body, the Yian mountain and river collapse is enough to easily kill the Hunyuan immortal venerable in the early Hunyuan period. How can Lu Changqing's clone be able to stop it? I saw that the Cyan world he evolved with the law of Hunyuan only lasted for a while under the seal of Jiang Chen, and then it collapsed suddenly. Lu Changqing's avatars all disappeared under the terrifying palm print and turned into nothingness. Longevity immortal domain. There is only one immortal palace, any immortal palace of immortality, destroy it for me. Yian Town killed Lu Changqing's clone. Jiang Chen looked down at the Cyanwood immortal mountain below, and the third style of Tiandian, Yian Tiandiji, was also suppressed from the void. When this seal was printed, the heavens rang and the mountains shook. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is only the palm print that Jiang Chen suppressed. The palm print fills the universe and covers all directions, as if it can crush everything. On the Cyanwood immortal mountain, the world where the Changqing immortal palace was located collapsed under the seal of Jiang Chen. The entire Changqing immortal palace seems to have been erased from the sky and the earth. Everything in the Changqing immortal palace has disappeared, and only an incomparably huge and majestic fist mark is left, which is presented in the dilapidated Cyanwood immortal mountain. Changqing immortal palace. Gone. At this moment, many people who were disturbed by the Hunyuan war and came to Changqing immortal palace to find out what happened, all stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Evergreen immortal palace. This is the primordial force split from the immortal king's influence, the immortal palace. Ever since the establishment of the Evergreen immortal palace, it has always been the top force in the immortal realm of longevity. The primordial force, which had been domineering in the immortal realm of longevity for many years, had just disappeared. The one who destroyed the Evergreen immortal palace was still a young man in black who looked young. The sky of the immortal realm of longevity is about to change. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly above the Cyanwood immortal mountain in shock, and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. And when Jiang Chen came to the Evergreen immortal palace, with the momentum of thunder, he destroyed the Evergreen immortal palace. A shocking battle also broke out in the immortal palace. Lu Changqing in black and white immortal venerable found a Hunyuan immortal venerable to help, and after unexpectedly hurting the Hunyuan immortal venerable of longevity immortal palace, they launched a violent attack on longevity immortal palace. Seeing that the immortal palace of longevity was about to be unable to withstand it, immortal venerable Zuri suddenly descended and stabilized the situation for the immortal palace of longevity. Even so, the immortal palace was still in jeopardy under the attack of Lu Changqing and others. Now, in the immortal palace, most of the trump cards have been occupied by Lu Changqing and the others. Fortunately, Lu Zhaoqing brought back the immortal palace built by the immortal king of longevity, and asked everyone to retreat to the treasure of the immortal king, which was temporarily preserved. In the center of the immortal palace of longevity, outside a palace shrouded in azure fairy light, countless figures with extraordinary aura stood there, almost encircling the palace. In the sky above the palace, there are also 3 figures of mixed primordial immortal power. Looking down at the palace below, it is Lu Changqing and others. Black and white, the people of the immortal palace are now hiding in this immortal palace. What can you do? Lu Changqing said with an ashen face. Immortal venerable black and white shook his head and said, you and I are very clear about this palace. It was made by the immortal king Changsheng himself. It is not a great power of the immortal king realm. I am afraid it will break the defense of the palace. When Lu Changqing heard the words, his face became more and more ugly. The descendant of the immortal king of longevity is extremely evil, and now he is a quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable who comprehends the law of Hunyuan. Once you give him some time to grow, maybe he will break through the primordial realm and become a real primordial immortal. At this moment, the middle-aged man in red robe, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly said, to break through the defense of this hall, all you need is an attacking fairy king magic weapon. When Lu Changqing in black and white immortal venerable heard the words, they couldn't help but frown slightly. The magic weapon of the immortal king is rare in the world, and is generally only possessed by the real immortal king realm. Back then, the immortal king of longevity, as the top immortal king of the immortal realm, did possess a lot of magic treasures of the immortal kings, but those magical treasures of the immortal kings were either annihilated with the immortal king of longevity, or they were in the immortal palace in front of him. Although they are Hunyuan immortal venerables, it is not an easy task to find the magic weapon of the immortal king to break through the defense of this immortal palace. Chapter 2986, Accidents Happen. 2. The next senior brother once got lucky enough to get a magic weapon of the immortal king, which is enough to break through the defense of this temple. If you need it, I can contact my senior brother immediately to come. At this moment, the middle-aged Hongpao voice rang again. Lu Chengqing and Black and White Immortal Venerable heard the words and couldn't help but feel a little joy in their hearts. Lu Chengqing hurriedly said, Taoist fellow Hongyan, please contact your senior brother immediately to come and help, and I will have a big hug after this is done. When my senior brother came to help, it was naturally no problem. The middle-aged Hongpao smiled faintly and said, but, the price of borrowing the magic weapon of the immortal king is not small. After the matter is completed, we will inherit the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. As soon as the middle-aged Hongpao said this, the expressions of Lu Chengqing and Black and White Immortal Venerable couldn't help but change slightly. The inheritance of the immortal king is a coveted existence for most people in the immortal world. Even the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable of Lu Chengqing and Black and White Immortal Venerable is no exception. The reason why they would take action after the return of the immortal king of longevity was not only because they were afraid that the descendant of the immortal king of longevity would grow up and bring them danger, but another important reason was that they wanted to get involved in the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. In today's immortal world, it is very difficult to give birth to an immortal king. Lu Chengqing and Black and White Immortal Venerable stayed in the primordial realm for many years, but they did not even touch the threshold of the immortal king realm. And the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity may be the opportunity for them to become the immortal king. But now the middle-aged Hongpao wants to inherit the immortal king of longevity. How can the two of them accept it? Lu Chengqing's face was not very good looking and said, Fellow Taoist Hongyan, this condition of yours is a bit excessive, isn't it? The middle-aged Hongpao smiled lightly, if you think it's too much, you don't have to agree. Lu Chengqing and Black and White Immortal Venerable heard the words, their faces became more and more ugly. The descendants of the immortal king of longevity and the people of the immortal palace of longevity huddled in this immortal hall, and they must find a way to crack it as soon as possible. Once the Changsheng Immortal Palace is given a chance to breathe, the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable from the Changsheng Immortal Palace can recover from his injuries, and the successor of the immortal king of longevity can successfully break through the primordial realm. I am afraid that the troublesome will be the Changsheng Immortal Palace and the Immortal Palace of Rebirth. What? This immortal venerable red flame obviously saw through this point, so he would take advantage of the fire and want to get involved in the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. Hongyan, you want to take away the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, which is impossible. After the matter is completed, the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity can be shared with you for mutual understanding. Lu Chengqing's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately looked up at Immortal Venerable Hongyan Road. In the current situation, they urgently need to break open the palace in front of them and solve the immortal palace. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will be for them. But it is difficult to find the magic treasure of the immortal king. If they refuse Immortal Venerable Hongyan, it will be difficult for them to find the magic weapon of the immortal king for a while. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chengqing made concessions. Immortal Venerable Hongyan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll contact senior brother now. Immortal Venerable Hongyan also knew very well that being able to let Lu Chengqing and the two share the immortal king of longevity was already the biggest concession they had made. He immediately closed his eyes and used a secret technique to contact his senior brother. Seeing this, Lu Chengqing ignored Immortal Venerable Hongyan. Just when he was about to discuss some matters with Immortal Venerable Black and White, he suddenly sensed something, his body trembled violently, and a pale expression appeared on his face. Chengqing, what's wrong? Seeing this, Black and White Immortal Venerable couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Changsheng Immortal Palace has changed. Lu Chengqing's face was ashen as he said, the clone I left in the Changsheng Immortal Palace has been destroyed. Although the clone he cultivated has his own consciousness, it still has an inseparable connection with the deity. Now that the clone was destroyed, Lu Chengqing naturally sensed it for the first time. Immortal Venerable Black and White said solemnly, the Immortal Venerable Sun Zan is now trapped in the palace in front of us. How could someone go to Evergreen Immortal Palace to destroy your clone? Lu Chengqing's clone, Black and White Immortal Venerable, is naturally very understanding. Under Lu Chengqing's full-strength training, that clone already has the cultivation of the primordial realm. Although Lu Changqing used various methods to pile it up, it is weaker than the general Hunyuan Immortal Venerable in the early Hunyuan period, but it can be considered to have the power of Hunyuanjing. Unless Hunyuan Shanzun takes action, it is impossible for anyone to get Lu Changqing's clone. Could it be that in addition to the Sun Zan Immortal Venerable, other Immortal Venerable primordial immortals have emerged from the immortal realm of longevity? Lu Changqing's face was extremely gloomy. In the immortal realm of longevity, in addition to the immortal venerable primordial Sun Zun, there was also a peerless evildoer who was closely related to immortal King Juli. Now that something happened to the evergreen immortal palace again, in all likelihood, that kid is back. Black and white, I'll leave it to you first. I'll go back to Changqing Immortal Palace. Before Lu Changqing finished speaking, he stepped across the void and quickly disappeared in front of Black and White Immortal Venerable. Black and White Immortal Venerable looked at the place where Lu Changqing disappeared, and his brows couldn't help but tightly knit together. It was already a critical period for them to fight with the Immortal Palace, and he could only hope that nothing would happen to Lu Changqing. At the same time that Lu Changqing left the Immortal Palace, inside the Azure Immortal Palace built by the Immortal King of Longevity, a slender figure sat quietly cross-legged in the quiet and desolate palace. The woman's life is a long blue dress. Although the long dress looks extremely simple, it has a noble atmosphere that cannot be concealed. The woman's delicate body is long, and her long cyan hair is pouring down like a waterfall, and her beautiful cyan eyes are extremely deep, as if even the heaven and the earth are succumbing to it. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this woman in Xing Yi was the successor Lu Zhaoqing he was looking for the immortal king of longevity. Today's Lu Zhaoqing is no longer the little girl she used to be, but has completely transformed into a noble and extraordinary fairy. The inheritance power left by the master has been absorbed by me, but after all, there is still a little bit left to break through the primordial realm, and I don't know when I can truly achieve immortal primordial. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoqing's beautiful blue eyes suddenly opened, and she couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Now that the situation in the Immortal Palace is in crisis, she must break through the primordial realm as soon as possible to change the situation where the Immortal Palace is trapped here. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door of the main hall, and a woman dressed as a maid walked in from outside the main hall. She came to Lu Zhaoqing and quickly said respectfully, "Palace Master, there is movement outside." Just now, Lu Changqing from Changqing Immortal Palace suddenly left inexplicably. Chapter 2987, I can kill you, I can kill you. Lu Changqing left. When Lu Zhaoqing heard the words, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Evergreen Immortal Palace and Rebirth Immortal Palace, they found a Hunyuan Immortal Venerable named Hongyun Immortal Venerable, who unexpectedly severely damaged the primordial senior of Immortal Palace of Immortality. If the Immortal Venerable Zuri hadn't appeared in time, I am afraid that the Immortal Palace of Longevity would have been destroyed in the Immortal Palace of Evergreen and Immortal Palace. Even with the help of Immortal Venerable Zuri, it is only to let them retreat safely, and the Immortal Palace of Longevity can only temporarily hide in the Immortal Palace with strong defense that she brought back. Now is the best time for Changqing Immortal Palace and Immortal Palace to join forces and destroy their Immortal Palace. How could Lu Changqing of Changqing Immortal Palace suddenly choose to leave at this time? Could it be Big Brother Jiang Chen is back? Lu Zhaoqing suddenly thought of something, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. Decades ago, when the Immortal Palace of Immortality faced the siege of Immortal Palace of Immortality and Immortality, it was Jiang Chen who appeared with Immortal Venerable Zuri to resolve the crisis for her, and even gave Immortal Palace an advantage for a time. Jiang Chen was forced to temporarily leave the immortal realm of longevity by Lu Changqing's clone. However, Lu Zhaoqing always believed that Jiang Chen would definitely come back. Now that Changqing Immortal Palace Lu Changqing left suddenly, there must be some kind of change in Changqing Immortal Palace. And the reason for this change is that Jiang Chen has returned to the immortal realm of longevity. Thinking of this, Lu Zhaoqing couldn't help but flash a fierce light in her beautiful eyes. In any case, the change of Changqing Immortal Palace, which caused Lu Changqing, the primordial immortal venerable to leave, was an excellent opportunity for Longevity Immortal Palace. How could Lu Zhaoqing miss it so easily? Notify all the elders of the Immortal Palace and immediately go to the main hall to discuss matters. Lu Zhaoqing's voice fell, and the whole person instantly turned into a green light, disappearing into place out of thin air. Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. After killing Lu Changqing's clone and destroying the world where the immortal palace of longevity was located, Jiang Chen did not leave in a hurry, but waited quietly above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. Because he is very clear that he killed Lu Changqing's clone, Lu Changqing's deity will definitely feel it. Now he only needs to wait here for Lu Changqing to return. As long as Lu Changqing is killed, the threat of the immortal palace will be reduced by half. At that time, he will go to the immortal palace of longevity again to assist Lu Zhaoqing in destroying the immortal palace of rebirth, and the situation in the immortal realm of longevity will be solved. Although Lu Changqing's strength is strong, he now has the ability to compete with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. With his strength plus the immortal king corpse puppet, about an incense stick, a figure came from the broken space and landed directly in front of Jiang Chen. As soon as he appeared, the overwhelming immortal might spread across the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen looked at the person who came, and couldn't help but smile. Lu Changqing, you are finally back, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Jiang Chen, it really is you. Lu Changqing raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, and an overwhelming killing intent came towards Jiang Chen. The moment he sensed that his clone had an accident, Lu Changqing vaguely guessed that the guy who escaped from under his eyes back then came back. What he didn't expect anyway. In just a few decades, this kid has grown to the point of destroying his clone and destroying the Evergreen Immortal Palace by himself. The last time Jiang Chen entered the Evergreen Immortal Palace and looted the Evergreen Immortal Palace, he had already made the Evergreen Immortal Palace. Now Jiang Chen has destroyed his avatar, completely destroyed Changqing Immortal Palace, and ruined Lu Changqing's many years of hard work. How can he not be angry? Jiang Chen, you destroy my avatar, destroy my Evergreen Immortal Palace, today the deity and you will never die. Lu Changqing's roar resounded throughout the world. The next moment, he slowly raised his hand. When the palm moves, the power of the surrounding heaven and earth will follow, and the power of heaven and earth in the void of thousands of miles is light condensed in this palm. This palm alone caused the countless onlookers below to feel frightened for a while. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, worthy of being the last of the Immortal Venerable three realms, is indeed terrifying. Lu Changqing's palm, once touched by Hunyuan, I am afraid it will instantly turn into nothingness. Facing Lu Changqing's earth-shattering blow, Jiang Chen did not panic at all. The fighting intent in his eyes was soaring to the sky, and a broken sword emerged out of thin air from his hand. Lu Changqing, if I can destroy your clone, I can still kill you. You are a good elder of the Immortal Palace, but you have to be a traitor of the Immortal Palace. Today, I will clear the door for the Immortal King of Longevity. Jiang Chen's words fell, the sword in his hand moved, and the world shook. An extremely dazzling sword light shot up from above the broken sword, and instantly slashed the vast void and collided with Lu Changqing's palm. Above the void of thousands of miles, the sky is falling apart, as if the end is coming, a huge black hole spreads in the void. In such a fierce confrontation, the two in the void were not affected at all. I saw Lu Changqing's palm move again, and 9 palm prints changed one after another in the blink of an eye. Under the urging of Lu Changqing, the 9 palm prints suddenly shrouded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were leisurely. I saw him raise his hand and wave, and a figure broke through the space instantly, with terrifying power, rushed towards the 9 palm prints without dodging. As an immortal king's powerful flesh, after being refined by Qingdi with special means, the power of the immortal king's corpse puppet has been increasing with the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength. Now that Jiang Chensho has reached the realm of quasi-Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, the corpse puppet of the immortal king has also skyrocketed in strength, and already has a terrifying power that is not inferior to Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Jiang Chen is also very clear that Lu Changqing is not an ordinary Hunyuan Shanzun, but an old-fashioned Hunyuan Shanzun whose cultivation base has reached the late Hunyuan and even the peak of Hunyuan. Although his cultivation base has reached the peak of Tai, and he has mastered the law of Hunyuan, his combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary Hunyuan Shanzun, but it is not easy to suppress Lu Changqing by himself. Jiang Chen summoned the immortal king corpse puppet without hesitation. Since it's not enough to fight alone, then join forces with the immortal king corpse puppet to fight one another. With the immortal king corpse puppet, which is not inferior to the primordial immortal venerable, it will undoubtedly be much easier for him to suppress Lu Changqing. The immortal king's corpse puppet was like a broken bamboo, and the 9 huge palm prints shattered in response. Only the void in all directions turned into a mess. This puppet actually has a power that is not inferior to immortal venerable Hunyuan. Lu Changqing stared at this figure that broke through his 9-palm prints. And his eyes became more and more difficult to look at. Chapter 2988. 2 against 1 is not enough, then 3 against 1. Just when Lu Changqing was furious, the corpse puppet of the immortal king was like a meteorite that smashed through the heavens and the earth, and charged at him again. Lu Changqing's complexion changed, and when he raised his hand, he slapped the immortal king corpse puppet in the sky. With this palm, the immortal king's corpse puppet was directly knocked into the air and flew 1,000 feet away. Although the immortal king corpse puppet has a combat power comparable to the primordial realm, there is still a big gap compared to Lu Changqing and other primordial immortals in the late primordial period. The immortal king corpse puppet relies on pure physical strength, does not need to consume any immortal power, and does not feel any pain. As long as it is not completely destroyed, it will obey the master's orders and continue to fight. After the immortal king corpse puppet was defeated by Lu Changqing's palm, it quickly charged up again and slammed into Lu Changqing. Seeing this, Lu Changqing frowned slightly. This immortal king corpse puppet, whose combat power is only equivalent to the early primordial period, does not pose too much threat to him, but it is also difficult for him to completely destroy this puppet. The boy on the other side wants to use this puppet to consume his strength first. Lu Changqing shouted loudly, and immediately sent the immortal king corpse puppet fan out with one palm. He stepped straight up, stepped across the 10,000 zhang space, and descended to the sky above Jiang Chen's head. On one side, the azure world carrying 100,000 mountains was also directly suppressing Jiang Chen. Naturally, Lu Changqing would not be foolish enough to spend time with the immortal king corpse puppet. Although this immortal king corpse puppet is a bit difficult to deal with, it is only a puppet after all, and it needs human control. As long as the master of Jiang Chen is resolved, the puppet will be self-defeating. After Lu Changqing smashed the corpse of the immortal king with one palm, he directly urged the law of Hunyuan to evolve into a world and suppressed Jiang Chen. Hunyuan Law, Eternal Sword World. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen also used the law of Hunyuan. The two worlds collided in the void, and an invisible force field instantly swept across tens of thousands of miles. Looking from a distance, I saw the sky above the Cyanwood Immortal Mountain, as if a huge gap was created by the confrontation between the two. Shattered void. Jiang Chen groaned, and the whole person stepped back into the void for thousands of miles, and a pale expression appeared on his face. He suppressed the churning breath in his body, and his gaze towards Lu Changqing also had a dignified look. This guy is indeed a veteran Hunyuan immortal venerable from the immortal palace of longevity, and he is really amazing. Even with his current background, it is almost impossible to defeat him with a quasi-primordial cultivation base. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and while manipulating the corpse of the immortal king to attack Lu Changqing, he also motivated Julie's body and other shocking magical powers to kill Lu Changqing. The power of the three primordial realms constantly clashed in the void, almost shaking the radius of 100,000 miles. Jiang Chen and the immortal king corpse puppet teamed up to fight Lu Changqing for more than 10 moves, and both of them were knocked out by Lu Changqing again. Jiang Chen stepped back in the void for a distance of 10,000 zhang, and just now he slowly stabilized his figure, and there was a pale expression on his face. Boy, even if you have a puppet in the primordial realm, you can never run wild in front of the deity. Lu Changqing smiled coldly, and immediately stepped towards Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and just as he was about to start, he suddenly sensed a sudden violent fluctuation from the second floor of the Tower of Time. Has Ziyao finally completed the bloodline returning to the ancestors? It seems that Ziyao's bloodline has returned to his ancestors, and the benefits are far more than he imagined. The fluctuations emanating from Ziyao now seem to be stronger than he imagined, and even reached the level of primordial primal realm. Lu Changqing, don't be too happy. Since 2 against 1 is not enough, then 3 against 1 is fine. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and immediately without any hesitation, with a direct thought, he pulled Ziyao out of the Tower of Time. Ziyao had just completed the bloodline returning to his ancestors, and was suddenly pulled out of the Tower of Time by Jiang Chen, apparently still hadn't reacted. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen said directly, Ziyao, don't talk nonsense first, help me solve the guy on the opposite side. Ziyao was stunned for a moment, and then the eyes with faint purple ons were instantly locked on Lu Changqing's body. I saw Ziyao stomp the soles of his feet in the void, and the whole person turned into a purple meteor, blasting out at Lu Changqing. This punch arrived in front of Lu Changqing almost in the blink of an eye, shattering the thousands of miles of void in front of Lu Changqing into a huge black hole. The black hole is like an archaic beast opening its hideous mouth, as if to swallow Lu Changqing in one bite. Lu Changqing's face sank, and the majestic primordial immortal power instantly turned into a giant arm that collided with the punch from Ziyao. An extremely terrifying explosion resounded through the sky in an instant, and the terrifying destructive energy centered on the collision point swept across the sky. A figure flew out from the destruction storm. It was Lu Changqing. I saw that his hair was fluffy, his clothes were ragged, and a touch of golden blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Zilin bloodline, you are actually its descendant. Lu Changqing stared at Ziyao, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. In the past, the reason why the immortal palace of longevity was able to shock the immortal realm was that in addition to the peerless immortal king immortal, even the two mounts of immortal were powerful existences in immortal king realm. One of them is the purple Lin beast king who has the Qilin bloodline of the strongest immortal beast in the immortal world. And the one in front of him obviously has the bloodline of the Zilin beastmaster. Lu Changqing never imagined that the descendant of the Zilin beastmaster would follow Jiang Chen and possess the strength of the primordial realm. Although the descendant of the Zilin beast king in front of him has just reached the primordial realm, he is a descendant of the immortal king, and even has the Qilin bloodline, and his combat power can be said to be far superior to the ordinary primordial primal realm. He had fought against Jiang Chen one after another before, and his body had consumed a lot of power. Now, he was accidentally injured by the descendant of the Zilin beast king. Your power should come from the immortal palace of longevity, and now you are actually attacking young Master Jiang Chen. It seems that you should be a traitor of the immortal palace of longevity. If that's the case, then die for me. Ziyao's cold voice fell, and immediately his figure pierced through the void again. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a purple unicorn that stretched across the void. With extremely fierce power, he slaughtered towards Lu Changqing. Chapter 2989, Dabao Town Hunyuan. Seeing that Ziyao made another move, Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to give Lu Changqing any chance to breathe, and directly controlled the corpse and puppet of the Zongxian king to kill them together. The power of the four primordial realms collided continuously in the void, and the sky and the earth were eclipsed, and the sun and the moon were dull. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, it seems that they have fallen into eternal darkness at this moment. Lu Changqing once again resisted the joint strike of Jiang Chen and the three of them, and his body suddenly retreated thousands of feet away, and his face also had a pale look. Although his cultivation is extraordinary, he has reached the late stage of primordial. But each of the three guys in front of them is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and their combat power is even stronger than that of ordinary primordial early stages. If it is one-on-one, he will naturally not be afraid of anyone. But now, with one enemy and three, Rao as Lu Changqing is obviously a little overwhelmed. It can't go on like this, otherwise I'm afraid it's really possible to be planted here today. Lu Changqing took a deep breath slowly, pressing down the churning breath in his body, and a hint of retreat was born in his heart. After the continuous battles, the primordial immortal power in Lu Changqing's body has almost been consumed by more than half. In his current state, it is almost impossible to pose a threat to Jiang Chen. On the other side, there are puppets who can always maintain peak combat power. If it continues to delay, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for him, and it is even very likely that Jiang Chen and the others will consume him alive. Just when Lu Changqing was about to retreat, Jiang Chen and the others didn't give Lu Changqing any chance to breathe at all, and three fierce attacks came towards him once again. Lu Changqing's complexion changed. He had to grit his teeth, and once again use the law of primordial to evolve a world with immortal power, blocking the attacks of Jiang Chen and the three. After resisting Jiang Chen's blow abruptly, Lu Changqing didn't care about the churning aura in his body. He turned around and swept toward the sky without turning his head, leaving only a cold voice resounding between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen, wait for me, today's humiliation, sooner or later, the deity will be returned tenfold. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed. Want to leave? Ziyao, keep him for me. Young Master Jiang Chen, don't worry. Ziyao responded, and the light above the real body of Zilin Wanzhong soared, and then he raised up to the sky and let out a roar. This roaring sound, with a terrifying power, instantly spread across the void of 100,000 miles. All the creatures in a radius of 100,000 miles are under the anger of Ziyao, as if there is a feeling that they are about to be kicked. Above the void, Lu Changqing, who had just crossed less than 3,000 miles, trembled violently under the shock of this terrifying sound wave, and any involuntarily paused in the void. At the moment when Lu Changqing paused, the immortal king corpse puppet, under the control of Jiang Chen, blocked the space in front of Lu Changqing with a punch. Ziyao's real unicorn body also brought up a sky-burning purple flame, shrouding Lu Changqing. Damn purple unicorn! Lu Changqing's complexion instantly became extremely gloomy. What this purple unicorn just displayed was the bloodline magical power of the purple unicorn family, and the unicorn was angry. Even with his cultivation, he was actually affected by Qilin's anger, and he failed to escape in time, which made Jiang Chen and the others besieged and killed again. Lu Changqing resisted the attack of the immortal king corpse puppet and Ziyao, and shouted in anger, "Jiang Chen, do you really want to be immortal with this deity? If you want to kill me, I promise that you will also pay a heavy price." Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. "If you are obedient and captured now, follow me to the immortal palace to confess your guilt, and I can consider letting you live." "You are dreaming," Lu Changqing snorted coldly. After the immortal king of longevity disappeared, Lu Changqing resolutely betrayed the immortal palace of immortality. He had been an enemy of immortal palace all these years. How could immortal palace let him go easily? If that's the case, then let me fall. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he joined the battlefield again, besieging Lu Changqing. I, Lu Changqing, have been in the immortal realm for countless years. How could it be that you can kill a mere boy who wants to kill? Lu Changqing snorted coldly, and immediately took out an elixir and swallowed it. The primordial immortal power in his body soared by 3 points, blocking the attack of Jiang Chen and the 3 again, and then his figure burst back again. "I said, you can't escape today." Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, and a splendid immortal steel shot out of Jiang Chen's body suddenly, and then turned into a 10,000 Zongjun immortal steel on top of Lu Changqing's head. A breathtaking coercion also permeated from the immortal monument. As Jiang Chenshu reached the quasi-primordial realm, and once again urged this immortal tablet, the power obviously reached a very terrifying level. Even Lu Changqing, whose cultivation base has reached the late stage of Hunyuan, is palpitated under the suppression of the Wanzhong immortal monument at this moment. Emperor treasure. Feeling the supreme aura emanating from the Wanzhong immortal monument, Lu Changqing's expression instantly became terrified. As a former primordial elder of the immortal palace of eternal life, Lu Changqing's knowledge is naturally extraordinary, and he has seen Immortal King activate the magic weapon of Immortal King more than once. The terrifying aura emanating from the Wanzhong immortal monument urged by Jiang Chen is even more terrifying than any of the Immortal King's magic weapons. This Wanzhong immortal steel is very likely to be the legendary emperor's treasure. Jiang Chen ignored Lu Changqing's terrified expression, and saw that he pushed the immortal monument with all his strength, and a terrifying force that seemed to be enough to destroy everything suddenly surged out from above the immortal monument. Lu Changqing looked desperate and terrified, and there was an unwilling roar from his mouth, only to see that he was crazy, trying to rush out of the range shrouded by the immortal monument. Facing the constant entanglement between Ziyao and the immortal king's corpse puppet, Lu Changqing had no chance to escape at this moment. The terrifying power of destroying immortals has quickly descended, drowning Lu Changqing's entire body. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, once again activating the power of destroying immortals, the power can be described as extremely terrifying, enough to easily kill the ordinary primordial stage. Although Lu Changqing's cultivation base is strong, after this period of continuous battles, not only has he suffered serious injuries, but his strength has long been unknown to 50% of his peak period. I saw that the defensive power of Lu Changqing's body was almost collapsed at the moment of contact with the power of destroying the immortals, and it was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Lu Changqing's body of primordial was also completely annihilated in the power of the immortal monument at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 2990, Calculations of Black and White Immortals, Lu Changqing. The Palace Master of the Evergreen Immortal Palace, the immortal venerable primordial whose cultivation base has reached the late phase of primordial period, has finally fallen completely. At that moment, the sky with a radius of 100,000 miles was buzzing, as if the world was mourning for Lu Changqing's fall. 100,000 miles of heaven and earth screams, this is the fall of Hunyuan Shanzun. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everyone looked at the vision in the sky, and their eyes could not help but reveal a touch of horror that could not be concealed. The world is screaming, this is a vision that will only appear when the Hunyuan Immortal Venerable who has reached the Hunyuan realm falls. Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, aloof. Especially after the Immortal King of Longevity disappeared, Immortal Lord Hunyuan was the powerhouse standing at the peak of Immortal Realm. Such a peerless existence that is aloof, actually fell in front of them like this. This is the breath of Changqing Shanzun Lu Changqing. I didn't expect this one to fall. Some people who felt Lu Changqing's breath and others had a long time to recover from the shock. Evergreen Immortal Venerable has fallen, and the Evergreen Immortal Palace is completely finished. The sky of the Immortal Realm of Longevity is about to change. The power of the Immortal Monument to destroy immortals is still as domineering as ever. One move killed Lu Changqing. Jiang Chen took the Immortal Tablet directly back into his palm, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. The power of destroying immortals contains a trace of the power of destroying the avenue. When you reach the Immortal Emperor realm and can fully carry my power, you will only see the true horror of the avenue of destruction. At this moment, the voice of the Immortal Steel and Steel Spirit also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Fairyland. Hearing the voice of the Immortal Monument, Jiang Chen could only shake his head and smile bitterly in his heart. Although his cultivation speed is already very terrifying, but now he has not even broken through the primordial realm, let alone the Immortal Emperor realm above the Immortal King. In this era of Immortal Realm, it is unknown how many years an Immortal Emperor has not been born, and whether it can reach Immortal Emperor realm is still unknown. Don't belittle yourself, you have gathered the supreme luck of the ancient times and the ancient times. The Emperor of the ancient times is indeed very good. If you can gather the origins of the 36 heavenly emperors, it should not be difficult to break through the Immortal Emperor. Jiang Chen couldn't deny the words of the Immortal Steel and Steel Spirit. It's just that he has only obtained 2 sources of heavenly emperors now. If he wants to gather 36 sources of heavenly emperors, how easy is it to say? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen no longer thought about it. Now that Changqing Immortal Palace has been solved by him, it is time to go to Changsheng Immortal Palace and solve the Death Immortal Palace for Lu Zhaoqing. At this moment, Qingyan Patriarch and Yungan Immortal Venerable of Yunxiao Sect also brought people from Yunxiao Sect to the sky above Cyanwood Immortal Mountain. You came at the right time. The Changqing Immortal Palace was destroyed, and Lu Changqing has also fallen. Let this place be handed over to you for the aftermath. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, ignoring the stunned expressions of everyone in the Yunxiao Sect, he directly greeted Ziyao, let's go and return to the Immortal Palace of Longevity. The two of them quickly turned into a stream of light, heading in the direction of the Immortal Palace. Changqing Immortal Palace. Is that gone? Immortal Venerable Yungan looked at the Evergreen Immortal Palace, which had been reduced to ruins, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Evergreen Immortal Palace, this is the primordial force split from the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life after the disappearance of the Immortal King of Longevity. Even the Immortal Palace of Eternal Life has nothing to do with it. Over the years, the Evergreen Immortal Palace has always been one of the top overlords of the Immortal Realm of Longevity, and few people in the Immortal Realm of Longevity dared to provoke it. But I didn't expect that it would be annihilated in the ash in the Immortal Realm of Longevity now. Ancestor Qingyun looked at the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared, took a deep breath and said, it seems that the Immortal Venerable Primordial who fell just now should be Immortal Venerable Changqing. Although they knew that Jiang Chen was very enchanting, they didn't expect that after Jiang Chen disappeared for just a few decades, he would be able to easily kill Lu Changqing, the famous Primordial Immortal Venerable in the Immortal Realm of Longevity. While they were horrified, a look of excitement appeared on their faces. The destruction of the Evergreen Immortal Palace indicates that the division of the Longevity Immortal Palace for many years will soon come to an end. As for their Yunxiao sect, this time it was a right bet. Immortal Palace. Ever since Lu Changqing left suddenly, Immortal Venerable Black and White has been feeling restless, always feeling that something big will happen. He took a deep breath and looked at Immortal Venerable Hongyan, who had opened his eyes. He couldn't help but quickly said, Hongyan, have you contacted your senior brother? Hong Yan shook his head and said, but I have left a message for him, and he will reply to me as soon as he receives the message. Hearing Immortal Venerable Hongyan's answer, Immortal Venerable Black and White couldn't help but frown slightly. I saw that he closed his eyes directly, made a mysterious gesture with both hands, and kept calculating. Black and White Immortal Venerable trembled all over, and there was a pale look on his face in vain. Ominous omen, 9 deaths. This also means that if he continues to stay in this immortal palace, there is a very high risk of falling. It seems that Lu Changqing is afraid that something has happened. The black and white immortal venerable looked extremely solemn. Lu Changqing had an accident, and it was impossible for him to support him alone. Now immortal venerable Hongyan has not been able to contact his senior brother for the time being, and he has no way to destroy the immortal palace. For now, he can only evacuate first. Hongyan, this deity has some important matters to deal with and needs to leave temporarily. After finishing speaking, immortal venerable black and white did not give immortal venerable Hongyan a chance to speak, and immediately took the people who had been reborn in immortal palace and quickly disappeared above the immortal palace of longevity. Immortal venerable black and white did not tell immortal venerable Hongyan of his calculations. The background of this red flame immortal venerable is not weak, if it can provoke the conflict between the immortal palace of longevity and the red flame immortal venerable, and even let the red flame immortal venerable fall here, it will undoubtedly be a very beneficial thing for them. What are these two guys doing? Upon seeing this, immortal venerable Hongyan's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Dealing with the immortal palace of longevity was originally a matter of Lu Changqing and black and white immortal venerable. He just took the benefits of the two to help. But now these two guys have left one after another, leaving him here alone. What the censored is this? In today's immortal palace of longevity, although a Hunyuan immortal venerable has been severely injured, there is still a Hunyuan immortal venerable and a peerless evildoer in the quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable realm. Immortal venerable Hongyan did not have the assurance of one enemy too. Immortal venerable Hongyan is not a fool either. Lu Changqing and black and white immortal venerable both left one after another, and there must be something tricky about it. Naturally, immortal venerable Hongyan will not stay here alone to face the immortal palace of longevity. He didn't hesitate at the moment, it turned into a red light and quickly rose into the sky. Chapter 2991, the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, at the same time that black and white immortal venerable and Hongyan immortal venerable were evacuating. There was a sudden fluctuation of distance in the central immortal hall of the immortal palace of longevity. I saw one after another figure, and also quickly flew out of the fairy palace. The two leading people were Lu Zhaoqing and the immortal Zunri who came to the immortal palace. Immortal Zhuangri looked at the already empty Changsheng immortal palace, and was obviously stunned for a while. They all left. If Jiang Chen came back and went straight to the trouble of Changqing immortal palace, it would make sense for Lu Changqing to leave suddenly, but immortal venerable black and white and immortal venerable Hongyan, why did Changsheng immortal palace evacuated inexplicably? Lu Zhaoqing's eyes flickered slightly. Senior does not know, the black and white immortal venerable who was reborn in the immortal hall is not best at fighting, but guessing the sky and calculating his fate. He must have calculated something. Just as Lu Zhaoqing's voice fell, 2 streams of light rushed from the sky and landed quickly above the immortal palace. The 2 figures were naturally Jiang Chen and Ziyao who came to the immortal palace. Ziyao looked at Lu Zhaoqing who appeared in his line of sight, and could not help but stepped forward and bowed with excitement. Ziyao has seen the young master. Get up, you deserve to be the genius of the Zilin family, but now you have a bit of an ancestor's demeanor. Lu Zhaoqing nodded, and then his eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen's body. The aura of the High Queen fan finally dissipated at this moment, revealing a sweet smile. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Zhaoqing, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that the little girl back then has grown into a strong person who can stand alone in the fairyland. Lu Zhaoqing shook his head and said, compared with big brother Jiang Chen, Zhaoqing is still far behind. She was able to reach the realm of immortal venerable quasi-Hunyuan in such a short period of time, entirely because of the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, relying on her own ability, traveled all the way from the lower universe to the immortal world, and has an achievement that is not inferior to her own, which is far from what she can do. Boy, why did you come to the immortal palace so soon? What about Lu Changqing? At this moment, immortal venerable Zuri couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Chen said with a smile, before I came, I went to the Changqing immortal palace, destroyed the Changqing immortal palace, and solved Lu Changqing who returned to the Changqing immortal palace by the way. Following Jiang Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Changqing immortal venerable Lu Changqing, this is the top primordial immortal venerable in the immortal realm of longevity. His strength is almost one of the best in the immortal realm of longevity. Such a strong person in the primordial realm actually fell into the hands of Jiang Chen. Boy, you really are a freak. Immortal Zunri came back to his senses, and couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. As for Lu Changqing, Zuri Immortal Venerable has collided with him quite a few times over the years, and he knows it well. This guy was born with the power of the Immortal King, and his background is extremely strong, and he has cultivated a clone of the primordial realm. Even with the help of Lu Zhaoqing and some resources from the Immortal Palace, he has brought his strength back to the peak, but he can only suppress Lu Changqing, and it is difficult to kill him at all. Immortal Venerable Rising Sun clearly remembers it. In the battle decades ago, Jiang Chen could only flee in embarrassment in the face of Lu Changqing's clone in the early primordial period. Now that he came back again, even Lu Changqing's deity was easily killed by him. The growth rate of this guy is simply terrifying. Zhaoqing, now that the Evergreen Immortal Palace has been destroyed, only the Immortal Palace is left. Without further ado, let's go straight to solve the Immortal, and the Immortal realm will be controlled by Immortal Palace again. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly proposed to Lu Zhaoqing. I have to go to the Immortal Hall of Rebirth, but I am afraid it is not easy to destroy the Immortal Hall of Rebirth. Lu Zhaoqing said softly, the black and white immortals should have already figured it out when you destroyed the Changqing Immortal Palace, so they escaped early. It is not an easy task to catch the old fox. The fact was just as Lu Zhaoqing had expected. When they came to the Immortal Hall of Rebirth, it was already empty. The black and white Immortal Venerable seemed to be like an unpredictable prophet, and the person who brought him to the Immortal Palace evaporated out of thin air. Zhaoqing, you really guessed it right, that old guy even has the ability to predict. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head secretly. If so, it is almost impossible to completely solve the black and white Immortal Venerable in the Immortal Hall of Rebirth. Lu Zhaoqing smiled slightly. It's okay, I will find it. Now with Jiang Chen's return, the crisis in the Immortal Palace is temporarily relieved, and it can be regarded as having some time to cultivate and recuperate. The method of divination mastered by Immortal Black and White also came from the inheritance of Immortal King Longevity. As long as her cultivation level can go to the next level and break through the primordial realm, she will naturally be able to break the means of Black and White Immortal Venerable. Even if the Black and White Immortal Venerable hides in the ends of the earth, she can find it out. Lu Zhaoqing asked people to scrape away all the resources that the Black and White Immortal Venerables in the Immortal Palace of Rebirth had no time to take away, and then return to the Immortal Palace of Longevity. And Jiang Chen also temporarily lived in the Immortal Palace of Longevity, and planned to practice in the Immortal Palace for a period of time to break through the primordial realm in one fell swoop. With his current strength, although he has the strength to compete with Hunyuan Immortal Venerable, it still seems a little difficult to face Hunyuan Immortal Venerable Lu Changqing. If he can break through the primordial realm, his combat power can skyrocket again. With his background, once he breaks through the primordial realm, even if he is not invincible in the primordial realm, few people can compare with him. As long as he breaks through the primordial realm, under the power of the Immortal King realm, almost no one can threaten him. In the Immortal Palace of Immortality, in the Silent Hall, Jiang Chen quietly sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, preparing to practice to break through the primordial realm. Now that my cultivation base has soared, the Tower of Time should be able to open higher layers, right? Thinking that after his strength has soared, he has not yet entered the Tower of Time to check, Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he couldn't help summoning the Tower of Time. The Tower of Time, this is a heaven-defying thing that is not inferior to the Immortal Monument. Since getting the Tower of Time, every time the Tower of Time opens, it has given Jiang Chen a big surprise. 10 times the time flow rate of the first layer, 100 times the time flow of the second layer, and the third layer allows him to master the supreme immortal art. Jiang Chen is also very curious at this moment, what kind of existence will there be in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time? Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and with a direct thought, he quickly entered the Tower of Time. Chapter 2992, Catalogue of Sealing the Heavens, 10 Ways to Control the Heavens. After Jiang Chen entered the Tower of Time, he came to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time without encountering any obstacles. The 4th floor of the Tower of Time is not much different from the 3rd floor. The stone wall that has evolved from one side to another is gone, replaced by a stone pillar about the size of a Jiang Xu. On the stone pillar, there seemed to be a quaint booklet about the size of a slap and exuding a mysterious light. This quaint booklet should be the key item on the 4th floor. I don't know what this booklet is, but there is one thing that Jiang Chen is almost certain, that the things that can be stored on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time will definitely not be inferior to the supreme immortal art on the 3rd floor. With a bit of curiosity, Jiang Chen couldn't help but slowly walk towards the stone pillar. When he came to the stone pillar, the 4 ancient characters on the cover of the booklet also caught Jiang Chen's eyes for the first time. Sealing the sky, Jiang Chen looked at the booklet called Function Catalog. Just when he was in shock, the somewhat surprised voice of the immortal monument and steel spirit suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Function Catalog, I didn't expect this thing to be obtained by the owner of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen's heart moved. Senior knows this Function Catalog. Function Catalog, this is a famous emperor treasure in the immortal world in ancient times. The owner of this emperor treasure used this picture to seal the 10 great ancient beasts. Strength. If you can control the Function Catalog, you can summon the immemorial beasts sealed in it to fight. The 10 immemorial beasts are all together, and they are enough to compete with the immortal emperor. It's a pity that there is only the Function Catalog here, and there is no immortal method to control the Function Catalog. It is difficult to show the power of the Function Catalog, the immortal steel spirit said with some regret. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also felt a little pity. This Function Catalog is indeed a very domineering imperial treasure, but unfortunately there is no way to control it. It seems a bit tasteless. If he could control the Function Catalog and summon the 10 great ancient beasts to fight, he could almost walk sideways in the era when the immortal emperor was out. But this can only be thought about. There is no immortal method to control the Function Catalog, and it will not be of much help to him for the time being. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the entrance of the 5th floor of the Tower of Time. I don't know if I can enter the 5th floor of the Tower of Time with my current strength. Jiang Chen pondered slightly in his heart. The Tower of Time has a total of 7 floors. If you follow the rule that you can only open one floor every time you raise a big realm, even if he reaches the immortal emperor realm, he can only open the 6th floor. This situation is obviously unreasonable. Perhaps with his current strength, he might be able to open the 5th floor of the Tower of Time. With the mentality of trying it out, Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the entrance of the 5th floor of the Tower of Time. Facts have proved that Jiang Chen's guess is correct. With his current strength, the barrier on the 5th floor of the Tower of Time has not caused much hindrance to him. Jiang Chen successfully arrived at the 5th floor of the Tower of Time. The situation on the 5th floor is almost exactly the same as the 4th floor. There is still a stone pillar on which is also an ancient book covered with thick dust. 10 Heaven Mastering Techniques. Jiang Chen came to the stone pillar, and the 4 big characters on the cover of the ancient book appeared in his sight. Yudian 10 Arts. Looking at the name, it should obviously be an immortal method. I don't know what kind of fairy method this is, but it was stored on the 5th floor by the owner of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen flicked the palm of his hand lightly, sweeping away the dust on the 10 art of Yudian, and then opened it to check. When he saw the content, he couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy in his eyes. He obviously did not expect that the 10 heavenly controlling techniques stored on the 5th floor of the Tower of Time was actually an immortal method for manipulating the Function Catalog. There are 10 immortal methods in the 10 arts of controlling the sky. For each immortal method practiced, one can control one of the immemorial beasts in the Function Catalog accordingly. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, and immediately took the 10 heavenly controlling techniques directly, and quickly returned to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, intending to use the 2nd floor's 100-fold time flow rate to comprehend the 10 heavenly controlling techniques. Even if it was just one of the immortal techniques of the 10 heaven controlling techniques, he had summoned an immemorial ominous creature that was comparable to the immortal King Realm's power from the Function Catalog to help him. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and opened the first immortal method in the 10 heaven controlling techniques. This first immortal method corresponds to the control of Kui Niu, one of the 10 great ancient beasts in the Function Catalog. Kui Niu, a vicious beast born in the ancient times, looks like a cow, with a blue body, no horns on its head, only one hoof, and storms will come wherever it passes. Its roar is like thunder, which is breathtaking. Under the immortal king, once he heard it, his 7 orifices would almost bleed and become king. Jiang Chen sank his mind, triggered 100 times of comprehension in the system, and quietly comprehended on the second floor of the Tower of Time. At the same time as Jiang Chen was comprehending the 10 techniques of utilizing the sky, in a dark valley in the immortal realm of longevity, a figure suddenly broke through the void and descended above the valley. This figure is none other than the black and white immortal venerable who disappeared from the immortal realm of longevity. After leaving the immortal palace of longevity that day, immortal venerable black and white immediately and decisively evacuated from immortal palace just in case. Facts have also proved that his calculations were correct. Soon he got the news that not only was Changqing immortal palace destroyed, but even Lu Changqing, who returned to Changqing immortal palace, was lost. After the black and white immortal venerable made the immortal hall of rebirth turn from light to dark, he came to the valley in front of him alone. Because he is very clear, with the means of the immortal king of longevity, there is absolutely a way to break his divination technique, so as to find him. Because of this, black and white immortal venerable obviously does not intend to sit still. The valley in front of him suppressed an immortal king who used to be fierce and famous in the immortal realm of immortality, but the immortal king of immortality personally shot and sealed it. Black and white immortal venerable, once in the immortal palace of longevity, saw this seal by chance, and knew how to break the seal. Now that the immortal hall of rebirth is at stake, black and white immortal venerable had to come here. He intends to talk to the one sealed in the valley, so as to use its power to deal with the immortal palace. Immortal venerable black and white took a deep breath or two, and then quickly displayed a magic formula. The whole person stood above the valley like a sculpture. However, his consciousness instantly crossed the seal around the valley and appeared directly in a space inside the valley. Chapter 2993, Wangquan Immortal King. Immortal King Wangquan, I know you are here, can you show up and see me? The black and white immortal venerable's eyes swept slightly in the dark space around him, and the faint voice slowly resounded in this space. As the black and white immortal venerable's voice fell, a cold voice that seemed to come from Juyu also came suddenly. I saw an illusory black figure that appeared in front of black and white immortal venerable without warning. Seeing this, immortal venerable black and white couldn't help but clasped his fist slightly towards the shadow and said, Immortal black and white immortal venerable in immortal palace, I have seen immortal King Wangquan. Are you from the immortal palace? As soon as immortal black and white said these words, a cold chill erupted from immortal King Wangquan in an instant, making immortal black and white's face suddenly pale, and he only felt that the whole person was like falling into an ice cellar. He hurriedly explained, the immortal King Wangquan calms down, he was once a member of the immortal palace of longevity, but he had already betrayed the immortal palace of longevity and established the immortal palace in the immortal realm of immortality. The immortal king realm is really terrifying. Even if the body of the immortal King Huang Quan was destroyed and his immortal soul was suppressed for countless years, it was not something he could contend against at all. Oh, the traitor of the immortal palace. It's a bit interesting. Immortal King Wangquan's aura instantly dissipated into nothingness. He glanced at immortal venerable black and white lightly. Tell me, what are you doing here looking for me? I came down to find the immortal king to cooperate. Immortal venerable black and white didn't talk nonsense either, and hurriedly told immortal venerable Wangquan about his purpose. Longevity immortal king, I didn't expect that guy to fall one day. It's really heartwarming. Immortal King Wangquan smiled coldly, and immediately looked at immortal venerable black and white. This king promised you the conditions, as long as you lift the seal and let this king go out, this king can help you solve the successor of the immortal king of longevity and destroy the immortal palace of longevity. Immortal venerable black and white hesitated for a moment and said, Immortal king, there is one more condition. The immortal King Wangquan seemed to have already seen what immortal venerable black and white was thinking, and said indifferently, relax, since immortal immigrant King Huang has already fallen, and this monarch does not dare to be interested in immortal realm. Quote. Thank you so much for the immortal king. I'll break the seal and help the immortal king get out of trouble. After black and white immortal venerable finished speaking, his consciousness also dissipated directly in front of Wangquan immortal king out of thin air. Outside the valley, black and white immortal venerable also woke up instantly. His eyes swept slightly over the valley, and mysterious handprints were quickly shot out in all directions. Immortal venerable black and white directly took out a cyan token and slammed it into the depths of the valley with one palm. At that moment, the whole valley made a loud noise like a shaking mountain. An extremely terrifying aura instantly rose into the sky from the depths of the valley, and finally shook Qingming, and the figure of immortal Wangquan also instantly emerged above the valley. At that moment, in the entire immortal realm of longevity, almost everyone involuntarily looked up at the breath that shook Qingming. One thought shocks the immortal realm: this can only be done by the immortal king realm. The immortal realm of longevity is actually born with a great power of the immortal king realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the breath that shook the entire immortal realm of longevity, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Since the immortal king of longevity disappeared completely, the immortal king realm has never appeared in the immortal king realm. Where did this breath of immortal king realm come from? Lu Zhaoqing and others naturally felt the presence of this breath for the first time. In the immortal realm of longevity, how can there be the aura of the immortal king realm, and I don't know what this immortal king will be. Lu Zhaoqing's eyebrows couldn't help but twist tightly together. Beside Lu Zhaoqing, a white-haired old man with a childlike face stared at the breath in the sky, and said solemnly, "Young master, if I guess correctly, this should be the breath of the immortal king Huangquan." Lu Zhaoqing was stunned for a moment. Wangquan, immortal king? The immortal king Wangquan, a powerful immortal king who had a fierce reputation in the immortal realm of longevity for a period of time, was later suppressed and sealed by the palace master himself. "I didn't expect this guy to be born," the white-haired old man said solemnly. "It must be the black and white immortal venerable. In the entire immortal palace, only that old guy may know the place where immortal king Wangquan is sealed." Hearing this, Lu Zhaoqing's expression instantly became much more solemn. The immortal king Wangquan was once suppressed and sealed by the master, and now he reappears in the world. I am afraid he will not easily let go of the immortal palace of longevity. With the current strength of the immortal palace, it is not qualified to compete with an immortal king. Young master, don't panic. The immortal king Wangquan was completely destroyed in the past, and the immortal soul was suppressed by the palace master for many years. The strength should be far from being on a par with the peak period. The white-haired old man seemed to see Lu Zhaoqing's worries and couldn't help comforting him quickly. Just when the white-haired old man's voice fell, there was a sudden fluctuation of distance in the sky. I saw a black shadow emerge out of thin air from the sky, and then stepped out one step, directly above the void of the immortal palace. The black shadow air pressure heaven and earth, looking down at Lu Zhaoqing and others. Who is the successor of the immortal king of longevity? Lu Zhaoqing took a deep breath and stepped out. "I am. Are you the immortal king Wangquan who was once suppressed by my master?" When the immortal king of longevity destroyed the sage of the immortal king, and suppressed the immortal king of immortal soul, since immortal is no longer there, this account book king will be counted on the head of your descendant of immortal. Immortal king Huangquan looked down at Lu Zhaoqing indifferently. "Sure, this king." Immortal king Huangquan's voice fell, and he pointed directly towards Lu Zhaoqing with a finger in the air. Lu Zhaoqing's complexion changed, and a large cyan seal exuding a vast breath of life suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him, blocking the finger of immortal Huangquan. Hearing a loud bang, Lu Zhaoqing flew thousands of feet upside down in the air, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. The white-haired old man's expression changed, and he couldn't help but hurriedly came to Lu Zhaoqing's side, his eyes fixed on the immortal king Wangquan in the sky. "Longevity seal, this immortal king magic weapon is extraordinary, but unfortunately the person who uses it is too weak." Immortal king Wangquan shook his head, and immediately turned his palm over, and a giant palm exuding a cold atmosphere also suppressed Lu Zhaoqing again. The white-haired old man's pupils shrank suddenly, and just as he was about to shoot, a golden flame suddenly emerged from the void. The golden flames rose against the storm and instantly turned into a sea of golden flames, instantly destroying the giant palm that suppressed it into nothingness. Chapter 2994, Ancient Beasts, Hui Niu Now. Immortal King Huangquan was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, "As expected of the immortal palace of longevity, there are still people who have reached this level, come out and see." With the words of immortal King Wangquan, the figure of immortal venerable Zuri slowly emerged from the void. "You are really good. You have touched the fur of the Dao Wang Dao La. If you give you some time, maybe you can really become an immortal king." Immortal King Huangquan swept his gaze slightly on immortal venerable Zuri, and said lightly. Immortal Zun Zuri raised his head and looked at immortal King Wangquan, and said solemnly, "Your Excellency was suppressed by immortal King Longevity in the past, and now you are lucky to get out of trouble. you should cherish the moment and don't seek death. Ha ha. What a big joke. Huang Quan Shanzun smiled arrogantly. Now that the immortal king of longevity has fallen, who else in this immortal palace of longevity can get this king, just because you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of this king? If he is not qualified, then add me. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the fairy palace below. The next moment, I saw that Jiang Chen's figure had slowly risen from the sky in the fairy palace, and appeared directly beside the Sun Zan Shanzun. Immortal King Huang Quan gave Jiang Chen a contemptuous look. Your talent is quite good, and you will not be inferior to the successor that Immortal King Xianxia was looking for. It's a pity that you are a quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable. It is not worth mentioning in front of this king. Immortal King Huang Quan, don't talk nonsense with them, or things will change if it's too late. At this moment, the figure of black and white immortal venerable also came violently from the distant sky. Lu Zhaoqing looked at immortal monarch black and white with a cold gaze, and there was an icy chill in her beautiful eyes. Immortal monarch black and white, the birth of immortal King Huang Quan, it really has nothing to do with you. Yes, it is indeed the deity who released the immortal King Huang Quan. Immortal venerable black and white sneered and said, back then, the deity betrayed the immortal palace of longevity, and just in case, he secretly kept a hand, and brought everything related to immortal King Huang Quan from the immortal palace of longevity. Lu Zhaoqing said coldly, black and white immortal venerable, what kind of character Huang Quan immortal king is, you should know very well. Your cooperation with him is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger, and there will be no good end. Immortal venerable black and white snorted coldly, you don't need to worry about it. You are already too busy to take care of yourself in the immortal palace of longevity, and you still have the mind to worry about the deity. Lu Zhaoqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with immortal venerable black and white, and looked directly at Jiang Chen in the void. Little girl, don't worry, I, Jiang Chen, have not experienced any kind of wind and waves along the way. Seemingly feeling Lu Zhaoqing's worries, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile lightly and said, don't say this guy is just a wounded fairy soul, even if an immortal king at his peak comes, I can still suppress him. What an arrogant little guy. The immortal King Huang Quan laughed angrily, give you a chance to take action, but this king wants to see how you want to suppress this king. Jiang Chen also ignored immortal King Huang Quan, but tilted his head and smiled at immortal venerable Ziri, Senior Zuri, back away, leave it to me here. Be careful yourself. Immortal venerable Zuri hesitated for a moment, and finally returned to Lu Zhaoqing and the others. Although this immortal King Huang Quan was extremely terrifying, immortal venerable Zuri had spent a lot of time with Jiang Chen, so he naturally knew what kind of temperament Jiang Chen was. Since this guy dares to say so, he must have some means to deal with Huang Quan immortal king. Immortal King Huang Quan, since you have to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, and immediately waved his palm lightly, and a golden ancient book exuding an ancient aura also appeared above his head. As soon as this golden ancient book appeared, Rao was the pupil of the immortal King Huang Quan, and he couldn't help but shrink slightly at this moment. He can feel that this golden ancient book is probably at least a magic weapon of the immortal king that has been passed down for a long time. The immortal King Huang Quan was not too panicked. This kid is only a quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable after all, and he has not even reached the real Hunyuan realm. Even if it is a magic weapon of the Xian immortal king, it will never hurt him at all. Huang Quan Shanzun stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Boy, if this is your trump card, I'm afraid you will end here today. Really, I hope you can still say this later. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and then his hands were constantly changing, and he quickly struck an immortal method towards the golden ancient book above his head. Above the golden ancient books, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly came out. I saw that the first page of the golden ancient book finally opened slowly at this moment, and a ferocious aura that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness also instantly filled the sky above the immortal palace. At the same time, Jiang Chen's palms changed, and the icy Li shouting instantly resounded through the world. The ancient beast, Kui Niu, hasn't shown up yet, when will it be? I saw a loud rumbling sound from the golden ancient book, and a dazzling azure color suddenly rose to the sky from the golden ancient book. An incomparably huge azure-colored figure slowly condensed out of the void. As soon as this azure-colored behemoth appeared, the sky, which was originally a clear sky, was instantly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the majestic torrential rain poured down like it censored of the Tianhe River. Even all the Hunyuan immortal venerable present seemed to feel like they were about to suffocate under the oppression of the azure behemoth. This kid actually has such a trump card. This peerless beast summoned by him must have at least a terrifying strength comparable to that of the immortal king realm. Immortal Zhuang's son couldn't help but let out a wry smile in his heart. A treasure that can summon the peerless beasts of the immortal king realm to fight, this golden ancient book is probably also a legendary emperor treasure. When Lu Zhaoqing and the others saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With this peerless beast summoned by Jiang Chen, they might be able to block the suddenly born immortal King Huangquan today. In the void, immortal King Huangquan stared at the peerless beast summoned by Jiang Chen, and he quickly thought of something. An incredible horror finally appeared on Jiyu Jing Wubo's face. The Immemorial Emperor's Treasure Function Catalog. You actually got the Immemorial Emperor's Treasure Function Catalog. How is this possible? As an immortal king, the immortal King Huangquan was once the supreme being at the top of the immortal world, and his knowledge and experience were naturally extraordinary. At the beginning, he may not have seen the origin of the golden ancient books for a while. But when Jiang Chen summoned the ancient beast Kui Niu from the golden ancient book, the immortal King Huangquan finally reacted. The golden ancient book urged by Jiang Chen is the illustrious Emperor Treasure Function Catalog of the immortal world. Chapter 2995, Battle Immortal King. The black and white immortal venerable looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression instantly became extremely frightened. This time, he released the immortal King Huangquan, the immortal king realm expert. He thought that it would be foolproof to deal with the current immortal palace, so he was able to spend his energy to predict good and bad luck. But he never imagined that such a change would happen now. The immortal venerable black and white has also heard of the Taiku Emperor Baofengtian catalog. Although he didn't know how strong Fengtian catalog was, it was also an emperor treasure related to those immortal emperors in the legend. Not to mention other things, the summoned ancient beast Kui Niu definitely has the strength comparable to the immortal king. In the current state of the immortal king Huangquan, I am afraid that he may not be the opponent of this ancient beast Kui Niu. Black and white immortal venerable had a retreat in his heart. With the immemorial beast Kui Niu summoned by that kid in the Fengtian catalog, even if he gets the immortal king Huangquan out, he probably won't be able to get the immortal palace of immortality at all. He intends to escape from here while everyone's attention is still on the immortal king Huangquan, and then he will leave the immortal realm of immortality forever and never come back. Just when black and white immortal venerable just made a move, Lu Zhaoqing noticed it for the first time. Black and white immortal venerable, do you still want to leave? A cold light flashed in Lu Zhaoqing's eyes, and he said directly to immortal Zuri next to him, Senior Zuri, leave him here for me. Immortal venerable Zuri fell, and the aura of primordial peak firmly locked immortal venerable black and white, and immediately appeared in front of immortal venerable black and white in a flash. Black and white immortal venerable, are you obediently capturing yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? Immortal venerable Zuri stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at immortal venerable black and white with indifference. Since he came to the immortal palace, with the help of Lu Zhaoqing, he quickly returned to his peak strength. Especially recently, through some of the things left by the immortal king of longevity, he realized a trace of the power of the king's way, and he has vaguely touched the threshold of breaking through the immortal king realm. Although black and white immortal venerable is almost the same as Changqing immortal venerable Lu Changqing, he is not good at fighting. In terms of combat power, it is even slightly inferior to Lu Changqing. With the current strength of immortal venerable rising sun, naturally he would not take black and white immortal venerable to heart. If you want the deity to be captured, you are dreaming. A monstrous cold light flashed in the eyes of immortal black and white. Immediately, his palms moved, and a black and white immortal power of mixed essence also surged from his palms, and finally turned into a huge black and white chessboard. Immortal venerable black and white manipulated the pieces on the black and white chessboard, as if with 1,000 troops, he killed immortal venerable Zuri. Immortal venerable Zuri smiled lightly, and immediately raised his hand and waved, and the black and white chessboard collapsed in front of him without warning. I saw immortal Zun Zuri pointed out, and an invisible force instantly turned into an invisible chain, firmly imprisoning the figure of immortal black and white in the void. No matter how hard he struggled, it was difficult to shake at all. This is the hegemony of the power of the king of the immortal king realm. Even if the immortal Zuri only cultivates a trace of the power of the king, like the black and white immortal venerable, there is no resistance at all. The black and white immortal venerable was imprisoned in an understatement, and immortal venerable Zuri's son looked towards the void. The battle of the Fairy King is rare in the world. Especially for someone like him who is only half a step away from the immortal king realm, it is an opportunity that can be met but not sought after. If he can gain some insight from this battle, it would be much easier for him to break through to the immortal king realm. Immortal King Huang Quan stared at the ancient beast Kui Niu. Kui Niu, a famous peerless beast in the immortal realm in the primordial era, its strength is not in the slightest inferior to that of the Xianxia immortal king in the immortal realm. Even if he was at his peak back then, he might not be the opponent of the ancient beast Kui Niu. Now he only has the immortal soul left, and he has been suppressed for countless years, and he has not returned to his peak state at all, and he is even less likely to be this Kui Niu's opponent. Boy, who the censored are you? This is the grievance between this king and the immortal palace. Why do you want to intervene? Immortal King Wangquan suppressed the horror in his heart, and shouted to Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. This kid in front of him is definitely not a person from the immortal palace. It is absolutely impossible for the Emperor Bao Fengxian catalog to belong to the immortal palace of immortality. If the immortal king Longevity possessed this imperial treasure back then, with his strength and the immemorial beast summoned from the Fengxian catalog, he could have been completely wiped out, so why just suppress him? Who am I? You don't need to know. You just need to know that even if the immortal king of Longevity is not there, the immortal palace of Longevity is not something you can bully. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and directly gave Kui Niu an order. Kui Niu, kill him quickly for me. He activated the first page of the Fengxian catalog with the 10 ways of Nu Tien, and although the ancient beast Kui Niu summoned was powerful, it was also extremely draining on him, and the immortal power in his body was passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he couldn't support it for too long. Because of this, Jiang Chen obviously did not intend to waste time, and directly ordered the ancient beast Kui Niu to kill the immortal King Wangquan. The ancient vicious beast Kui Niu, like a huge meteor that descended from the sky, instantly knocked the space around Wangquan Immortal King into a huge black hole, and Wangquan Immortal King's figure also instantly appeared in the void thousands of miles away. Immortal King Huang Quan was shocked and angry in his heart. This ancient beast, Kui Niu, is really terrifying. In his current state, he has no resistance at all in front of this thing. His eyes flickered slightly, and then disappeared without warning. Catch the thief first, catch the king. The ancient vicious beast Kui Niu was summoned by Jiang Chen with the catalog of Emperor Bao Fengxian. As long as he solves Jiang Chen, the threat of the ancient beast Kui Niu can be easily resolved. At that time, even the immemorial Emperor Treasure Fengxian catalog will become his possession. Seeing that the figure of the immortal King Wangquan disappeared in vain, Jiang Chen admitted that he also understood the plan of the immortal King Wangquan. Immortal King Wangquan, if you are at your peak, I may not have any resistance in front of you, but with your immortal soul state, how can you easily kill me? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. The 9 secluded battle bodies suddenly condensed, and the first form of the Heavenly Emperor seal, the immortal soul extermination, was also unreservedly displayed. With Jiang Chen's handprint volleying out, I saw the figure of the immortal King Wangquan that just disappeared, and it appeared in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. Chapter 2996, Immortal King Meteor. Juyu Battle Body, Great Emperor Immortal Fa, you. Who are you? Immortal King Huang Quan was forced back by Jiang Chen Yian, and there was an unprecedented look of panic on his face. Juyu Battle Body, the famous immortal technique of the peerless immortal King Juyu Immortal King of Xian Tianyu. And the palm print at the back is completely superior to the technique of the immortal king, and it vaguely contains the power of the Emperor's Way. This is definitely an Emperor-level immortal method that only an immortal Emperor can create. This immortal method exists specifically for immortal souls, and it is the nemesis of all immortal souls. Even if he is the immortal soul of the immortal king realm, under the seal of Jiang Chen, he will be greatly restrained. Just when the immortal King Wangquan was horrified, the ancient beast Kui Niu also bumped towards him again. Immortal King Huang Quan couldn't dodge in time, and was directly knocked out by the ancient beast Kui Niu xianxia. Before he could stabilize his body, the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu let out a thunderous roar. This roar exploded in the void like thunder, and the sound shook the sky. It seems that everyone in the entire immortal realm of longevity heard the roar of the ancient beast Kui Niu at this moment. I saw that in front of the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu, a sound wave that was almost materialized instantly annihilated thousands of miles of space and penetrated through the body of the immortal King Huangquan. The original illusory figure of immortal King Huangquan became almost transparent at this moment. I saw that his whole person turned into a little black light, and it dissipated directly in the void. With a roar, the soul of the immortal King Huangquan, who had just been born, was directly annihilated in the void. The ancient vicious beast Kui Niu is really terrifying. As expected of an immemorial beast, it is indeed a bit powerful. Seeing that the immortal King Huangquan had been annihilated, Jiang Chen also quickly urged the immortal method to take back the ancient beast Kui Niu from the Fengxian catalog. He hurriedly swallowed an elixir to restore immortal power, and his pale complexion instantly turned a lot rosier. Although the ancient beasts in this Fengxian catalog are domineering, it is undoubtedly very terrifying to summon them to help in the battle. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, just summoning an ancient beast, Kui Niu, can last for less than a stick of incense at most, not to mention urging the second immortal method to activate another page of the Fengxian catalog. Jiang Chen has a feeling that with his current cultivation base, he activates 2 pages of Fengxian catalogs at the same time, and summons 2 immemorial beasts to help in the battle. I am afraid that he has already been hollowed out before the enemy has been solved. Now that he can summon the ancient beast Kui Niu to help out for a while, Jiang Chen is already very satisfied. With this trump card, at least in the face of the immortal King realm, he is not without any resistance. With the fall of the immortal King Huangquan, the entire sky above the immortal realm of longevity shook with a humming sound, as if the whole immortal Huangquan was mourning for the fall of immortal King Huangquan. At that moment, the entire immortal realm of longevity was shaken. Immortal realm screams, "This is a sign of the fall of the immortal King realm. Has the immortal King realm fallen?" All the people in the immortal realm of longevity stared at the vision in the sky, almost unable to believe their eyes. This is the power of the fairy king realm. In today's age when the immortal emperor does not exist, the immortal king realm is the supreme existence standing at the top of the immortal realm. How could such a strong man fall like this? Not long ago, the immortal king realm great expert was born in the immortal realm of longevity, and in a flash, the immortal king realm great expert fell. What happened in the immortal realm of longevity? As expected of the legendary Emperor Treasure Fengxian catalog, it is indeed terrifying. Longevity Immortal Palace, Zuri Immortal Venerable and others saw that Huangquan Immortal Venerable was so easily killed by the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu summoned by Jiang Chen, they were not able to recover from the shock for a while. Lu Zhaoqing looked at Jiang Chen who slowly floated down from the void, a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's just a little effort. You and I don't need to be polite. I'm going to retreat and practice. If there is any trouble that can't be solved, you can contact me at any time. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he returned to the fairy palace in a flash. After solving the immortal King Huangquan, Jiang Chen also returned to the second floor of the Tower of Time to practice again. Jiang Chen did not continue to comprehend the 10 secrets of heaven. With his quasi-Hunyuan immortal venerable cultivation base, it was already a little reluctant to use the first of the 10 heaven-controlling techniques to summon the ancient beast Kui Niu to fight. Even if he succeeded in the cultivation of Shang who was behind the 10 heavenly controlling techniques, it would not make much sense at all. Jiang Chen decided to settle down and use the resources he had collected from the Evergreen Immortal Palace to cultivate for a period of time, and strive to break through the primordial realm in one fell swoop. At that time, he may have the ability to activate the first and second pages of the Fengxian catalog at the same time. Jiang Chen continuously absorbed and swallowed various elixir, which made the primordial immortal power in his body continue to grow. His cultivation has broken through the limit of Tai Immortal Venerable, and he has condensed a trace of primordial immortal power in his body. Ding! You swallow the Hunyuan Immortal Spring, gain a lot of experience, and your cultivation base reaches half-step Hunyuan, and the current Hunyuan Immortal Power is converted into 1/10,000th. Ding! You swallowed the Primordial Immortal Pill and gained a lot of experience. The current Primordial Immortal Power is converted into 3/10,000ths. Ding! You successfully broke through the Primordial Realm. Under Jiang Chen's practice, the second floor of the Tower of Time, more than 2 years passed by in a flash. The Tai Immortal Power in Jiang Chen's body was finally completely transformed into Hunyuan Immortal Power, becoming a real Hunyuan Immortal Venerable. Is this the power of Immortal Lord Hunyuan? Feeling that the primordial immortal force in his body was many times stronger than the immortal force of Tai, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Before that, although he had comprehended the law of primordial and was known as the immortal venerable of primordial, the Tai immortal power in his body was finally a level worse than that of primordial immortal. Even if he has a solid foundation and has mastered countless king-level immortal methods and emperor-level immortal methods, it still seems very difficult when facing Lu Changqing. Now that the breakthrough has truly reached the primordial realm, if he faces Lu Changqing again, Jiang Chen is fully confident that he will be crushed head-on. Now that the cultivation base has broken through the primordial realm, it is time to consider continuing to search for the Heavenly Emperor Palace Branch Hall to obtain other Heavenly Emperor origins. After the cultivation base reaches the primordial primitive realm, it can be said that it is extremely difficult to improve even a little bit. There are countless Hunyuan immortal venerables in the immortal realm, and after thousands of years, it is almost impossible to make an inch. His background is far better than that of ordinary Hunyuan, immortal venerable, and it is 100 times more difficult to improve his cultivation base than that of ordinary Hunyuan immortal venerable. Even with the system and the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen would need a very long time to cultivate to the immortal king realm by himself. And if you want to quickly break through to the immortal king realm and absorb the origin of the heavenly emperor left by the immemorial heavenly emperor, it is undoubtedly the best shortcut. Chapter 2997, Heaven and Earth Change, Catastrophe is Coming. Jiang Chen finished his practice and just walked out of the palace where he retreated. A disciple of the immortal palace greeted him respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and immediately swept his sense of immortality in the immortal palace of longevity, and found that Lu Zhaoqing was not in the immortal palace of immortality. Even immortal venerable primordial Zuri and other immortal venerables seemed to have disappeared completely. What about your palace master? He has been practicing for 2 years on the second floor of the Tower of Time, and in fact, only a few days have passed in the outside world. Could it be that there is something major happening in the immortal realm of longevity these days? The disciple of the immortal palace of longevity hurriedly said. Suddenly there was a monster rampant in the immortal realm of longevity, and the palace master personally led the team to suppress it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Longevity immortal domain, how come a monster suddenly appears? The longevity immortal palace disciple shook his head and said, but everyone suspects that the appearance of monsters is related to the great change in the world of the immortal realm. Did young master Jiang Chen find out that the cultivation in immortal realm is much easier now? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but feel it carefully, and as expected, he found that the power of immortal essence in the immortal realm of longevity had become much stronger than before. Even the whole world seems to have become a lot more complete, and even the laws of immortality seem to be easier to touch. Longevity immortal territory, it really is a big change in the world. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became solemn. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the primordial realm, his understanding of heaven and earth is naturally more acute. He even had a feeling that the immortal Tao of the immortal realm of longevity in the past seemed to be incomplete, but now it has gradually become a lot more complete. The world has changed, and catastrophe is coming. Boy, the catastrophe of this era is imminent, and there is not much time left for you. At this moment, the somewhat solemn voice of the immortal steel and steel spirit also slowly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was startled, and he couldn't help but quickly asked, Senior, do you know the reason for the changes in the world? In the ancient times, there was a great catastrophe of heaven and earth, and many immortal emperors headed by Qing Emperor, and many monsters led by the ancient magic palace, broke out in a shocking battle. However, the demon race led by the ancient demon palace is extremely powerful, and the immortal realm is simply unstoppable. In the end, many immortal emperors sealed the demons in the dimensional space with their great supernatural powers and the origin of the immortal way in the immortal world. The Qing Emperor and the others sealed the demon emperor level characters of the ancient magic palace at the expense of themselves. It is precisely because of the lack of the origin of the immortal realm that it is difficult to restore this era, and it is even more difficult to give birth to a strong immortal emperor. The immortal tablet spirit did not hide it, and told Jiang Chen the situation of the ancient catastrophe one by one. Jiang Chen said solemnly, Senior's meaning, the great change in the world of the immortal world, should be the return of the source of the immortal Tao, which means that the seal on the demons in the ancient times has failed. Yes, if I'm not wrong, it's not only the immortal realm of immortality. I am afraid that there should be demons in other places in the immortal realm. The immortal monument spirit said solemnly. Accordingly speaking, the seal should not be released so quickly. If I expected it well, the reason for the early release of the seal should be closely related to the Tianmo mountain in the immortal realm. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard the words. When he entered the Tianmo mountain, the immortal tablet spirit reminded him that Tianmo mountain did not hesitate to carry out blood sacrifices with war, and there must be no small plot. Could it be that the purpose of the Tianmo mountain blood sacrifice is to prevent the sealed monster from having an accident ahead of time? It seems that after solving the monsters in the immortal realm of longevity, he must go to Tianmo mountain in the immortal realm of suppressing demons to take a look. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and he directly looked up at the disciples of the immortal palace in front of him and said, "Your palace master, where are they now?" The disciple of longevity immortal palace quickly replied, "East of longevity immortal territory, Split Sky Valley." Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light and headed towards the east of the immortal realm of longevity. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the primordial realm, even if it spans the entire immortal realm of longevity, it will not take half an hour at all. In just a moment, Jiang Chen had come to the east of the immortal realm of longevity. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the exact location of Sky-Splitting Valley, with his powerful immortal knowledge, he quickly found Lu Zhaoqing and the others. Jiang Chen had already crossed the space and appeared directly beside Lu Zhaoqing and the others. The aura of Lu Zhaoqing and the others was not very good, and there was still a censored and chilling aura in the surrounding air. It was obvious that this place had just experienced an extremely tragic battle. Lu Zhaoqing looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared, and a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you out?" Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at the rift valley in front of him. "Zhaoqing, what's the situation now?" "It's not too long. Although the monsters in this rift valley are not strong, they seem to be endless, one wave after another. If this continues, we will be consumed by these monsters sooner or later." Lu Zhaoqing said solemnly, "I have already asked Xian Emperor Palace for help. I hope they can send strength to support in time." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "The world has changed, and catastrophe is imminent. Now it's not just that the immortal realm of longevity has monsters born, and the Xian Emperor Palace may not have time to take care of the immortal realm of longevity." Lu Zhaoqing's expression changed. "Brother Jiang Chen, do you mean that there are monsters in other immortal realms?" Jiang Chen nodded and said solemnly, "I'll explain this to you later. Now, let's enter the Rift Valley and deal with the monsters here." For Jiang Chen's proposal, Lu Zhaoqing also didn't make any sense. Because they didn't know the situation of the Rift Valley before, they didn't rush into the Rift Valley. It is not a solution to delay with the monsters in the Rift Valley now. Now that Jiang Chen has come, they might as well go directly to the Rift Valley. With Jiang Chen in charge, even if they did encounter a Demon King level demon, it would be enough to retreat. "People above the Great Luo realm, follow me into the Rift Valley." Jiang Chen snorted lightly, and immediately took the lead, rushing towards the Rift Valley. As soon as they entered the Rift Valley, Jiang Chen and the others seemed to have crossed the world, and instantly came to a gray world. I saw that in this world, one after another demonic energy continuously emerged from the crack space, turning into a demonic beast. Not far from Jiang Chen and the others, there were already thousands of monsters of all kinds gathered together. Obviously, if Jiang Chen and the others don't directly enter here, these monsters will probably launch a new round of attacks on the immortal realm of longevity soon. Chapter 2998, Thunder Crackdown. The cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and he directly waved his sword and charged towards the group of monsters in front of him. With one swing of his sword, dozens of monsters instantly annihilated into nothingness. Behind Jiang Chen, Lu Zhaoqing and others also did not hesitate. All kinds of immortal arts shrouded these monsters. Although these monsters are extremely numerous, their strength is not strong, and the strongest is only comparable to Tai Immortal Venerable. Under the rush of Jiang Chen and the others, these monsters had no resistance at all. These monsters were all slaughtered by Jiang Chen and the others. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were dealing with the thousands of monsters, there was a sudden turbulence between the heavens and the earth, and dark space cracks spread out from the distant sky. I saw that in the cracks in the space, one after another terrifying demonic energy rose into the sky, turning into figures with demonic energy. These ghosts are obviously much stronger than the previous monsters. Among them, the first three demons are no less powerful than immortal primordial Hunyuan. I saw a huge crack that traverses the sky for thousands of miles and emerged out of thin air, and the monstrous demonic energy with a suffocating demonic power instantly descended on this side of the world. I saw that in the monstrous demonic energy, a burly demon clan slowly emerged. Looking at this imposing demon race, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. Demon King. The one in front of him is definitely a demon king who is comparable to the power of the immortal king realm. The demon king swept away Jiang Chen and the others indifferently, and his icy voice resounded through the world in an instant. People from the immortal world, this king has not yet been born to trouble you. I didn't expect you to dare to kill here. Since you are here, then stay with me forever. His voice, with a soul-stirring magic sound, shocked the hearts of Jiang Chen and the others. Even Jiang Chen and other Hunyuan immortal venerables are affected by the magic sound at this moment. Some of them are weaker, and their eyes are blood red at this moment, as if they are about to fall into the magic way. HMPH, you and other people who are not my immortal world, actually want to encroach on the immortal world, it is simply delusional. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the Functian catalog also appeared above his head. The next moment, Jiang Chen directly activated the first tactic of the 10 manipulations of heaven, activating the first page of the Functian catalog, and the ancient beast Kui Niu also flew out of the Functian catalog in an instant. The ancient vicious beast Kui Niu appeared, directly with a fierce and peerless aura, roaring away at the demon king in the void. One monster and one beast collided continuously, directly entering the endless chaotic void. Jiang Chen also ignored the immemorial beast Kui Niu who entered the chaotic void with the demon king, and directly led the crowd to kill the remaining demons. After breaking through the primordial realm, he activated the Functian catalog again to summon the ancient beast Kui Niu. Jiang Chen was obviously much calmer. Even if he summoned the ancient beast Kui Niu, it did not affect him to continue to attack these demons. The war broke out between the two sides. Jiang Chen and the others have the combat power of 5 primordial realm, and there is also the existence of Immortal Zun, who has comprehended a little bit of the power of the immortal king. The 3 primordial demon venerables on the demon race side were simply difficult to resist. Under the powerful offensive of Jiang Chen and the others, the 3 Hunyuan demon venerables persisted for less than a stick of incense, and they were jointly suppressed by Jiang Chen and the others. With the fall of the 3 Hunyuan demon venerables, the rest of the demon venerables were no match for Jiang Chen and the others, and they were soon annihilated by Jiang Chen and the others. And just when Jiang Chen and the others were killing many demon venerables, a shocking loud noise came from the chaotic space of nothingness. 2 huge phantoms also flew out of the chaotic space at the same time. I saw that whether it was the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu, or the demon king on the opposite side, all of them were covered in color at the moment, and their aura seemed to be a lot sluggish. Previously, this beast and a demon fought against each other in the chaotic space, and it was almost a lose-lose situation. This demon king, the strength is not simple. The ancient fierce beast Kui Niu, this is the existence of the fierce name in the ancient times, and its strength is not inferior to the top immortal king at its peak. This demon king can fight against the ancient beast Kui Niu and lose both, and his strength can be described as extremely terrifying. Boy, censored you. Seeing that when he was battling with the ancient beast Kui Niu, his demon disciples were killed by Jiang Chen and others, and the demon king couldn't help but let out a roar. I saw that his demonic energy erupted all over his body, and he directly abandoned the ancient beast Kui Niu, and was about to kill Jiang Chen and the others. The speed of this demon king was defeated, and in just the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the void of 100,000 miles, and even the ancient beast Kui Niu had no time to stop it. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his hands did not hesitate to strike an immortal method towards Functian's catalog. On the second page of the Functian Atlas, a dazzling light suddenly erupted, and I saw a mysterious little beast with a shape like a rabbit, with long ears, only a foot long, also came out from the second page of the Functian Atlas. This mysterious little beast seems harmless to humans and animals, but as the controller of the Functian catalog, Jiang Chen is naturally very aware of the horror of this mysterious little beast. Primordial ferocious beast. This is an ancient beast that is even more ferocious than the Kui Niu. It often feeds on the dragon clan, so that the dragon clan is afraid of it. The primordial ferocious beast came out of the Functian map. It looked up at the demon king who came with the monstrous demonic energy. A look of contempt flashed across its small dark eyes. I saw its small claws swipe in the air, and an invisible force suddenly dissipated the demonic energy around the demon king, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken string, flying out of the void in a woeful way. The demon king of the demon race was in a state of embarrassment as he stabilized his body, the blood in his mouth was surging, and there was an unprecedented look of panic in the eyes that looked at Ji. He never thought that this guy first summoned an ancient beast Kui Niu whose strength was not inferior to him, and now he has summoned a more terrifying existence than the ancient beast Kui Niu. An ancient vicious beast, Kui Niu, has already exhausted him. Now coupled with this more terrifying mysterious little beast, in his current state, I am afraid there is no resistance at all. Just when the demon king was terrified, the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu was obviously very unhappy with the behavior of the demon king. The thunderous roar turned into a terrifying sound wave and swept directly towards the demon king. Come. Chapter 2999, Traces of Tianlai Temple. The demon king was just caught and repelled by Qianyi, and he still hasn't recovered his anger at this moment. Facing the shock of Kui Niu's thunderous sound, the demon king didn't have time to react, and the terrifying sound wave pierced through his body. The demon king trembled, and the demon blood in his mouth couldn't help spurting out again. At this moment, Ji, who was only about a foot in size, suddenly swelled in size and instantly turned into a peerless beast with a height of 10,000 meters. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the demon king directly. Soon, this guy seemed to think that the demon king's meat was not tasty, and he spit out the blood-covered demon king, with an incomparable expression on his face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Obviously, this guy feeds on dragons, and his appetite is also raised to be a bit picky eater. After this tossing and turning, the demon king of the demon race was obviously tossed enough, almost like a gossamer, with less than half of his life left. At this moment, the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu rolled over with one hoof, and the demon king was completely crushed into powder before he had time to dodge. With the fall of this demon king, there is no other demon in the whole world. It's finally resolved. Seeing this scene in front of everyone was slightly relieved. But everyone knew very well that all of this was because of the existence of Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was not able to summon two ancient beasts whose strength was not inferior to that of the Immortal King Realm, the Immortal Realm of Immortal Realm would not have the power of the Immortal King Realm at all. Under the invasion of the Annihilation, after killing the Demon King, Jiang Chen and the others searched the world again. After confirming that there were no demons in this world, they just retreated from the Rift Valley. Zhao King, the monster that suddenly appeared in the fairyland, is closely related to several catastrophes in the fairyland, and it is related to the survival of the fairyland. Now that the crisis in the immortal realm has been lifted, I want to go to other places to see. After leaving the Rift Valley, Jiang Chen said directly to Lu Zhaoqing. Now that the demon sealing land of the immortal realm of longevity has been resolved, and there are immortal venerable sunrise and others, as long as there are no monsters at the level of the demon king, there will be no threat to the immortal realm of longevity. Lu Zhaoqing didn't say much, nodded and said, "Okay, brother Jiang Chen, be careful yourself." Although she has obtained the inheritance of the immortal king of longevity, and now has a strength that is not inferior to immortal venerable Hunyuan, she can't give much help to Jiang Chen. Since the appearance of monsters is the catastrophe of life and death in the immortal world, what she has to do now is to devote herself to cultivation and strive to break through the immortal king as soon as possible, so as to ensure the preservation of the immortal palace in the catastrophe. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately disappeared into the sky in a flash. After leaving the immortal realm of longevity, Jiang Chen went all the way to the immortal realm of suppressing demons, planning to go to Tianmo Mountain in the immortal realm of suppressing demons first. Jiang Chen also encountered many monsters running rampant in the fairyland. Obviously, the fact is as he expected, the fairy world has fallen into chaos because of the appearance of monsters. Jiang Chen easily solved the monsters along the way, and continued to rush towards the Zenmo Shanyu. When Jiang Chen passed through a place called Kangale Immortal Territory, he temporarily gave up his plan to go to suppressing demon immortal territory. Because Jiang Chen suddenly discovered that the token that Mo Zan gave him in the first battle of Tianshuan Hall suddenly had a feeling in this place. Jiang Chen moved his palm, and the piece of lightning appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. I saw that there was a strange wave of thunder light emitting above the originally unusually calm Lei Ling. It seems that the Tianlai Hall, one of the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace, should be in this fairyland. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Ling in the palm of his hand, and couldn't help muttering to himself. When he came back from the demon suppression immortal territory, he also visited the Kangalei Immortal Territory, but the original Lei Ling did not produce any reaction. It seems that this thunder command can suddenly induce induction, and it should also be related to the great change in the fairyland. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and immediately followed Lei Ling's induction. As Jiang Chen kept getting closer, Lei Ling's induction became stronger and stronger. Under the guidance of Lei Ling, Jiang Chen came to the front of a thunder mountain shrouded in thunder and lightning. This mountain of thunder has been shrouded in the power of countless silver thunders all year round. These thunder powers contain extremely terrifying power, and even immortal venerable primordial immortal might not dare to enter them easily. Jiang Chen looked at the thunder mountain in front of him for a while, and then he stepped out and directly entered the thunder mountain. The power of thunder on the thunder mountain is indeed very terrifying. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, under the power of thunder, he can't bear it. Jiang Chen had to sacrifice the Fengxian catalog and summoned Kui Niu. This guy seems to have a natural restraint on the power of thunder, and the power of thunder around him falls on him, as if it is tickling. All these thunder powers were absorbed by Kui Niu. With the help of Kui Niu, Jiang Chen walked in the Lei Mountain without any obstacles, and soon came to the depths of the Lei Mountain, and then found an immortal palace ruins shrouded by a lightning barrier. Is this the Tianlei Temple? Jiang Chen didn't like it either, letting Kui Niu break through the thunder light barrier and enter the immortal palace. When he entered the Tianlei Hall, he found that the situation here was different from the Tianshuan Hall and the Tiangong Hall. There is no immemorial immortal in the Tianshuan Hall, nor is it sealed with great magical powers like the Tiangong Hall. The entire Tianlei Hall is dilapidated, as if it is really a relic that survived from the ancient war. Jiang Chen searched the Tianlei Temple, but did not find any origin of the Emperor of Heaven. He integrated the origin of the Emperor of Heaven from the two branch halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. If this place had the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, he should have sensed it as soon as he entered here, but now he has not found anything. Jiang Chen was immediately puzzled. Isn't this place the Tianlei Hall, one of the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, seeing that the token in his hand was still flashing with lightning, and he couldn't help but go towards the place where the token was directed. Jiang Chen found an identical Lei Ling in a dilapidated palace. At this moment, I saw that the induction between the two lightning orders became more and more intense. At the end, the Lei Ling in Jiang Chen's hand directly let go, and quickly merged with the Lei Ling in the palace. An illusory thunder shadow was also condensed from the thunder command in an instant. Chapter 3000. Lost God's Origin. Lei Ying appeared above the token, and looked at Jiang Chen with a look of surprise. Who are you? Why do you have the deity's Lei Ling? Jiang Chen didn't speak either, just flipped his palm and formed a seal of the Heavenly Emperor in his palm. Lei Ying's pupils shrank suddenly. Heavenly Emperor seal, are you the Emperor? Jiang Chen nodded and said, I have been to the Tianshuan Hall, and this token was given to me by Mo Zan of Tianshuan Hall. After so many years, the Emperor is finally born, and my Heavenly Emperor Palace finally has hope. There was also a look of excitement in Lei Ying's eyes. Jiang Chen took the palm print and asked with a frown, Senior, what happened to the Heavenly Thunder Palace? How could it become like this, and even the origin of the Heavenly Emperor is no longer there? In the great calamity of the ancient times, we were ordered to order the Temple of Heavenly Thunder to evade the world and guard the origin of the Heavenly Emperor and wait for the birth of the Emperor's son. Lei Ying said with a wry smile. Later, a Demon King-level powerhouse from the ancient Demon Palace suddenly came to the Tianlei Temple, destroyed the Tianlei Temple in one fell swoop, and took away the source of the Heavenly Emperor in the Tianlei Temple. Jiang Chen heard the words, and his brows couldn't help but tightly knit together. The origin of the Heavenly Emperor of the Tianlei Temple was actually taken away by the people from the ancient Demon Palace. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that the source of the Emperor left by the Emperor in the 36th branch of the Tiandi Palace was probably not only the source of the Emperor in the first place of the Tianlei Palace was taken away by the ancient Magic Palace. Emperor don't have to worry too much. Back then, the Demon King of the ancient Demon Palace had just taken away the source of the Heavenly Emperor, and a mysterious powerhouse from the immortal realm arrived, and the source of the Heavenly Emperor may have been taken back by that mysterious powerhouse. At this moment, Raikage's voice rang again. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly. Do you know what the identity of that mysterious powerhouse is? Lei Ying shook his head and said, but that mysterious powerhouse is extremely terrifying, and he has an extremely terrifying avenue of time and space, and he only left a move to injure the Demon King. A strand of the origin of the Heavenly Emperor should be in that person's hands. When Raikage spoke, the illusory voice became more and more dim. Obviously, this one has long since fallen, but a wisp of remnant is attached to Lei Ling. Now that it is activated, it will soon dissipate completely. Emperor, I hope you can gather at the source of the Emperor as soon as possible and rebuild the palace of the Emperor. After the words fell, Lei Ying completely dissipated in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the place where Lei Ying dissipated, and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. The situation of the Heavenly Emperor Palace has become more and more complicated. No matter whether the origin of the Heavenly Emperor falls into the hands of the demon race or the hands of the mysterious powerhouses in the immortal realm, it may not be easy for him to get it again. This is the power of the origin of the immortal emperor left by the immortal Emperor Xianxia, and it is also a dream treasure for anyone in the immortal realm. Even if the mysterious powerhouse recaptured the origin of the Heavenly Emperor from the people of the ancient magic palace, he might not be able to give it to him easily. Since the source of the Heavenly Emperor of the Tianlai Temple has been lost, it has no meaning for him to stay here. He turned around and left the Tianlai Temple and continued towards the demon suppression immortal territory. Jiang Chen's figure also descended outside Zenmo Shancheng once again. I saw that a fierce battle was breaking out in Zenmo Shancheng at the moment, and countless demons rushed towards Zenmo Shancheng from Tianmo Mountain. Even the city walls of the immortal town of demon suppression were dyed red with blood, and the 10,000 li centered on the immortal town of demon suppression was filled with an aura of censored killing. Tian motion, something has really changed. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but congeal slightly. Not only did the war broke out between Zenmo Shancheng and Tianmo Mountain, but he could also vaguely feel that there were two auras facing each other in the depths of the endless void. If he expected it well, this should be the Immortal King realm powerhouse of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace and the Demon King level powerhouse of Tianmo Mountain. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his body flashed directly onto the city wall of the town of Demon Suppression. With a wave of his hand, he crushed the dozens of monsters in front of him into nothingness. Beside Jiang Chen, a big man in golden armor looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in his line of sight, and couldn't help being surprised. Jiang Chen glanced at the big man in golden armor indifferently. I asked you to tell the high-level officials of Zenmo Shanyu not to let people enter Tianmo Mountain, otherwise there will be changes. It seems that you didn't take my words to heart. Hearing the words, the golden-armored man couldn't help but show an embarrassed look on his face. When Jiang Chen came to Zenmo Immortal City and asked him to inform the top management of Zenmo Immortal Palace, he really didn't care, but he didn't expect that Tianmo Mountain would actually change not long after this guy left. Jiang Chen didn't pay too much attention to the big man in golden armor. He flicked a few sword lights to temporarily resolve the crisis for Zenmo Shancheng, and then swept directly into the depths of the endless void. I saw in the depths of the endless void, two figures stood opposite each other across the void of thousands of miles. One of them, golden-robed blonde, with a body like a mountain, exudes the might of an immortal king that dominates the world. This person is the great power of the immortal king realm of the suppressing demon palace, the demon-suppressing immortal king. Opposite the immortal king of demon suppression, there is a demon king with a monstrous aura. The demon king's complexion is as pale as snow, and he has a pair of dark eyes, but no white eyes. The pupils are all black, and there is endless darkness. The devil king of yin and yang, this king has underestimated your Tianmo Mountain. In order to lift the seal of the ancient emperor and make the ancient magic palace recreate the time, you Tianmotion are really willing to pay for it. The immortal king of demon suppression stared at the demon king of yin and yang, his eyes filled with endless gloom. The demon-suppressing immortal king is one of the oldest immortal kings in the immortal realm. He has led the demon-suppressing immortal palace to guard Tianmo Mountain for many years. He is very familiar with the many lucky secrets of the immortal realm. He never thought that Tianmotion would use the blood sacrifice technique at all costs, so that the seal of the ancient emperor was lifted in advance. The yin-yang demon king sneered and said, "The immortal king of suppressing demons, now that the seal of the ancient emperor of your fairyland has begun to dissipate, and the powerhouses of my ancient magic palace will begin to emerge gradually. Your fairyland can't stop it. If you surrender now, it may be too late. Yin-yang demon king, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, fight." The demon-suppressing immortal king sneered and said, "You have invaded the immortal realm so many times, but you have succeeded once again. The ancestors of the immortal realm were able to suppress you, and we can still do it today. The demonic light in the eyes of the yin-yang demon king soared, and the monstrous demonic energy swept out of his body instantly. Immortal king of demon suppression, since you have to seek your own death, today this king will let you and suppression immortal palace completely disappear from the fairyland. Chapter 3001. Look down on me, there's a price to pay. The voice of the yin-yang demon king fell, and a terrifying magical power was like a boundless ocean wave, with the power to devour everything, and swept toward the demon suppression immortal king in the void. The immortal king of demon suppression was expressionless, and the terrifying immortal king's might instantly turned into an extremely overbearing heavenly saber, colliding with the swept-in magic might. Two extremely terrifying breaths collided instantly, turning the entire void into chaos. In the chaotic space, the suppressing demon king and the yin-yang demon king both retreated thousands of miles away. Yin-yang demon king, your strength is no more than that. With your strength, it is simply wishful thinking to lead the demons of Tianmo Mountain to invade the fairyland from under the eyes of this king. Demon suppression immortal king sneered contemptuously. Do you think that there is only one demon king in Tianmo Mountain? This king is just the vanguard. Now the ancient seal has gradually dissipated, and the demons who were sealed in the fairyland will appear one after another. The fairyland is in chaos, and no one will come to support you in a short time. The yin-yang demon king said confidently, as long as this king leads the demons to fight with you, the blood sacrifice will continue. When another demon king recovers from the Gorfine mountain, this king depends on how you resist. When the demon-suppressing immortal king heard the words, his expression sank slightly. Although he is not afraid of the yin-yang demon king in front of him, it is not easy to get rid of this yin-yang demon king. If it is really delayed until the recovery of a demon king under Tianmo Mountain, the situation will not be good. Demon suppression immortal king's eyes flickered slightly, and just when he was about to hit the yin-yang demon king at all costs, a faint voice suddenly resounded in this void. Yin-yang demon lord, you are right. If there is another demon lord resuscitating in Tianmo Mountain, it will be a very troublesome thing. In this case, let's get rid of you completely before the next demon lord recovers. The sudden voice made the immortal king of demon suppression and the demon king of yin and yang startled slightly. They followed the voice and saw a young man in black standing with his hands behind his back, directly appearing on the battlefield between the two of them. Youth Tianzhao in the primordial realm. The immortal king of demon suppression looked at the young man in black who suddenly appeared in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Hunyuanjing Tianzhao, this is a very rare existence in the immortal realm. Even their devil suppression immortal palace has not been able to cultivate a Hunyuanjing Tianzhao who is less than 10,000 years old. And as far as the demon suppression immortal king knows, even if you look at the entire immortal world, there are only a handful of existences in the primordial realm who are less than long-lived. This Hunyuan realm Tianzhao, who is the power of the people, how can he appear in the town of the devil? The black-clothed youth in front of him was sent by one of the top forces in the 4 heavenly domains to help the demon suppression immortal palace. HMPH, who am I? I'm just a rough-headed boy from the primordial realm. How dare I speak up in front of this king? The yin-yang demon king looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in his line of sight, and a contemptuous sneer appeared in his eyes. Although at the age of the black-clothed youth in front of him, being able to reach the primordial realm is indeed very extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary it is only the cultivation of the early primordial yuan. With this level of cultivation, no matter how monstrous he might be, how could he pose the slightest threat to him? This little friend, please go to the demon suppression immortal city to help my demon suppression immortal palace. The yin-yang demon king will be handed over to me to deal with it. The demon suppressing immortal king also said quickly. Although this son's talent is unparalleled, it is very likely that he is from the top forces of the 4 major heavens, but in front of the strong men like the yin-yang demon king, I am afraid there is not much resistance at all. If this guy fell here, it would be a very troublesome thing. It's up to you to deal with it. Can you kill this guy? Jiang Chen glanced at the demon suppression immortal king indifferently, and then his eyes fell directly on the opposite yin and yang demon king. The reason why I am here is to solve him. When the demon suppressing immortal king heard the words, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Looking at this guy's tone, does he really have any means to deal with the yin-yang demon king? Fix me. The yin-yang demon king gave Jiang Chen a disdainful look. Boy, this king will give you a chance to show off, but I want to see how you want to solve me. The demon king of yin and yang, underestimate me will pay a price. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the Fengxian catalog also instantly appeared above his head. Jiang Chen changed two immortal methods one after another with his hands and entered the Fengxian catalog. At that moment, the first 2 pages of the Fengxian catalog were activated almost at the same time, and 2 beasts, one big and one small, exuding an ancient aura, also burst out from the Fengxian catalog at the same time. These are 2 immortal king level primordial ferocious beasts. Looking at the Kui Niu and Ji bursting out of the Fengxian catalog, the eyes of the immortal king of demon suppression shrank suddenly. Legend has it that in the ancient immortal world, there was an emperor treasure called Fengxian catalog, which contained 10 ancient evils. Once you have mastered the Fengxian catalog, you can summon the ancient beasts in the Fengxian catalog to assist in the battle. There is no doubt that what this black-clothed youth is offering now is the legendary Emperor Treasure Fengxian catalog. The demon-suppressing immortal king finally understood why this young man in black dared to threaten to solve the Yin-Yang Demon King. Kui Niu, Ji, kill him for me. Just when the demon-suppressing immortal king was shocked, Jiang Chen directly commanded the 2 ancient beasts and killed them towards the Yin-Yang Demon King. Looking at the 2 fierce beasts with monstrous aura, the Yin-Yang Demon King's expression instantly became terrified. The strength of either of these 2 beasts is probably not inferior to him. Now that the 2 fierce beasts are attacking together, he may not be able to resist at all. On the side, there is also the immortal king of demon suppression, who is staring at him. If he was a little careless, he might have fallen here today. The Yin-Yang Demon King didn't hesitate at all, turned into Yin-Yang and fled in the direction of Tianmo Mountain. The Yin-Yang Demon King still underestimated the power of Kui Niu and Ji. I saw a thunderous roar from Kui Niu, which caused the yin and yang qi transformed by the Yin-Yang Demon King to stagnate for a moment in the void. And at that moment, Qian's petite body also pierced through the space, directly passing through the yin and yang. I only heard a muffled groan from the void, and the figure of the Yin-Yang Demon King appeared again. I saw that his face was pale, and there were blood stains left in his mouth, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Ha ha, Demon King of Yin and Yang, this is the end of your invasion of God's domain, you are destined to fall here today. At this moment, the demon-suppressing immortal king also laughed out loud, with an extremely fierce aura, and without hesitation came towards the Yin-Yang Demon King. Chapter 3002, Come One, Kill One. Under the siege of the 2 ancient beasts and the demon-suppressing immortal king, the Yin-Yang Demon King, who had already suffered heavy losses, had almost no resistance at this moment. The Yin-Yang Demon King was severely injured by the attacks of 2 people and 1 beast. In the end, the 3 people were completely smashed into nothingness together with the flesh and the demon's soul. This little brother, thank you for today's matter. The immortal king of demon suppression looked at Jiang Chen, who had collected the 2 great ancient beasts in the Fengxian catalog, and couldn't help but clasped his fists gratefully. If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared today, I'm afraid it would be really difficult for him to get the devil king of yin and yang. The immortal king of suppressing demons, Tianmo Mountain has a shocking plan of the demons. They are here to carry out blood sacrifices with wars. The purpose is to break the ancient seal and make the demons fully born in the fairyland. Nowadays, there are many immortal domains in the immortal world, and there are already demons coming out, which has caused great chaos in the immortal world. The best way now is to suspend the battle with Tianmotion, seal Tianmotion, and stop the blood sacrifice of Tianmotion. After the other demons in the fairy world have subsided, concentrate on dealing with Tianmotion. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to the immortal king of demon suppression. The demon-suppressing immortal king slowly took a deep breath. There is no problem in temporarily sealing the Tianmo Mountain, but with my ability, I can only stop the demons under the immortal king. If the demon king is born, it will be difficult to stop it. It doesn't matter, as long as the demons under the immortal king cannot come out to attack the immortal city, the blood sacrifice on Tianmo Mountain cannot continue. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. As for the demon king of the demon race, if you dare to kill one from the demons, come one, let's kill one. Okay, I'll set up a barrier and seal the Tianmo Mountain. The demon-suppressing immortal king did not hesitate, and directly imposed the immortal king prohibition to isolate the Tianmo Mountain town demon immortal domain. After Jiang Chen and the others killed the Yin-Yang Demon King and temporarily sealed the Tianmo Mountain, the remaining demons who attacked the demon city were quickly dealt with after losing support. After the war, Jiang Chen did not leave the town, but stayed in the palace. Tianmo Mountain is the core seal place of the ancient demon palace and the demons after the ancient catastrophe. Before the top forces of the four major heavenly realms in the fairyland did not spare their hands to support the Zenmo Shanyu, Jiang Chen planned to temporarily guard this place to prevent it from happening again. An accident occurred. After staying in the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time, and went directly to the Tower of Time to practice. He first practiced the third tactic of the 10 tactics of harnessing the sky, which was used to activate the immemorial beast Jiang on the third page of the Book of Summoning Function. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level, if he condenses the 9 nether battle physique again, with the state of the 9 nether battle physique, it should be enough to support himself to summon 3 primordial ferocious beasts to assist him in the battle. Even if there is a demon king born in Tianmo Mountain, the 3 ancient beasts can kill him in a short time. Jiang Chen used the time on the second floor of the Tower of Time to speed up by 100 times, and in just 2 days, he mastered the third tactic of the 10 tactic of controlling the sky. Not long after Jiang Chen mastered the third tactic of the 10 commandments of heaven, he received information from the immortal king of suppressing demons that a demon king level demon race was born again in Tianmo Mountain. After Jiang Chen got the news, without any hesitation, he ended the retreat directly, and then flashed out of the town of Demon Town and rushed into a battlefield in the endless void. I saw the void with a radius of 100,000 miles, and at this moment, it has turned into a terrifying galaxy storm. 2 silhouettes with monstrous breaths, constantly fighting in the galaxy storm, are the immortal king of demon suppression and a demon king in Tianmo Mountain. The strength of the two is almost the same, and all kinds of peerless magical powers are constantly being used, and they are almost evenly matched. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly took out the function catalog. The first 2 tactics of Yudian 10 tactics were successively unfolded, and 2 great ancient beasts were summoned to join the battlefield one after another. Under the surprise attack of the 2 great ancient beasts, the Demon King was directly hit hard before he could react. In less than a moment, the Demon King was defeated by the 2 ancient beasts in the ruins of the suppressing demon and the immortal king, and finally was torn to pieces by the thunder of Kui Niu, and turned into a blood mist that dissipated in the endless sky, the depths of the void. 2 peerless beasts that are comparable to the top immortal kings, plus the old-fashioned immortal king of suppressing demon, unless there are several demon kings or powerhouses beyond the demon king level in Tianmo Mountain, almost no one can stop them. After the demon king was dealt with, Zenmo Shancheng fell into a short-lived tranquility. Once again, the silence did not last long. A few days later, the 2 demon kings simultaneously broke through the seal set by the demon suppression immortal king, and took the demon army to kill them from the Tianmo Mountain. In the depths of the vast chaotic void, Jiang Chen stood side by side with the demon king. Opposite them, there are 2 demon kings who are shrouded in strong demonic energy. It seems that the power of the immortal realm guarding outside the Tianmo Mountain is not strong. How did the 2 yin-yang demon kings fall? A blood-haired demon king with a bewitching complexion glanced at Jiang Chen and the 2 of them, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. Outside the demon mountain, there is only one immortal king of the immortal realm. Although the black-clothed youth in the primordial realm next to him should also be extremely extraordinary, with the strength of these 2, it should be difficult to easily kill the 2 yin-yang demon kings. How did the 2 yin-yang demon kings fall? Be careful, since the 2 demon kings of yin and yang have fallen here, there must be something strange about it. Another demon king with 2 wings on his back said solemnly, if the blood absorbed by the demon mountain is insufficient today, the blood sacrifice has been temporarily interrupted. If you and I fail again this time, the ancient demon palace will probably be silent for a long time. Time will come. The blood-haired demon king nodded, and immediately said directly, I'll hold the fairy king, you first solve the boy in the primordial realm. Then we will join forces to deal with the fairy king. The voice of the blood-haired demon king fell, with a censored demonic energy all over his body, and he directly locked the demon king. Little friend Jiang Chen, I'll contain this guy. You can solve the other devil first with the function catalog. After the demon-suppressing immortal king finished speaking, he also stepped across the void and directly collided with the blood-haired demon king. The tens of thousands of miles of space centered on the 2 of them instantly turned into a black hole. At the same time as the 2 were fighting, the demon king who had wings on his back shook his wings and appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. He stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly. Little guy, I can feel that you should be very difficult. If I guess correctly, the fall of the yin-yang demon king should have something to do with you, right? Now that I have broken through the primordial realm, I wonder if I can open the 6th floor of the Tower of Time. Chapter 3003. The Third Immemorial Beast, Jiang. Yes, the two demon kings of Yin and Yang have both fallen into my hands, and your results today are destined to be the same as theirs. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he directly sacrificed the Fengxian catalog, activated the first 2 pages of the Fengxian catalog, and summoned Kui Niu and Ji to kill the demon king in front of him. This is the Immortal World Emperor's Treasure Sealing Heaven catalog. The double-winged demon king looked at the scene in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly. He is a demon king that existed in ancient times. He followed the ancient magic palace to invade the fairyland, and he naturally knew the fairyland very well. The Fengxian catalog is an imperial treasure with a splendid reputation in the immortal realm. Back then, the owner of this imperial treasure once summoned 10 ancient beasts in one breath, each of which possessed a terrifying strength not inferior to the supreme immortal king, and slaughtered countless demon immortal kings. The two-winged demon king never thought that he had just been born this time, to encounter this terrifying emperor. Treasure. The two-winged demon king didn't have time to think about it, and the monstrous demonic energy surged out of his body in an instant, fighting with the 2 ancient beasts. This two-winged demon king is indeed very powerful. He is even stronger than any demon king of the demon race that Jiang Chen has ever seen. He can actually block Kui Niu and Ji's consecutive attacks. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Obviously he didn't want to waste time with this two-winged demon king, and directly displayed the third art of Yudian. I saw that the 3rd page of Fengxian catalog was instantly activated by Jiang Chen, a peerless beast with a body larger than Kui Niu and 9 heads on its head, which also burst out directly from Fengxian catalog. The immemorial beast Jiang. This is the immemorial beast sealed on the 3rd page of Jiang Chen's Fengxian catalog. Jiang is a 9-headed monster and a genus of strange snakes in the ancient times. It has an ox body and a dragon tail. Its body is extremely strange. At the same time, it has the power of water and fire, which can burn all things and annihilate the world. As soon as Jiang appeared, a terrifying crimson flame appeared directly above the head of the two-winged demon king, and thousands of miles of void instantly turned into a sea of fire, shrouding the two-winged demon king. At the same time, Kui Niu and Ji displayed all kinds of natal supernatural powers, and killed the two-winged demon king at the same time. Rao is the two-winged demon king and even the peerless demon king in the ancient times, and it is simply difficult to resist the continuous bombardment of the 3 peerless beasts, for a long time. Under the influence of Kui Niu's thunderous roar, the two-winged demon king reacted a bit slower, and was pierced through his body by a blow, leaving a huge blood hole in his chest. The sky-filled flames evolved from Jiang also shrouded him suddenly, evaporating the monstrous demonic energy around him into nothingness. The double-winged demon king trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Immediately, an astonishing magic light burst out from the wings behind him, and immediately pierced through the flame world evolved by Jiang and appeared in the void of thousands of miles. Before the two-winged demon king could react, Jiang had already appeared on top of his head again, and a force of extreme coldness and yin was also shrouded in him, instantly freezing his body and the surrounding 10,000 miles of space. At this moment, Kui Niu and Ji also killed the two-winged demon king at the same time. This time, the two-winged demon king was not only pierced by roar hole again, but even the pair of wings behind him were broken by Kui Niu. The two-winged demon king, who had been hit 3 times in a row, was completely unable to resist Jiang's freezing cold power at this moment. The whole person was completely frozen into an ice sculpture from the outside to the inside. Only a bang was heard, and the body of the two-winged demon king was completely torn apart. The fall of the two-winged demon king also alerted the demon-suppressing immortal king and the blood-haired demon king in another battlefield. When the blood-haired demon king felt the fall of the double-winged demon king, there was also a touch of unbelievable panic in his eyes. The two-winged demon king is a demon king-level powerhouse who survived in the ancient times. Among the many demon kings in Tianmo Mountain, he is also the most top-level existence, and his strength is even more than his. The blood-haired demon king never thought that an existence as strong as the two-winged demon king would fall into the hands of the boy in the primordial realm. When he felt the 3 vicious beasts exuding an ancient aura in the void, he immediately understood. The two-winged demon king, in all likelihood, fell into the hands of these 3 ancient beasts. He also finally understood why the 2 yin-yang demon kings who woke up 1 step ahead of them fell inexplicably, and the black-clothed youth in the primordial realm opposite was able to summon the ancient beasts, and they were still 3 beasts that were not inferior to the peak demon kings. The blood-haired demon king came back to his senses, and his expression instantly became terrified. How could he dare to hesitate in the slightest? He quickly turned into a ray of blood, instantly escaped from the void, and fled in the direction of Tianmo Mountain. Seeing this, the immortal king of demon suppression was about to prepare to chase, but Jiang Chen stopped it. Forget it, stop chasing. After the first battle today, there should be no new moves in the Tianmo Mountain in a short period of time. At the same time, he summoned 3 ancient beasts from the Fengxian catalog to fight. Even if Jiang Chen had broken through the primordial realm now, it still seemed a little difficult. After killing the 2-winged demon king, more than 70% of the power in Jiang Chen's body has been consumed, and it is no longer enough to support him to control these ancient beasts and kill a demon king. The immortal king of demon suppression saw Jiang Chen's complexion slightly pale, and he also felt Jiang Chen's situation, so he gave up chasing the blood-haired demon king directly. He looked up directly at Jiang Chen and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, go back to the demon suppression immortal palace to rest, and then leave it to me." Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately returned to the demon suppression immortal palace in a flash, and continued to enter the Tower of Time to practice. Now that the world of immortals has changed greatly, catastrophe is coming, and the opponents he faces are almost all demon king level existences. Although he could easily kill the demon king with the help of Fengxian catalog, his cultivation was only in the primordial realm. Once the immemorial beasts he summoned are contained, with his own cultivation, facing the demon king level powerhouse, I am afraid there is still not much resistance. On the second floor of the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen meditated for a while, and after restoring his state to his peak, he was ready to start training to improve his strength. He thought of something in an instant, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. The Tower of Time is also a legendary treasure in the fairy world, and it is not even inferior to the Fengxian catalog. The opening of each floor of the Tower of Time brought Jiang Chen infinite surprises. Jiang Chen believes that if the 6th floor of the Tower of Time is opened, the contents inside will not disappoint him. Chapter 3004, Tower of Time 6th floor. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and he went directly to the 5th floor of the Tower of Time, and then set foot on the entrance of the 6th floor. The fact is just as Jiang Chen expected, with his cultivation base breaking through the primordial realm, the enchantment leading to the 6th floor can no longer cause too many obstacles to him. When Jiang Chen successfully came to the 6th floor, the incomparably dazzling light almost flashed so that Jiang Chen couldn't open his eyes. Not only that, he can also have a strong induction with these breaths. This is the breath of the origin of the Emperor. How can the origin of the Emperor exist in the Tower of Time? Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help but suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, dozens of light clusters emitting strange rays of light appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. The origin of the Emperor. The 6th floor of the Tower of Time is actually the origin of the Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Chen's eyes swept away slightly, and found that on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time, there are a total of 33 Heavenly Emperor sources suspended here. The 36 sources of the immortal emperors left by the Heavenly Emperor, except for the 2 sources of Heavenly Emperors he absorbed, only the last source of the Heavenly Emperors is missing. The rest of the 33 sources of Heavenly Emperors have been collected here by the owner of the Tower of Time. Thinking of what the immortal Venerable Hunyuan said when he went to Tianlai Temple, Jiang Chen instantly understood. It seems that the person who regained the origin of the Heavenly Emperor from the Demon King was probably the former owner of the Tower of Time. The owner of the Tower of Time is probably at least a powerhouse in the Immortal Emperor realm. Even the origin of the Immortal Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor should not be of much use to him. Why did he collect the origin of the Heavenly Emperor in the Tower of Time? In any case, the former owner of the Tower of Time collected the source of the Heavenly Emperor on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time, which is undoubtedly a great news for him. Now that the origins of the 33 Heavenly Emperors are all on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time, he doesn't have to go to great lengths to find the origins of the Heavenly Emperors. As long as he absorbs all the sources of the 33 Heavenly Emperors, even if he cannot become an Immortal Emperor, he is probably not far from a Mortal Emperor. I don't know if I can bring these Heavenly Emperor sources to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen looked at the origins of these Heavenly Emperors in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The origin of the Emperor of Heaven. Even if Jiang Chen has a system, it is an extremely long process to absorb. It took more than 10 years for him to absorb the origin of the Heavenly Emperor from Tianxuan Hall and Tiangong Hall. If at this speed, it would take at least a few hundred years for him to completely absorb the origin of the 33 Heavenly Emperors. If he can bring the source of the Emperor to the second floor of the Tower of Time, with the passage of 100 times the time on the second floor, he will only need a few years to absorb all the sources of the Emperor. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and planned to try to bring the origin of the Emperor of Heaven to the second floor of the Tower of Time. Now Jiang Chen has absorbed 2 sources of Heavenly Emperor, and he already has a very high affinity for the source of Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Chen was able to get close to the origin of the Heavenly Emperor with almost no need to cast the Heavenly Emperor seal. He grabbed one of the origins of the Heavenly Emperor, and with a thought, he appeared directly on the second floor of the Tower of Time. Sure enough, looking at the origin of the Emperor of Heaven who appeared on the second floor with him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. With the 100-fold time acceleration on the second floor of the Tower of Time, it would be much easier for him to absorb the origin of these Heavenly Emperors. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, directly entered the cultivation state, and began to absorb the origin of the Emperor. With Jiang Chen's cultivation, 10 years passed quickly on the second floor of the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen also successfully absorbed the first source of Heavenly Emperor. With Jiang Chen's cultivation base breaking through the primordial realm, even by absorbing the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, Jiang Chen's cultivation speed has become much slower. The origin of a Heavenly Emperor only allowed Jiang Chen to be promoted from the early stage of Hunyuan to the middle stage of Hunyuan. This kind of cultivation speed, compared with the general primordial realm, is still very terrifying. Even if there are many talented geniuses in the immortal world, even if they spend countless resources, without 100 years of hard work, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through 1 or 2. With the help of the system in the Tower of Time, Jiang Chen absorbed the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, and it took only 10 years to break through a small realm, which is indeed very exaggerated. The Tower of Time has been 10 years, and the outside world has only passed more than a month. Jiang Chen did the same, and continued from the 6th floor of the Tower of Time, transforming the origin of the Emperor of Heaven to the 4th floor and constantly absorbing, and his strength continued to improve. When Jiang Chen had absorbed the source of the 5th Heavenly Emperor, his cultivation had already reached the peak of primordial realm, and he was only 1 step away from the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen still hasn't stopped absorbing the source of the Emperor of Heaven. He is going to use the source of the Emperor of Heaven to understand the power of the King's Way and break through the realm of the Immortal King in 1 fell swoop. At the same time that Jiang Chen continued to absorb the breakthrough of the origin of the Emperor of Heaven, many changes took place in the outside world. After the Xian Emperor Palace in Xian Tianyu suppressed the demons that appeared in all parts of the Xian Tianyu, they gathered in the Zhenmo Shancheng in the Xian Shanyu, intending to completely solve the scourge of Tianmo Mountain and prevent the ancient demons. The palace is back in the fairyland. The Xian Emperor Palace gathered the power of the Xian Heavenly Domain, but it failed to invade the Tianmo Mountain. Instead, because of the battle with the Tianmo Mountain, the blood sacrifice of the Tianmo Mountain was continued, and more ancient demon palace powerhouses came out. The power of the immortal world headed by the Xian Emperor's palace was once again defeated by the demons of the Tianmo Mountain from the Tianmo Mountain. Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, the main hall. More than a dozen figures gathered here, and the first one was a middle-aged man in purple clothes, who was the current palace owner of the Xian Emperor Palace, the Immortal King Zaichang. In front of Immortal King Zaichang, there are more than a dozen Immortal Kings, including Immortal King Suppression. This time, in order to deal with the Tianmo Mountain, the Xian Emperor Palace has gathered more than 90% of the power of the Xian Tianyu. Everyone, the demons of the Tianmo Mountain are aggressive, and there are signs of the ancient demon palace returning to the fairyland. Now the situation in the fairyland is in crisis, can you all have a way to deal with it? Immortal King Zaichang's eyes swept away slightly on the many immortal kings, and the somewhat solemn voice also resounded in the hall. When many immortal kings heard the words, they couldn't help but be silent for a while. The ancient magic palace is the root of the ancient catastrophe in the immortal world. Back then, there were many immortal emperors in the ancient fairyland, and they still paid a very heavy price to prevent the ancient magic palace from invading the fairyland. Now that the ancient magic palace is making a comeback, but there is no immortal emperor in the fairy world, how can they resist? Chapter 3005, The Danger of the Magic City. just when immortal King Xichang was discussing this, there was a sudden violent vibration in the direction of Tianmo Mountain. One after another, the terrifying fluctuations of the monstrous magic power also permeated from the Tianmo Mountain in an instant. The complexion of immortal King Xichang and others who were discussing changed, and their eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of Tianmo Mountain. Immortal King Xichang took a deep breath slowly, and said solemnly, "In Tianmo Mountain, there is another demon strongman who has woken up from the seal and is ready to fight." At this time, the immortal king of demon suppression couldn't help but say, "I have already said that there is an unprecedented bloodshed in Tianmo Mountain, so as to let the powerhouse of the ancient magic palace break the seal and wake up in advance, and now the battle with Tianmo Mountain is only a matter of time. It will backfire and let the ancient magic palace return to the fairyland ahead of schedule. This is the end of the matter, and it is meaningless to say this. What's more, even if we don't do anything to Tianmo Mountain, it will be a matter of time before the ancient magic palace will reappear. We can delay it for a while, but we can't delay it forever." Immortal King Xichang said solemnly, "I have contacted the other three major heavens and summoned the powerhouses of the immortal world to come to support. What we have to do now is to prevent the city of Zhenmo and prevent the demons from Tianmo Mountain from crossing the Thunder Pond." Immortal King Xichang's voice fell, and his figure flashed and appeared in the endless void above the immortal city. He raised his head and looked at a demon king who came across the sky from the Tianmo Mountain, and won without evasion. The figures of the two disappeared into the void almost at the same time. The figures of the immortal king of demon suppression and others also rose into the sky, intercepting the demon kings who swept out of the Tianmo Mountain, and then pulled these demon kings into the dimensional space to fight. This time, the demon king who was born from Tianmo Mountain was stronger than before, both in quantity and quality. Even the Xian Tianyu gathered more than 10 immortal kings here, but it was difficult to resist. The battle didn't last long. The entire demon suppression immortal territory suddenly shook, and Shandao cried out for it. This scene also caused the complexions of countless people in the demon suppression immortal territory to change abruptly. Immortal Path screams, "This is a sign of the fall of the great power of the immortal king realm. The great power of the immortal king realm has fallen, which means that the situation of the battle between the immortal realm and Tianmo Mountain is probably not very optimistic." Before everyone came back to their senses from the horror, the vision of Shandao's lamentations soon rippled from the demon suppression immortal domain again. Another immortal king has fallen. In the demon city, the faces of countless people became extremely pale. The great power of the immortal king realm, in today's era when the immortal emperor does not exist, is an absolute existence standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Now, in less than a stick of incense, 2 immortal king realm powers have fallen one after another. Today's immortal realm is simply unable to resist the demon race that is gradually recovering from Tianmo Mountain. Immortal Town and the entire Immortal Town, I am afraid it is in danger. Just when everyone was terrified, in the endless void, Immortal King Xichang and Immortal King suppressing demons seemed to sense something, and they burst out of the dimensional space one after another. Immortal King Xichang, Tian Motion has awakened too many sealed monsters. This time, and it is impossible to stop it with our strength. If this continues, we may all fall here today. Demon Suppression Immortal King said with an unpleasant expression. Immortal King Xichang said solemnly, "Shenmo Shancheng can't be held anymore, let everyone fight and retreat immediately, and wait for the reinforcements of the other 3 major heavenly regions." When the demon suppressing Immortal King heard the words, his expression was extremely difficult to see. He has been guarding this place for countless years, and he has never been able to let the demons on the demons cross the Thunder Pond. However, he did not expect that this time the Xichang Immortal King summoned the powerhouses of the Xichang Tianyu to come, but instead caused the Tianmo Mountain to recover strongly, causing them to suffer heavy losses and have to give up the town and even the entire town. Although the Immortal King of Demon Suppression was a little unhappy in his heart, he also knew that this was not the time for the attack. The matter has come to this point, if they do not choose to retreat, I am afraid that they will really be wiped out. Immortal King Zhenmo was about to retreat, and he told Immortal Town to evacuate. The Demon King who was trapped in the dimensional space by him had already killed him again. The face of the demon suppressing Immortal King changed, and he could only use the power of the Immortal King's law to evolve a dimensional world and fight against the Demon King. And just when the demon suppressing Immortal King was pinned down again, in the immortal city of suppression of demons below, two demon kings in black armor with a gloomy breath also descended directly above the immortal city of suppression of demons. As soon as the two black-armored demon kings appeared, the terrifying demonic energy instantly oppressed the heaven and the earth, causing the defense formation presided over by the countless Hunyuan realms in the town of demon suppression to collapse. They looked at the two demon kings in the air, and their faces showed incomparable despair. In today's demon suppression immortal city, there is no one immortal king. How can they resist the two demon kings? The town of demon suppression is completely over today. Let's do it. Don't waste time, destroy this town of demons. The blood sacrifice power should be enough to break the seal of 10 top demon kings and wake up. The indifferent voice of the black-armored demon king holding a magic sword on the left fell, and immediately raised his hand. A sword slashed down at the town below. This sword was so demonic that it separated the world in an instant, and with the power to destroy everything, it crashed down. If it falls on the immortal town, I am afraid it will be enough to turn it into ruins in an instant. It's over, the demon city is over. At this moment, in the demon city, countless people looked at the magic sword that was rapidly expanding in their pupils, and couldn't help but close their eyes in despair. Something unexpected happened to them. The destruction sword cut out by the black-armored demon king did not fall as they expected. Everyone opened their eyes in confusion. They were horrified to find that the figure of a young man in black appeared in the sky above the town of Demon Town. The young man in black held one hand behind his back, and the other hand stretched out so lightly, grabbing the sword from the black-armored devil in his hand. Everyone's eyes were suddenly dull, and some of them couldn't believe their own eyes. No one could have imagined that a mysterious black-clothed youth would suddenly appear at the juncture of life and death crisis in Zhenmo Shancheng, blocking one of the black-armored demon kings with his bare hands. In the demon city, some people who knew about Jiang Chen's existence couldn't help but look overjoyed in their eyes at this moment. Before the immortal King Zichong and others came to the immortal city, it was with the help of this person that they were able to repel the demons of the Tianmo mountain again and again. Now that this one appears, there may be hope for them to suppress the demon city. Chapter 3006. Those who violated my fairyland, kill. Hey, who is this young man in black, who can smash the sword of the black-armored devil with his bare hands? When did such a world-shattering figure be born in my fairyland? In the demon city, countless people were unable to recover from the shock for a long time. His name is Jiang Chen, and he is a legendary figure who appeared in Immortal Town Demon Town not long ago. He has assisted the Immortal Suppression King to kill the Demon King of Tianmo Mountain many times, so that he was able to keep Immortal Town Demon Town safe and sound. A disciple of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace said with a look of excitement. The appearance of this one undoubtedly gave them hope. Under the gaze of countless shocking eyes, Jiang Chen's palm that grabbed the black magic sword shook slightly, and the black magic sword shattered. He looked up at the two black-armored demon kings in the sky, and said indifferently, I really didn't expect that the situation in the town of demon suppression has reached such a level during these days of my retreat. The black-armored demon king holding the magic sword stared at Jiang Chen, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Under the circumstance that many immortal kings in the immortal world were defeated by their Tianmo mountain, there is still such a black-clothed youth hidden in this town of demons, who can take his sword with his bare hands. The black-clothed youth in front of him is probably at least as strong as the immortal king realm. I am the one who came to kill you, the one who committed my immortal world, kill. As the last word of killing fell, two dazzling sword lights burst out in Jiang Chen's eyes. The terrifying laws of Kendo, as if the world had been pierced, directly shrouded the two black-armored demon kings. At that moment, even the two black-armored demon kings fell into a brief absence under the influence of Jiang Chen's terrifying Kendo laws. When they reacted, a silent sword light had already penetrated through their bodies. The monstrous demonic energy on the two of them collapsed suddenly, and the power of the demon king in their bodies was also attenuated at a terrifying speed. Qingdi swordsmanship, this kid turned out to be the descendant of Qingdi. Feeling the constant flow of power in their bodies, the two black-armored demon kings also thought of something in an instant, and their expressions instantly became terrified. Emperor Qing, a stunning and peerless immortal emperor in the ancient times of the immortal world, and the most powerful immortal emperor in the immortal world in the ancient times. The ancient magic palace was born in the ancient times and failed to successfully invade the fairyland. The most critical reason is that there are several peerless fairy emperors headed by Qingdi in the fairyland. Back then, the peerless Qing emperor, with a sword energy that spanned millions of miles, turned the army of 100,000 demons led by a demon emperor of the ancient demon palace into mortals. Don't be afraid of 3 points. The 2 black armored demon kings never thought that they had just been born this time, and they would encounter the descendant of the peerless Qing emperor. Just an understatement of the sword, even let them fall from the realm of the devil to the realm of the primordial devil. The expressions of the 2 of them instantly became terrified. This son's cultivation base has already reached the immortal king realm, and he is also a descendant of the Qing emperor, possessing the peerless supernatural powers of the Qing emperor. Don't say that their cultivation base has fallen to primordial demon, even if they are still in their peak state. I am afraid they are far from this son's opponent. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he immediately raised his hand and waved, and the space where the 2 black armored demon kings were located instantly turned into a sword world with sword energy. In the state of the 2 of them, in the face of these sword chi, there is no resistance at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were completely strangled into nothingness by the vertical and horizontal sword energy in the sword world. It has been more than a year since Jiang Chen retreated last time. More than a year has passed since the outside world, but more than 100 years have passed since the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. In the past 100 years, nearly half of the source of the Heavenly Emperor on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time has been absorbed by Jiang Chen. With the help of the power of these Heavenly Emperor sources, Jiang Chen also successfully mastered the complete laws of the immortal Tao, and cultivated the power of the immortal king to advance to the immortal king realm. Although he was a first-time immortal king, Jiang Chen's combat power was far from comparable to that of ordinary immortal kings. With his current strength, it is almost effortless to kill the 2 black armored demon kings in the early days of the demon king even without any external force. The 2 demon kings have fallen like this. In the demon city, countless people stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Those are the 2 demon kings of the demon race, each of which is a powerful existence comparable to the immortal king of the immortal world. They never imagined that in less than a few breaths, the 2 black armored demon kings would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Killing the demon king is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. The strength of this young man in black is simply unbelievable. In addition to being shocked, they couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on their faces. With this terrifying young man in black, perhaps the crisis in the town of demon suppression can be resolved. He solved the 2 black armored demon kings lightly. Jiang Chen ignored the countless shocking gazes in the demon-suppressing immortal city, and turned into a sword light and rushed into the depths of Qingming, 100,000 miles away. Whether it was the many immortal kings in the fairy world or the demon kings of the demon race, they were obviously alarmed by the fall of the 2 black armored demon kings below. At almost the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, who was soaring into the sky. Little friend Jiang Chen, are you out? I knew that the fall of the 2 demon kings should have something to do with you. When the demon-suppressing immortal king saw Jiang Chen appear, the hearty laughter also resounded directly in the void. Zinmo, this one is. Immortal King Zaichang and the others looked at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help being shocked. This child is young, and his cultivation has already reached the realm of the immortal king. Such an evildoer, even these immortal king realm powers, are almost unseen and unheard of. Even in the Xian Emperor Palace, such a young immortal king realm Tianzhao has never been born in this era. He is little friend Jiang Chen. Before you came to Zinmo Shancheng encountered several crises, and it was Jiang Chen's little friend who resolved it for me. The immortal king of demon suppression smiled confidently. With little friend Jiang Chen here, Tianmo Mountain will definitely lose today. Zinmo, you must have looked down on him too much, didn't you? A black-clothed immortal king with a gloomy complexion snorted coldly. For example, the demon kings of the demon mountain today are much more numerous than the immortal kings we have here. Even with this immortal king, I am afraid that we will still lose a lot. Victory less. Chapter 3007. 1 against 4. This time, the demons of the demons and the demons are aggressive, and their side is already at a disadvantage. In the previous battle, they had already lost 2 immortal king realm powers. Now, there are 3 or 4 more demon kings on the Tianmo mountain side than their immortal kings. Even if this kid is talented and evil, can deal with 2 demon kings with 1 enemy and 2, they are still at an absolute disadvantage. Haha, that's why you underestimate little friend Jiang Chen. The ability of little friend Jiang Chen is not comparable to that of 1 or 2 mere immortal kings. The immortal king of demon suppression glanced at the immortal king lightly, still looking confident. For Jiang Chen, the demon-suppressing immortal king knows better than anyone present, but he knows how terrifying Jiang Chen is in front of him. When Jiang Chen was still in the primordial realm, he used the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog to summon 3 ancient beasts to help out, easily killing the demon king whose strength was not inferior to his. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has reached the immortal king realm, with his enchanting talent, there are probably few rivals in the immortal king realm. Jiang Chen also has the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he will definitely be able to use the Function Catalog to summon more ancient beasts to help fight, even if there are 3 or 4 more demon kings in Tianmo Mountain than them, so what does that count? Ma Shuai, the boy on the opposite side, has reached the immortal king realm at such an age. It can be said that he has a peerless talent. Even in the ancient times, such peerless characters are probably unique in the immortal world. A demon king said solemnly to the headed demon king with black dragon horns. The magician nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This son is the descendant of Emperor Qing. We will hold the immortal king of the immortal realm for a while, and the rest will kill that boy at all costs. Kill. Qingdi, the peerless immortal emperor of the ancient fairyland, is also the leader of the ancient fairyland. The reason why the demon race led by the ancient demon palace was defeated was inseparable from the Qing emperor. Since the young man in black in front of him could choose Emperor Qing as his successor, it must be extraordinary. If he is allowed to grow, it is very likely that he will become the second Qing emperor. At that time, I am afraid that they will lead to the destruction of their demons. Don't waste time, let's do it. The magic commander's voice fell, and the monstrous aura was directly locked on the body of immortal King Xichong again. Once immortal King Xichong has any changes, he will not hesitate to take action against immortal Xichong. When the other demon kings saw this, they also took action one after another, locking more than 10 immortal kings including the demon king. The remaining 4 demon kings locked on Jiang Chen without hesitation and killed him. The 4 demon kings planned to follow the demon commander's orders and kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Do you want to get rid of me? First, but it's a pity that with these 4 demon kings, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, stepped out directly, and rushed towards the 4 demon kings without dodging. Little friend Jiang Chen, be careful. Seeing this, immortal King Xichong couldn't help but change slightly. Let's all take action together and help this little friend. This son's talent is unparalleled, and it is almost difficult for the entire immortal world to find a second person to compare with him. Immortal King Xichong even had a guess that this young man in black might be the protagonist of luck born in this era. Whether the immortal world can be turned into a crisis this time, perhaps it should be on the black-clothed youth in front of him. The demon king of the ancient demon palace was obviously aware of this, so he would first take action against Jiang Chen at all costs. The demon-suppressing immortal king smiled calmly and said, "Immortal King Xichong, don't be nervous, little friend Jiang Chen will be fine." Jiang Chen now has the cultivation base of the immortal king realm, plus the 3 ancient beasts summoned by Jiang Chen. They are no less inferior to the 4 demon kings on the opposite side. With Jiang Chen's current level of cultivation, he must be able to summon more ancient beasts with the help of the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog. How could the mere 4 demon kings pose any threat to Jiang Chen? When immortal King Xichong heard the words, he hesitated for a while, and temporarily suppressed his plan to take action. They are now locked by the demon king on the opposite side. Once there is a slight change, they will be intercepted by the demon king on the opposite side. I am afraid that it will not be of any help to Jiang Chen in a short time. The immortal King Xichong also wanted to see what kind of means this peerless genius in the immortal king realm had. Even in the face of the siege of the 4 demon kings, the immortal king of demon suppression still had absolute confidence in him. Jiang Chen rushed out, and was soon surrounded by 4 demon kings. One of the demon kings looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "Boy, this king has to admire your courage, and dare to come alone to face me and the other 4. Since you are here today, it is doomed to be difficult to fly." Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the demon king, and said indifferently, "Just the 4 of you, if you want to besiege me, you are far from qualified." The demon king couldn't help but sneered, "When death is imminent, you dare to speak out." Although the strength of the 4 of them is not strong, they are even better than the 2 black-armored demon kings that Jiang Chen killed. When the 4 of them joined hands, even if they were the powerhouses at the peak of the demon king, they would never be able to defeat them easily. The black-clothed youth in front of him is extremely extraordinary. If it is one-on-one, they think they are not the opponents of the black-clothed youth, but it is almost impossible for the black-clothed youth to fight four against one another. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't waste your time, just get rid of it with your hands. At this moment, a demon king with 3 eyes snorted coldly, and the power of the demon king burst out, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the 3rd eye, and shot directly at Jiang Chen. Come. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, but with a flick of his fingers, the attack of the 3-eyed demon king was instantly smashed into nothingness. The 3-eyed demon king's expression changed, and he quickly greeted the other 3 to kill Jiang Chen together. The monstrous auras of the 4 demon kings shrouded Jiang Chen at almost the same time, causing the 10,000 miles of void above Jiang Chen's head to instantly turn into a black hole. You can't go head to head. Are you planning to fight in groups? Unfortunately, if you want to bully the less, the 4 of you are not enough. Jiang Chen's voice fell lightly, and the Fengxian catalog appeared directly above his head. One after another silhouettes exuding the atmosphere of the ancient times are also constantly stepping out of the Fengxian catalog. Kui Niu, Ji, and Zhu Ying were activated by Jiang Chen one after another. The terrifying aura emanating from the 3 beasts directly dispelled the power of the 4 demon kings shrouded in it, making the 4 demon kings unable to hold back their hearts for a while. Trembling. Chapter 3008. Slaughter the Demon King, shocked the audience. The 4 demon kings who were about to surround and kill Jiang Chen looked at the sudden change in front of them, and their expressions instantly became terrified. They obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen would be able to summon 3 such terrifying beasts. The strength of each of these 3 beasts is even far superior to them. In the face of these 3 beasts, they don't want to kill Jiang Chen. Even if they want to protect themselves, it may be dangerous. To be able to summon the ancient beasts, the treasure that Jiang Chen sacrificed, is it the legendary Emperor Treasure Fengxian Catalog? Immortal King Xichong looked at the situation in front of him and quickly thought of something, and an incredible horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. The demon-suppressing Immortal King smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this is the legendary Emperor Treasure, Fengxian Catalog." When many Immortal Kings heard the words, they couldn't help but take a breath. The legendary Emperor Bao Fengxian Catalog can summon 10 ancient beasts, each of which has the strength not inferior to the top Immortal Kings. They finally understood why the demon-suppressing Immortal King had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. It turned out that this one actually had such an imperial treasure in his hands. Just when the many Immortal Kings were shocked, the 3 ancient beasts in the void moved. I saw the ancient vicious beast Kui Niu swelled with thunder and light, and then opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar, which turned into a terrifying thunder sound wave, and charged away at one of the demon kings. The thunder sound wave was reaching its limit, and the demon king had no time to react, and his body was penetrated by the thunder sound wave. I saw that this demon king was like a charred corpse that had been slashed by lightning, without any breath of life. A scorched smell also instantly permeated the void. Ji's figure also pierced through the space, and then slammed through the chest of one of the demon kings, causing the body of the demon king to burst open, turning into a mist of blood falling down the sky. On the other side, Jiang was even more domineering, surrounded by golden flames, and the huge body seemed to be directly transformed into a golden sun, suppressing a demon king. Under this terrifying flame, the demon king had no resistance at all, and was evaporated into nothingness by the burning power of the golden sun. Each of the top 10 beasts in the Fengxian catalog has a combat power comparable to that of the Supreme Immortal King. And these few demon kings, whose cultivation base is only in the middle stage of Demon King early stage, are almost no different from ants in front of these ancient beasts. Seeing that his 3 companions were instantly killed by 3 ancient beasts, the expression of the last Demon King instantly became terrified. At this moment, a black palm print in the void that made his demon soul tremble suddenly landed. The Demon King didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was completely annihilated into nothingness by the black palm print. In less than a few breaths, the 4 demon kings were easily killed by Jiang Chen and the 3 ancient beasts. Above the void, whether it is Immortal King Xichong and other immortal powerhouses, or the many demon kings of the demon race, they have not recovered from the shock for a while. Haha, little friend Jiang Chen is truly unparalleled in the world. I have already said that as long as little friend Jiang Chen is involved, the demons of Tian Motion will be defeated without a doubt. The demon-suppressing Immortal King couldn't help laughing smugly. Immortal King Xichong and the others who were beside the demon-suppressing Immortal King also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now that the 4 demon kings of Tianmo Mountain have been easily slaughtered by Jiang Chen, and they have Jiang Chen, the immortal king realm Tianzhao, to help with many ancient beasts, this battle has been completely reversed from the disadvantaged side, occupying an absolute advantage. On the other hand, the many demon kings of Tianmo Mountain looked extremely horrified. Master Demon, what's the situation? How can that kid summon so many perilous beasts? A demon king looked at the scene in front of him and finally couldn't help but ask. The magic commander took a deep breath and said solemnly, "This is the heavenly sealing catalogue of the Emperor Treasure of the Immortal Realm, which contains 10 immemorial beasts. I didn't expect this young man in black to get this Emperor Treasure." Another demon king said solemnly, "Master Demon, the situation is very unfavorable for us now, what should we do now?" Mo Shuai said decisively, "Let's withdraw back to Tianmo Mountain first." With the appearance of the black-clothed youth with the Emperor Treasure sealing the sky, their Tianmo Mountain side had no chance of winning. If the battle continues, it will only cause more demon kings to fall here. Now they can only withdraw to Tianmo Mountain first, and then make a long-term plan. Without any hesitation, the magic commander gave a direct order and retreated to Tianmo Mountain with many demon dynasties. Seeing that these demon kings were preparing to retreat, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled the 3 ancient beasts to chase them away. "Everyone, take action together, don't let these guys easily escape back to Tianmo Mountain." Immortal King Xichong also gave an order and rushed out together with the dozen or so Immortal King Realm experts beside him. More than a dozen Immortal King Realm powers shot at the same time, almost causing half of the sky in the suppressing demon realm to turn into chaos in this one. In that chaotic space, a dozen or so demon kings of Tianmo Mountain had no will to fight at this moment. Under Jiang Chen's powerful offensive, they retreated towards Tianmo Mountain in embarrassment. Under the full pursuit of Jiang Chen and the others, with the exception of several demon kings headed by the demon commander who recovered Tianmo Mountain, the rest of the demon kings were not so lucky, and they instantly turned into nothingness under the terrifying offensive of Jiang Chen and the others. Finally, the demons of Tianmotion have been temporarily repelled. At this moment, Immortal King Xichong and others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This time, the demons of the Tianmo Mountain were aggressive, and their Xian Tianyu was about to be unable to resist. Fortunately, Jiang Chen appeared at a critical time. This son is not only incomparably talented and evil, he has already become a great power in the Immortal King realm at a young age, and he has mastered the Emperor Treasure sealing heaven map and directly summoned 3 ancient beasts, easily slaughtered several demon kings, and turned the Xian Tianyu. The crisis reversed in an instant. Immortal King Xichong took a deep breath, then clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, Xichong represents the billions of beings in Xian heaven, thank you very much." In today's battle, if Jiang Chen hadn't appeared, they would definitely have suffered a bleak. At that time, Xian Tianyu would be powerless to stop the invasion of the demons from Tianmo Mountain. I am afraid that it will not take long at all, and the entire Xian Tianyu will fall into the hands of the demons, thus falling into a situation of doom. Chapter 3009, Calm Before the Storm. Immortal kings don't have to be polite. The ancient demon palace is the common enemy of the immortal realm. Since I am a member of the immortal realm, I naturally cannot stay out of it. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and then said solemnly, "Although the demons of Tianmotion have receded temporarily, the plague of the ancient magic palace has just begun, and we must be ready to fight against the ancient magic palace at any time." Immortal King Xichong took a deep breath and said, "I understand." As the contemporary palace lord of the Xian Emperor Palace, the immortal King Xichong knew more about the ancient magic palace than the average person. The frequent changes in Tianmo Mountain indicate that there has been a problem with the seal left by the ancient emperor. The ancient magic palace will inevitably return to the world, and the ancient catastrophe will be repeated again. This time, although they repelled the demons from the Tianmo Mountain, they could only breathe a sigh of relief for a while. I'm afraid it won't be long before they make a comeback. This is undoubtedly a huge disaster for Immortal Realm. In the ancient times, there were still many immortal emperors in the immortal world, which propped up the sky for the immortal world, and finally sealed the demons of the ancient magic palace, allowing the immortal world to develop steadily to the present. Now that the ancient demon palace has come out again, there is no immortal emperor in the immortal realm anymore. Once a little careless, I am afraid that immortal realm will really fall into a state of doom. At this point, they can only gather the power of the fairy world and prepare to fight to the death with the demons of the ancient magic palace. Little friend Jiang Chen, the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog is a treasure in the immortal world. Once you gather the 10 great ancient beasts, it is enough to compete with the immortal emperor. You must take full control of the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog as soon as possible. Immortal King Xichong took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen heard Immortal King Xichong's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Shouldn't the demon emperor of the ancient demon palace disappear together with the ancient immortal emperor? Could it be that there will still be a demon emperor born in the ancient demon palace? Immortal King Xichong said slowly. Most of the demon emperors in the ancient demon palace have indeed disappeared with the ancient immortal emperors, but according to the records of my Xian Emperor Palace, there should be at least one demon emperor in this demonic mountain. Since the ancient catastrophe, the immortal realm has completely lost the trace of the immortal emperor. Over the years, no new immortal emperor has ever been born in the immortal realm, so there is no immortal emperor in the immortal realm now. Although they seem to have the strength of the immortal emperor like their Xian Emperor Palace, and also have some trump cards left by the ancient immortal emperors, they may not be able to deal with a real devil emperor. But Jiang Chen's Emperor Treasure Function Catalog is different. This is the top emperor treasure in fairy tales. There are 10 ancient beasts in it, each of which is not inferior to the top immortal king. Especially the most powerful 2 or 3 ancient beasts, their strength is far above the immortal king. Even if they are not comparable to the immortal emperor, they are not much inferior. Back then, the owner of the Function Catalog used this imperial treasure to suppress the demon emperor of the ancient demon palace. The Function Catalog is a supreme treasure that is truly capable of competing with the devil emperor. Whether Jiang Chen can fully grasp the Emperor Treasure Function Catalog will undoubtedly play a crucial role in their battle with the ancient demon palace. Jiang Chen's expression instantly became much more solemn. Demon Emperor, that is the peerless powerhouse in the ancient magic palace that is comparable to the immortal emperor. If there is a devil emperor born in Tianmo Mountain, and now there is no immortal emperor in the immortal realm, the Function Catalog in his hand will undoubtedly become a big bargaining chip against the devil emperor in Tianmo Mountain. Next, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and went back to the suppressing devil immortal palace to retreat and practice again. In this war, Tianmo Mountain has lost a lot of demon kings, and the loss is not small. It should not invade the fairyland again in a short time, but once they make a comeback, I am afraid that the ancient seal will be broken and the ancient magic palace will come out. At that time, the decisive battle between the fairy world and the ancient magic palace will be fully opened. After the war, Zhenmo Shancheng and even the entire Zhenmo Shanyu fell into a short-lived calm. Even the demons born in other parts of the immortal realm were suppressed by the forces of the immortal kings in the major immortal realms of the immortal realm, and the entire immortal realm was peaceful. Everyone knows very well that this is just the condensation before the storm. Behind this calm, there is already a terrifying storm brewing. Because Tianmo Mountain is the core area of the demons that sealed the ancient magic palace in the ancient times, the Xian Emperor Palace is also the first time that the top forces of the 4 major heavens have gathered in the town of the magic fairyland, ready to fight against the ancient magic palace at any time. Jiang Chen naturally ignored all of this. After the war, he immediately returned to the immortal palace of suppressing demons and entered the Tower of Time to continue his retreat. It is almost a matter of time before the ancient magic palace comes out in an all-round way. With his current strength, although he is already at the pinnacle of the immortal world, there are few people in the entire immortal world who can compare with him, but it is not enough to deal with the ancient magic palace with the existence of the devil emperor. He must race against time to absorb all the remaining sources of the heavenly emperor before the birth of the ancient demon palace. At that time, even if he can't become an immortal emperor, he can at least reach the peak of the immortal king realm, and then rely on the many trump cards he has mastered to compete with the demon race of the ancient demon palace. Before I knew it, 10 years had passed since the end of the last war. 10 years from the outside world, the second floor of the Tower of Time has already passed thousands of years. In the past 1,000 years, Jiang Chen has already absorbed all the 33 sources of heavenly emperors on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time. And his cultivation has also successfully reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, which is only one step away from the legendary immortal emperor. It's just this last step, but it's like a chasm. Even if Jiang Chen spent hundreds of years, he couldn't break through it all, so he had to temporarily give up breaking through the legendary immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen has not only reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, but he has also successfully cultivated the 10 heaven controlling techniques that control the Functian catalog. With his current cultivation level, even if he were to use the 10 heaven controlling techniques at the same time and control 10 ancient beasts to fight, he should be able to last for a while. This also means that even if the ancient demon palace is born now, he at least has the capital to compete with the demon emperor of the ancient demon palace. For example, the 36 origins of the emperor left by the emperor today have been absorbed by me for 35, and only the last one is missing. It seems that I have to find a way to find it. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a low whisper in his mouth. Since breaking through to the peak of the immortal king realm, Jiang Chen has been trying to master the real immortal emperor Dao and become the supreme immortal emperor, but he always feels that something is wrong. Therefore, Jiang Chen set his sights on the last source of the heavenly emperor. Jiang Chen has a feeling that if he can find the source of the last heavenly emperor, it must be of vital help for him to break through the immortal emperor. Chapter 3010. The decisive battle begins. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly found immortal King Xichong and wanted to inquire about the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Xian Emperor Palace is an emperor-level force that has been passed down from the ancient times, and the understanding of the Taiku Heavenly Emperor Palace should be far more than the average person. Jiang Chen wanted to see if he could get some information about the Heavenly Emperor Palace through the Xian Emperor Palace, so as to find the whereabouts of the last source of the Heavenly Emperor. Immortal King Xichong didn't have any reservations, and directly asked Jiang Chen to hand over all the records of the Xian Emperor Palace about the Primordial Emperor Palace. The Xian Emperor Palace is indeed an emperor-level force established by the ancient immortal emperor. The records about the Tiandi Palace are also very detailed, and there is even a distribution map of the 36th hall of the Tiandi Palace. Although the immortal world today is too far away from the primordial era, and the world has undergone more than one great changes, the distribution map of the 36 branches of the Heavenly Emperor Palace recorded by the Xian Emperor Palace should be quite different from reality, but to him it is also a very important clue too. Unfortunately, I don't know which 33 branch halls the origin of the 33 Heavenly Emperors on the 6th floor of the Tower of Time came from. If he could know the origin of the 33 Heavenly Emperors, he would be able to determine which branch hall the last Heavenly Emperor's origin was in. It would undoubtedly be much easier to find this Heavenly Emperor's origin. Now he can only investigate one by one according to the distribution map of the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation at the moment. He left the town of Demon Town and went to find the whereabouts of the last source of the Heavenly Emperor. Although the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace are spread throughout the entire immortal realm, with Jiang Chen's current strength, it is only a single thought to cross a side of the fairyland. It is not difficult to check the 36th halls of the Tiandi Palace one by one. In less than a few days, according to the information provided by the map, Jiang Chen found the locations of the 10 or so branch halls of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, but he never sensed the origin of the last Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Chen was not angry, and continued to follow the distribution map to find the traces of the next Tiandi Palace branch. And just when Jiang Chen was trying his best to find the branch hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the environment of the immortal world was gradually undergoing earth-shaking changes, and the power of immortal essence between heaven and earth became more and more intense. This also means that the seals placed by many immortal emperors in the immortal world in the ancient times to intercept the origin of immortal Tao have gradually dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The origin of the immortal way has returned to the immortal world, and the laws of immortality in the immortal world have gradually improved, but it is not without benefits. Countless immortals have become more effective with half the effort, and even many people have broken through the bottleneck that has plagued them for many years. The strength of the immortal world is only in a short period of time. Inside has been greatly improved. Although the laws of the immortal world are gradually becoming complete, and the strength of the immortal world has been significantly improved, it also means that the seals laid by the ancient immortal emperors are gradually failing. For a period of time, the fairy world has once again become chaotic. Demon Suppression Immortal Domain, Demon Suppression Immortal City. The emperor-level forces headed by the 4 heavenly domains naturally sensed the changes in the immortal realm. They gathered outside the Tianmo Mountain and paid close attention to every move of the Tianmo Mountain. Even the demons who came out in other parts of the immortal realm did not go at all. Ignore it, because everyone knows very well that the ancient demon palace invaded the fairyland in the ancient times, and most of its power was eventually sealed in this demon mountain. Once the battle with the ancient demon palace begins, the Tianmo mountain will be the main battlefield and the key to determining the outcome. As long as they can defeat the demon clan in Tianmo mountain, the demon clan that appears in other places is not a concern. Above the void outside Tianmo mountain, there are dozens of immortal king realm auras standing proudly, and the leader is the Xichong immortal king of Xian Emperor Palace. Next to the immortal king Xichong, there are 3 figures standing side by side with immortal king Xichong. The breadth of these 3 people is unfathomable, and they are not inferior to immortal king Xichong. The existence of the peak of the king's realm. Immortal king Xichong, do we have to wait here forever? In my opinion, it's better for us to strike first and go directly to Tianmo mountain. A handsome man in a palace suit wearing a golden phoenix feather tilted his head to look at the immortal king Xichong next to him, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. This man in palace attire is the current patriarch of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, the top power in the Myriad Beasts heavenly domain, the current patriarch of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Immortal king Xichong shook his head and said solemnly, Tianmo mountain is transformed by a supreme emperor treasure from the ancient demon palace. It is not a wise choice to rush into it. But it's not the way to wait like this. Once the ancient seal is completely dissipated, and the devil, emperor in Tianmo mountain is born, it will be difficult for us in the fairy world to compete. Immortal king Tianwang's eyes flashed coldly. Instead of sitting still and waiting to die, it is better to enter the Tianmo mountain and be caught off guard by attacking the ancient magic palace. Immortal king Xichong did not answer, but looked at the other 2 beside him. What do you 2 think? One of the 2 was an elegant middle-aged man in a blue gown, and he was the Qingkang immortal king of Qingli Emperor Palace, an emperor-level force in the Qingli heavenly domain. The other was a woman in a white dress with a peerless elegance and a holy aura all over her body. She was the immortal king Yutaki of the ancient Moon Emperor Palace of the ancient Moon heavenly domain. The Xian Emperor Palace, the Tianfang clan, the Qingli Emperor Palace, and the ancient Moon Emperor Palace represent the 4 great heavenly realms of the immortal realm respectively, and they are also the 4 most powerful emperor-level forces handed down from ancient times. Immortal king Qingkang pondered slightly. Tianmo mountain is the site of the ancient demons. We don't know anything about the situation inside. It is not a wise choice to enter the wilderness and sit side by side. Immortal king Yutaki is even more direct. I don't agree with entering Tianmo mountain. When immortal king Xichong heard the words, he turned to look at immortal king Tianwang and said, Tianwang, it is too risky to enter Tianmo mountain. If something goes wrong, the entire immortal realm will be doomed. Immortal king Tianwang frowned. Just as he was about to speak, a violent wave suddenly rippled between heaven and earth, and an invisible law of immortality also spread instantly between heaven and earth. At that moment, even immortal king Xichong and the others at the peak of the immortal king realm seemed to feel that their bottleneck seemed to be loosening a little, as if there was a vague possibility to go further and move towards the immortal emperor. Immortal king Xichong couldn't help but take a deep breath and said solemnly, the laws of immortality that are missing in the immortal world have completely returned. In the ancient times, in order to deal with the ancient magic palace, immortal world did not hesitate to intercept a part of the origin of the fairyland and seal the ancient magic palace. The completion of the missing immortal law now means that the original seal has completely dissipated. The sealed ancient magic palace, I am afraid that it will come out soon. The battle between the fairy world and the ancient magic palace will also start again. Chapter 3011, Indestructible Demon Emperor. Just as everyone felt the changes in the heaven and earth in the immortal world, a terrifying energy wave suddenly rippled in the depths of Tianmo mountain. That heart-pounding monstrous demonic energy continued to rise from the heavenly demon mountain. In just the blink of an eye, the monstrous demonic energy broke through the void of 100,000 miles and spread rapidly in all directions, as if to devour the entire demon suppression immortal territory. The ancient seal has dissipated, the ancient magic palace has come out in an all-round way, and the immortal world is once again facing the catastrophe of life and death. Everyone, prepare to fight with all your strength. Immortal King Xichong stared at the direction of Tianmo mountain, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Just as the voice of the immortal King Xichong fell, the shadows of the heaven-shaking black shadows rose from the depths of the Tianmo mountain in an instant. Each of these black shadows exudes an aura that is no weaker than that of the Demon King, especially the burly figure who is the first wearing a black dragon armor and holding a black halberd. Immortal King Xichong looked at the shadow at the head, and his eyes sank slightly. this person should be the Black Dragon Demon King. I didn't expect him to survive from the ancient times. With the words of immortal King Xichang, everyone's expressions instantly became much more solemn. The Black Dragon Demon King, one of the top 10 magic commanders of the ancient demon palace in the ancient times, was decided by his extraordinary strength. In the ancient war between the immortals and the demons, most of the 10 magicians of the ancient magic palace were killed and injured. I did not expect this one to survive. Immortal King Xichang slowly took a deep breath. Everyone, the strength of the ancient magic palace is far stronger than us, let's make a formation together. The Black Dragon Demon King, as one of the top 10 demon commanders in the ancient times of the ancient demon palace, possesses the strength of a half-step demon emperor. Just this one is already extremely difficult. The number of demon kings in the ancient times is far more than the immortal kings in their 4 major heavens. Now they can only use the formation left by the ancient immortal emperor to resist the invasion of the ancient magic palace. Immortal King Tianlong and others naturally felt the power of the ancient magic palace, and without any hesitation, they began to form a printing formation. Dozens of immortal kings from the 4 major heavenly realms took action almost at the same time, and the terrifying immortal power filled the heavens, instantly turning into a chaotic sky in front of them. This chaotic sky traverses the entire Zhenmo immortal territory, as if it directly divided the Zhenmo immortal territory and the Tianmo mountain into 2 worlds. And at the moment when the chaotic sky was formed, the Black Dragon Demon King also appeared outside the chaos sky with dozens of demon kings from the ancient magic palace. With his twinkling eyes, he looked at the immortal King Xichang and the others through the chaotic sky, and a contemptuous sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The fairy world in this life seems to be nothing more than that. Beside the Black Dragon Demon King, a 4-winged demon king smiled faintly and said, "In the ancient times, in order to seal my ancient magic palace, the fairy world did not hesitate to intercept the origin of the fairy way, resulting in the lack of the laws of the fairy world, making it extremely difficult to cultivate, and it is difficult to give birth to a strong person. There should be no immortal emperor realm in today's immortal realm. Let's do it, solve these guys in front of us, completely capture the fairyland, and let the fairyland become the trump card of the ancient magic palace. This is also our last chance, and there must be no mistakes." The words of the Black Dragon Demon King fell, and the magic light on the black magic halberd in his hand burst out, and the halberd slashed directly towards the chaotic sky in front of him. The void vibrated, and terrifying energy ripples swept across millions of miles in an instant. Immortal King Xichang and the others gathered the power of everyone to form the formation left by the ancient immortal emperor, which is undoubtedly very powerful. Even the halberd of the Black Dragon Demon King could not shake the chaotic sky at all. Humph. It's just wishful thinking for a mere formation to stop the pace of my ancient magic palace. Let's all take action together and break it for me. The voice of the Black Dragon Demon King fell, and the monstrous magic power was instantly injected into the black magic halberd, and the sky-shattering dragon roar was also instantly transmitted from the black magic halberd, a black magic dragon spanning thousands of miles of stars, with the terrifying power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, slammed into the chaotic sky. At the same time, dozens of demon kings beside him also took action one after another, and all kinds of magical powers moved towards the chaotic sky at almost the same time. In the void, the sky-shattering sound of energy skyrocketing resounded continuously, and terrifying energy ripples swept across the void, instantly making half of the sky of the demon suppression immortal realm turn into a black hole, as if it were coming. Although the Black Dragon Demon King and other ancient demon kings have a powerful offensive, the Xichang Immortal King and others can also block the offensive of the Black Dragon Demon King and others by relying on the formation left by the ancient Immortal Emperor. For a time, the Black Dragon Demon King and others could not break the chaotic sky at all, and it was difficult for them to cross the Thunder Pond. Immortal King Xichang, there are more and more demon kings appearing in Tianmo Mountain. Even if we have the ancient immortal formation, I'm afraid it won't last long. Immortal King Qingkang said with a solemn expression. The strength of the ancient magic palace is much stronger than that of the immortal world today. Not to mention that there is a demon emperor who has not yet been born in Tianmo Mountain. The Black Dragon Demon King alone has made it very difficult for them to deal with it. How long can we take off? Now we can only use this ancient fairy formation to deal with the ancient magic palace. Immortal King Xichang said solemnly, as long as we delay until that one returns, we may not have no hope of repelling the ancient magic palace. Immortal King Qingkang and others were slightly taken aback, and they couldn't help looking at Immortal King Xichong. Immortal King Xichong, I don't know who you are talking about, who is it? Immortal King Xichong said slowly, the descendant of Emperor Qing, a son of luck born in accordance with the immortal way. When Immortal King Qingkang and the others heard the words, their hearts could not help but tremble slightly. Emperor Qing, the supreme immortal emperor of the Megatron in the ancient times, was also an invincible existence in the ancient times. They obviously did not expect that the legendary peerless immortal emperor actually left a descendant in this life. If there are descendants of Emperor Qing, maybe they really have the hope of defeating the ancient magic palace. Just when Immortal King Xichong and the others were talking, the heavenly demon mountain they went to suddenly erupted with a shocking shock. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying demonic energy spread from the Tianmo mountain overwhelmingly. In just the blink of an eye, the magic energy was the sky that swept the entire town of Demon Town. In the entire demon suppression immortal territory, under the oppression of that demonic energy, everyone could not help but tremble for a while. Feeling the suffocating and terrifying magical power, the expressions of Immortal King Xichong and others couldn't help but change drastically. The breath of the devil. The sealed and extinguishable devil emperor in Tianmo Mountain is afraid that he is about to come out. Chapter 3012. The Might of the Devil. Just when Immortal King Xichong and the others were terrified, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void outside the chaotic sky, and a black shadow with monstrous power was also slowly paid out from the black hole. The black shadow is tall and stern, and there is a terrifying aura between his brows. He just stood there quietly, even though the Immortal King Xichong and others across the chaotic sky seemed to be affected by the demonic energy on his body, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. Immortal King Xichong and others looked at the black shadow that appeared outside the chaotic sky, and their pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly. Immortal Demon Emperor. In ancient times, the ancient magic palace was one of the demon emperors who appeared in the fairyland, and he was also the leader of the characters who led the ancient magic palace to invade the fairyland. In the immortal and demon battle in the ancient times, the immortal emperor headed by Qingdi disappeared in the immortal world together with many demon emperors in the ancient magic palace. Only the immortal demon emperor was left behind, and finally was left by Qingdi with the help of the immortal world. The method was sealed together with the ancient magic palace. Now that there is no immortal emperor in the immortal realm, but the demon emperor of the ancient demon palace has already been born, how can the immortal realm resist? Congratulations to the birth of Lord Demon Emperor. At this moment, all the demon kings, including the Black Dragon Demon King, looked respectfully at the inextinguishable demon emperor in the void, and their eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. The inextinguishable demon emperor ignored the Black Dragon Demon King and others, and his dark and deep eyes fell directly on the chaotic sky in front of him. 100 Heaven Immortal Formation. Is that the Qing Emperor's method again? Unfortunately, although this formation is good, the person who arranges the formation is too weak. If there is an immortal emperor here, this emperor may not be able to obtain this formation. But just waiting for these immortal kings to stop me is simply wishful thinking. The inextinguishable demon emperor just raised his hand and waved, as if carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. It collided with the chaotic sky in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying collision did not make a sound in the void. I saw that the chaotic sky, which had not been able to shake the Black Dragon Demon King and others, was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the chaotic sky, which originally looked extremely thick, gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared directly and silently between heaven and earth. At the moment when the chaotic sky dissipated, Immortal King Xichong and others shuddered, and their faces turned pale in vain. They looked up at the inextinguishable Devil Emperor in the void, and a look of incomparable despair appeared in their eyes. The Demon Emperor, as expected of a Xeon existence comparable to the Immortal Emperor, is really terrifying. Even the immortal kings of the 4 heavenly domains in the immortal realm condensed the formation left by the ancient Immortal Emperor, but it was difficult to resist. In order to seal the ancient magic palace, Emperor Qing intercepted the source of the fairyland in the fairyland, so that the law of the fairyland in the fairyland was missing, and no one could master the avenue to break through the fairy emperor. The emperor would like to see how your fairyland can stop me this time. When the inextinguishable demon emperor spoke, he stretched out his hand and slapped it towards the immortal King Xichong and the others. This palm seems to be plain, but it completely imprisoned the void where immortal King Xichong and the others were. Purple flame burning void sword. Immortal King Xichong's pupils shrank suddenly, and an ancient sword of purple flame exuding supreme immortal power also appeared out of thin air in front of him. As soon as the purple flame ancient sword appeared, an aura that made all immortal kings could not help but want to worship. It is also instantly diffused in the void. At this moment, in the face of the attack of the indestructible Devil Emperor, immortal King Xichong also sacrificed the imperial soldiers of the Xian Emperor Palace without hesitation. Tianfeng Shenyu, Qingli Ancient Seal, Ji Yu Yudian, immortal King Tianwang, immortal King Qingkang, and immortal King Yutaki did not dare to show any slights. They all sacrificed their imperial soldiers, and at the same time greeted the suppression of the indestructible Devil Emperor. The palm of the four emperors and the indestructible Demon Emperor collided suddenly, causing the void to collapse, the heaven and earth shattered, the entire demon suppression immortal territory was turned upside down, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and directly under such a terrifying confrontation, it became fragmented and devastated. With morning, countless people from the demon suppression immortal territory were affected and fell into this confrontation. Chaos in the void, the imperial soldiers in the hands of immortal King Xichong and the others all let out a whimper. Immortal King Xichong and others all trembled, and then flew out of the sky like a broken kite for thousands of miles. The distance, the bright red blood continued to overflow from the mouth. And behind immortal King Xichong, the situation of other immortal kings in immortal realm is even more tragic. Some of the weaker ones were left with only half-life directly under the influence of this confrontation. They looked at the inextinguishable Demon Emperor who stood proudly across the world, and there was a look of incomparable despair in their eyes. The strength of the inextinguishable Devil Emperor is too terrifying. Even if the four immortal King Xichong motivated the Emperor's treasure, it is simply difficult to compete with the inextinguishable Devil Emperor. Xichong, this guy's strength is too terrifying, we can't resist it at all, the descendant of Qingdi you say. I don't know when it will appear. Immortal King Tianwang suppressed the churning aura in his body and couldn't help asking immortal King Xichong. Although there is only one word difference between the Demon King and the Demon Emperor, the difference in strength between them is very different. Even if they have the strength of the peak of the immortal king realm, they are no different from the ants in front of them. If it weren't for the Emperor's treasure left by the ancestors, I am afraid that the previous blow of the Devil Emperor would not be destroyed. It's enough to crush them all. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Immortal King Xichong took a deep breath and said, not long ago, he asked me about the Taigu Tiandi Palace, and then disappeared. I don't know where he is now. Don't make useless struggles. With the power of your immortals, you can't stop this emperor at all. At this moment, the inextinguishable Demon Emperor appeared directly in front of immortal King Xichong and others, and looked down at immortal King Xichong and others. Obey, you will be captured. To lead the fairy world to surrender to the ancient magic palace, this emperor can also consider spare your life. Immortal King Xichong snorted coldly. Indestructible Demon Emperor, wanting us to surrender to you is simply wishful thinking. Immortal world is not something you can control from the ancient magic palace. We were able to defeat you in ancient times, and we can still do it today. Really, do you think the current fairyland is still the fairyland of the ancient times? In the past, your fairyland had many fairy emperors headed by Qingdi, but now there are no fairy emperors in the fairyland. What do you use to compete with this emperor? The inextinguishable Demon Emperor's eyes froze, and the monstrous demonic energy in his body once again swept the heavens and the earth. Since you all insist on being obsessed, then let this emperor fall. Chapter 3013. Jiang Chen appeared, the indestructible Devil Emperor. The inextinguishable Demon Emperor's sensible voice fell, and the terrifying demonic energy instantly transformed the void into a black demon realm shrouded in demonic energy. Even with the cultivation base of immortal King Xichong and others, they only felt that their minds and spirits were affected, and even their blood was a little out of control. Immortal King Xichong and others changed their expressions greatly, and quickly urged them to break through the black demon realm. They all knew very well that if they were trapped in the world of the indestructible Devil Emperor, their only outcome today would be total annihilation. Just when immortal King Xichong and the others were preparing to resist with all their strength, the entire black demon world trembled openly. I saw the black demon world evolved by immortal emperor. Immortal emperor suddenly cracked a huge hole, and a dazzling sword light extended from the crack, quickly splitting the sky of the black demon world into two halves. In the next moment, the world of black demon world was constantly collapsing in the void. The sudden scene not only made immortal King Xichong stunned, but even the indestructible Devil Emperor was obviously taken aback. He raised his head slightly, his eyes locked directly in the void. There, a young man in black slowly emerged from the empty space. The inextinguishable demon emperor's eyes suddenly condensed slightly. Boy, your sword just now has the breath of the ancient Qing emperor. I didn't expect the Qing emperor to leave a descendant in this life. As one of the demon emperors who invaded the immortal realm in the ancient times of the ancient demon palace, the indestructible demon emperor is naturally no stranger to the ancient Qing emperor. That stunning peerless, unparalleled combat power, is the first person in the ancient fairyland. If you are fighting alone, almost no one in the entire ancient magic palace can compete with it. The inextinguishable devil emperor obviously did not expect that the Qing emperor would leave a descendant in this life. The existence of this guy is probably the backhand left by Emperor Qing in order to deal with the ancient magic palace. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the demonic eyes of the inextinguishable demon emperor also exploded in an instant. The descendant of Emperor Qing must not be allowed to live in this world. Once this guy grows up, maybe he will bring disaster to them like the ancient Qing emperor. Zichong, is this the descendant of the Qing emperor you mentioned? Hearing the words of the indestructible devil emperor, the immortal King Tianhuang couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the descendants of the Qing emperor are extraordinary, their cultivation is no less than that of us. What? Immortal King Zichong smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, the descendant of Emperor Qing Yuan can't be described with common sense. He will definitely be able to stop the indestructible devil emperor." Although immortal King Zichong didn't know whether Jiang Chen had the strength to compete with the indestructible devil emperor, but just now Jiang Chen was able to smash the demon world of the immortal devil emperor with one sword, which is enough to prove that his strength is far above them. Jiang Chen still has the Fengxian catalog on his body. As long as Jiang Chen completely controls the Fengxian catalog and summons the 10 great ancient beasts, it will be enough to fight the indestructible devil emperor. Jiang Chen looked at the indestructible devil emperor. Indifferently, "Indestructible devil emperor, where did the people who brought the ancient devil palace come from? Go back to where? The fairyland is not the place where your ancient devil palace should come." The inextinguishable demon emperor sneered with disdain on his face. "It's a shameless statement. If the Qing emperor stood here back then, he might still be qualified to say this to me. Although you are a descendant of the Qing emperor, you can't become an emperor after all, so why not be there? Qualifications to be savage in front of this emperor. With the strength of the peak of the immortal king realm, this son can break through the demon world he evolved with a sword, which is indeed very impressive, and his strength even far exceeds that of the Zichong immortal king and others holding the emperor treasure." But even so, the indestructible devil emperor still didn't take it to heart. Although this guy is unparalleled in talent and unparalleled in combat power, he is only an immortal king after all. Those who do not enter the imperial realm will never know how big the gap between the two realms is. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. Julie's battle body suddenly condensed, and he directly attacked, and the Qingdi swordsmanship was displayed in 3 ways, and he killed the indestructible demon emperor. Because it was the last phantom of Qingdi who came across the sky, it made the hearts of immortal King Zichong and others tremble, and they couldn't help but feel like they wanted to pay homage. Ancient Qing Emperor. Jiang Chen actually summoned this ancient Qing Emperor. Qingdi, the inextinguishable demon emperor, looked at the phantom of Qing Emperor in the void, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Qing Emperor's illusory gaze fell directly on the immortal demon emperor. "Indestructible demon emperor, you were born in the immortal world after all." The inextinguishable demon emperor looked up at Emperor Qing's phantom. "Emperor Qing, your deity is not in the immortal realm now. Do you think you can deal with this emperor?" With this thought that came from across the sky. "I can't deal with you, naturally someone will deal with you." Qingdi smiled slightly, and then he couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. "Little guy, I can only help you with a sword, and I will leave the rest to you." Before the Qing Emperor could finish speaking, he raised his hand and turned his sword into a sword, and slashed out at the indestructible devil emperor. A cyan-colored avenue of sword light that contained the breath of antiquity also instantly separated the world, with the terrifying power that crushed everything, and the head of the never-exterminating demon emperor crashed down. Under the light of the sword on the blue avenue, the void is constantly collapsing, and even the terrifying demonic energy around the inextinguishable demon emperor is constantly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The indestructible demon emperor's expression changed slightly. "Emperor Qing, worthy of being the most powerful person in the ancient immortal world, even if it was just a thought that came from across the sky, he had such a terrifying power." The inextinguishable demon emperor did not dare to be slighted. the vast demonic energy in his body was surging, evolved a terrifying power of the Tao of destruction, turned into a beam of destruction that penetrated the sky and the earth, and quickly collided with the sword of Qingdi's phantom. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering loud noise in the void, and the entire demon suppression immortal territory trembled violently, almost completely shattered in this impact. In the void, in the chaotic storm that almost swept the entire demon suppression immortal domain, the inextinguishable demon emperor groaned, and the whole person flew out of the tens of thousands of miles in the void. He looked up at the phantom of Qingdi that had gradually dissipated, and a look of astonishment appeared in his demon eyes. In ancient times, although the inextinguishable demon emperor knew about the power of Emperor Qing, he had never fought against Emperor Qing. Only today did he really appreciate the power of this Qing emperor. Just a phantom of the mind will be able to repel the devil emperor. If this guy's real body is here, I'm afraid he may not even be able to block the opponent's move. The inextinguishable demon emperor took a deep breath, suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his eyes fell on Jiang Chen again. Boy, summon Qingdi's mind to cut out this sword, this should be your last card, right? Now that the Qingdi's mind has dissipated, this emperor would like to see, what means do you have? Chapter 3014. Final Battle. Before the inextinguishable demon emperor could finish his words, he raised his hand and slapped Jiang Chen in the air, and the terrifying avenue of destruction suddenly shattered the world, and once again overwhelmingly oppressed Jiang Chen. Looking at the devastating blow from the inextinguishable devil emperor again, Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and there was no panic on his face. The Fengxian catalog appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head, and then kept flipping under Jiang Chen's urging. I saw that every time the Fengxian catalog was opened, an ancient vicious beast burst out. 10 immemorial beasts of different shapes charged into the heavens and the earth, directly smashing the avenue of destruction that was oppressed by the indestructible devil emperor. Fengxian catalog, the inextinguishable demon emperor looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but squinted slightly. But this emperor underestimated you, but I didn't expect this emperor treasure to be in your hands. Naturally, the indestructible devil emperor is no stranger to the Fengxian catalog. In ancient times, when they first entered the immortal world and fought against the emperors in the immortal world, they were caught off guard by the owner of Fengxian catalog, and there was even a demon emperor who was killed by that one in the ancient beasts in Fengxian catalog. Join forces to suppress. Unexpectedly, born today, this black-clothed youth actually sacrificed the Fengxian catalog again. Fengxian catalog, the top emperor treasure in fairy tales, has 10 ancient beasts sealed inside. The combat power of each immemorial beast is even more terrifying than the top immortal king in the immortal world. 10 ancient beasts gathered together, enough to shake the immortal emperor. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally brought out the power of Emperor Treasure Fengxian catalog. As expected of the legendary seal of heaven that can shake the immortal emperor. Below, immortal King Xichong and others looked at the terrifying confrontation in the chaotic void, and couldn't help but have a look of excitement in their eyes. The birth of the top 10 ancient beasts in the Fengxian catalog easily shattered the blow of the indestructible devil emperor. With the existence of the top 10 beasts in the Fengxian catalog, they will have the hope of resisting the indestructible devil emperor in the immortal realm. Kid, do you think that you can stop the pace of my ancient magic palace by controlling the Fengxian catalog? The inextinguishable demon emperor smiled coldly, and looked directly at the black dragon demon king below. Hailong, immediately lead the ancient magic palace to level the fairyland for this emperor. The 10 ancient beasts in the Fengxian catalog are extremely powerful. Although the indestructible demon emperor is not afraid, it may not be easy to defeat. The many immortal kings of the immortal realm headed by the immortal King Xichong have been severely injured by him just now, and they have not blocked the power of the black dragon demon king at all. As long as the immortal King Xichong and the others swept through the immortal realm, even if this kid can restrain him by virtue of the Fengxian catalog, he will never stop them from dominating the immortal realm. Hearing the order of the inextinguishable demon emperor, the black dragon demon king did not hesitate at all. He gave the order directly, and took the people from the ancient demon palace to kill the immortal King Xichong and others. Arrangement. Immortal King Xichong changed abruptly, and hurriedly greeted everyone to form the formation again. They had already suffered heavy losses in the previous battle with the indestructible devil emperor. Although they formed a formation again, their formidable power was less than 3 cities. Soon, the formation was in jeopardy under the offensive of the black dragon demon king and others. Seeing that immortal King Xichang and the others could not stop the attack of the ancient demon palace, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. With a thought, he directly ordered the 10 great ancient beasts to kill the Black Dragon Demon King and others. Each of the 10 ancient beasts is almost as powerful as the Black Dragon Demon King. They show their magical powers, and each of them almost instantly kills a Demon King. In just a few breaths, 10 Demon Kings fell into the hands of the 10 ancient beasts. The Xichang Immortal King and others, who had been losing ground, quickly stabilized the situation. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually sent the 10 great ancient beasts to help Immortal King Xichang and others, the indestructible Devil Emperor was also stunned for a moment. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and said slowly, "Boy, you surprised me a little, don't you want to fight against this emperor by yourself?" Jiang Chen glanced at the inextinguishable Demon Emperor indifferently. "Is there any problem?" "Boy, don't you think too highly of yourself. Even if you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor, and you want to fight this emperor with the Immortal King realm, that is absolutely impossible." When the inextinguishable Demon Emperor spoke, endless demonic energy burst out from his body, filling the entire chaotic void, and the vast destructive fluctuations enveloped the 10 directions, making the entire world dim at this moment. The inextinguishable Demon Emperor roared, and the demonic energy around him instantly turned into a demonic shadow in the sky. Indestructible shadow. Following the stern shout of the indestructible Demon Emperor, thousands of demonic shadows rushed towards Jiang Chen like a tide, and the entire chaotic void seemed to have thousands of black waves. 10,000 demons move in unison, and almost every ghost image has some power that is not inferior to the power of the Fairy King. That terrifying demonic energy caused the entire chaotic void to collapse continuously. Jiang Chen stood quietly in the chaotic void, seeing the raging demons attack, his palms slammed into his chest. "I saw a black square seal that covered up the sun in the suppressing demon and immortal realm, facing the surging thousands of ghosts." Jiang Chen printed this seal, and the inextinguishable shadows that roared turned out to have lost their voices like ghosts. The black square seal, like a bottomless black hole, swallowed up the thousands of ghosts in an instant. "This move of yours should also be inherited from a certain supreme immortal emperor in the immortal world. I didn't expect you to have more than one immortal emperor's inheritance on your body." Seeing that Jiang Chen Yian had resolved his offensive, the indestructible Devil Emperor stared at Jiang Chen, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. The boy in front of him was chosen by countless immortal emperors in the immortal world. 9 times out of 10, he existed in this world to deal with the ancient magic palace. Now that this kid has not broken through the immortal emperor realm, he already has the ability to compete with him. Once he is allowed to break through the immortal emperor realm, I am afraid that even he will not be his opponent at all. The inextinguishable Demon Emperor did not hesitate at all. The inextinguishable claws stretched out and grabbed towards Jiang Chen. As the giant claws approached, the void around Jiang Chen was not shattering, but dissolving, and the space seemed to be shrinking. Jiang Chen's whole body seemed to be quickly approaching the huge claws. The seal of the Emperor of Heaven, a seal collapses the mountains and rivers. Heavenly Emperor Seal, a seal of Heavenly Emperor Silentness. Facing the terrifying blow of the inextinguishable Demon Emperor, Jiang Chen's whole body exploded with immortal power, and the 2 seals behind the seal of the Heavenly Emperor were also displayed one after another. The 2 Heavenly Emperor seals collided with the inextinguishable Demon Grasp, instantly smashing the chaos, and Jiang Chen's figure also flew out of the chaos. Chapter 3015. Season Finale. In the chaotic void, Jiang Chen slowly stabilized his body, and his face was also a little paler. He looked up at the inextinguishable Demon Emperor, and his expression became a little dignified. The Demon Emperor is indeed a peerless existence that can rival the immortal emperor. Compared to the Demon King, he is completely one heaven and one underground. Now that Jiang Chensho has reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, his combat power has already surpassed the immortal king realm, and even the existence of the Xichang immortal king can be defeated with a snap of his fingers, but even so, it is still difficult to shake the inextinguishable Demon Emperor in front of him. "Boy, no matter how evil you are, you want to be wild in front of this emperor, but you are still a little stunned." The inextinguishable Demon Emperor stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent, and behind him an inextinguishable demonic figure appeared out of thin air, and the rolling demonic energy swept out once again. "Destroy the avenue, never destroy the stars." The inextinguishable Demon Emperor quickly waved his hands, and the million-mile chaotic void instantly collapsed, and a broken black starry sky appeared in the depths of the chaotic void. Huge magic stars pierced through the sky, flashing with incomparably strange dark rays of light, like huge meteorites, all of them smashed towards Jiang Chen. Countless huge magic stars turned into the magic light that destroyed the sky and the earth, and surrounded Jiang Chen. The terrifying power of the stars kept rolling, exuding endless waves of destruction, and revolving around Jiang Chen in an inexplicable trajectory, as if to make Jiang Chen and the space around him were completely annihilated. Looking at the shrouded power of destroying the stars, Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the immortal monument instantly turned into a giant monument to the sky. Jiang Chen's hands kept changing, and a terrifying force of destruction surged out from the towering monument, and collided with the power of destruction that shrouded the stars. Two equally terrifying forces of destruction intertwined in an instant, making the entire chaotic void turned into a black hole shrouded in the avenue of destruction. In this black hole space shrouded in the Tao of destruction, even the powerhouses at the peak of the immortal king realm, as long as they are stained with a trace, may be instantly wiped out. However, Jiang Chen used the power of the immortal monument to resist the attack of the immortal emperor. The monument of nothingness, I didn't expect this imperial treasure to be in your hands, but even so, you will still die today. The voice of the inextinguishable demon emperor fell, and the power of the Tao of destruction was condensed again, and a world-shattering magic sword with a powerful demon also emerged from the palm of the inextinguishable demon emperor. Indestructible demon sword, slash. The inextinguishable demon emperor roared and slashed at Jiang Chen with his magic sword. The chaotic void is constantly shattering and collapsing, and the terrifying magic power makes the whole world of the demon suppression immortal territory tremble, as if the end of the world is coming. The sword of the inextinguishable demon emperor has almost exerted his own strength to the extreme. Even if Jiang Chen tried his best to urge the immortal monument, it was simply difficult to resist. I saw that the sky-suppressing monument let out a wailing cry under the demon sword of the indestructible devil, and then shrank sharply in the chaotic void, turning into a dull stone tablet and falling towards the bottom. The sky-suppressing monument disappeared, but the magic knife in the hands of the indestructible demon emperor was unstoppable, and it slashed towards Jiang Chen with a knife with the power of destroying the world. Seeing that the sword of the indestructible demon emperor was about to hit Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into the chaotic void without warning. That kind of disappearance is the real disappearance. Even if he was as strong as the indestructible devil emperor, he couldn't feel Jiang Chen's existence for a while. The indestructible devil emperor's eyes narrowed, and he immediately raised his head and looked somewhere. There was a mysterious little black tower floating out of the void space, and Jiang Chen's figure also came out of the black tower unscathed. The inextinguishable demon emperor's pupils shrank, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also became more and more gloomy. The tower of time of the immortal emperor of the years, the inheritance of the immortal emperor on your body is really unusual. This sun is a peerless evildoer carefully created by many ancient immortal emperors in the fairy world, in order to deal with their ancient magic palace. It can't be delayed any longer, and this sun must be killed as soon as possible. The icy cold light flashed in the eyes of the inextinguishable demon emperor. This kid's whole cards are endless, and he must solve them as soon as possible, before it changes later. The people of the ancient magic palace led by the Black Dragon Demon King could not resist the attack of the 10 great ancient beasts and the many immortal kings in the fairy world. During the time he was fighting with Jiang Chen, several more demon kings were torn to pieces by the ancient beasts. If he continues to be restrained by this kid, the ancient demon palace will suffer heavy losses. Boy, no matter how many peerless emperor treasures you have, you are destined to die today. Indestructible demon sword, destroy the world. The inextinguishable demon emperor was full of demonic energy, and with a roar in his mouth, the pitch-black sword light that covered the sky instantly enveloped the entire sky of the demon-suppressing immortal domain. Down, as if enough to sever everything. Even the immortal King Xichong and the others were shocked by the terrifying blow of the indestructible devil emperor, and they all stopped the battle with a tacit understanding, and looked at the chaotic void invariably. Is this the strongest blow of the indestructible devil emperor? It's really scary, and I don't know if little friend Jiang Chen can block it. The expressions of immortal King Xichong and others were all solemn. The immortal demon emperor's attack is too terrifying. If Jiang Chen can't resist it and let him fall from the chaotic void, I am afraid that the entire demon suppression immortal domain will be instantly annihilated into nothingness. As expected of a demon emperor comparable to the ancient immortal emperor, his strength is astounding. Jiang Chen looked at the world-destroying sword of the inextinguishable devil emperor, and his expression instantly became much more solemn. On the same day, he obtained the distribution map of the 36 branches of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. After checking one by one, he finally found the last source of the Heavenly Emperor. To Jiang Chen's disappointment, even though he absorbed the last source of the Heavenly Emperor, he still failed to break through the limit of the Immortal King realm and break through the Immortal Emperor realm. Even though he has a lot of background and has countless peerless immortal treasures in his hands, it is still very difficult to fight against the indestructible Devil Emperor with the Immortal King realm. At this moment, in the face of the world destruction demon sword of the indestructible Demon Emperor, Jiang Chen didn't have time to think about it, and all kinds of immortal techniques were performed one after another. Qingdi swordsmanship, a sword separates the world. Jiang Chen did it all in one go, and in just a few breaths, he performed all these top-level immortal arts. But under the immortal Demon Emperor's indestructible demon sword, these peerless immortal arts were as fragile as paper paste, almost collapsed at the touch of a touch. Jiang Chen's complexion also suddenly turned pale, a mouthful of blood could not help spurting out wildly, and the golden blood of the Immortal King was sprayed directly on the Tower of Time in his hand. The Tower of Time suddenly burst out with a strange light, and immediately submerged into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen only felt that the whole person was caught in a wonderful state, and a mysterious power of the Tao instantly transformed Jiang Chen and resonated with the immortal way. The whole immortal world seems to be cheering because of Jiang Chen. The power of Emperor Tao, the resonance of immortal Tao, little friend Jiang Chen has broken through Immortal Emperor. Feeling this scene, Immortal King Zichong and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on their faces. In the chaotic void, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately raised his hand and slashed out at the immortal magic sword, directly separating the immortal magic sword and pulling it into the other world of nothingness. Is this the power of the Immortal Emperor realm? Feeling his current strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. With a move of his palm, the Tower of Time emerged from his palm again. The Tower of Time is indeed the most mysterious treasure in the fairyland. On the 7th floor of the Tower of Time, a Heart of the Avenue of Time was born. Jiang Chen happened to activate the Heart of Time Avenue earlier, which made him enter an unusually mysterious state. Although the outside world has only passed the time of flicking his fingers, but under the action of the Heart of Time Tao, he has comprehended for thousands of years, directly grasping the power of Tao, resonating with Immortal Tao, and asking Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor, you actually broke through. The Immortal Emperor realm, the inextinguishable Demon Emperor looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. This child is unparalleled, and the Immortal King realm can use many means to block his offensive again and again. Now that he has broken through the Immortal Emperor realm, his strength is probably far above him. Indestructible Devil Emperor, I have said long ago that the immortal world is not a place where you can touch the ancient magic palace. It is time for all of this to end. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, the Tower of Time in the palm of his hand was flourishing, and the terrifying power of the Avenue of Time instantly enveloped the indestructible Devil Emperor in the surrounding chaotic void, as if trapped in the other side of the world of nothingness. The monument of nothingness that was previously knocked down by the indestructible Devil Emperor also rose into the sky again and turned into a giant monument. An extinguishable Demon Emperor's mouth let out a roar of rage, and the power of the Tao of Destruction continued to erupt, trying to break through the shackles of the Tao of Nothingness and the Tower of Time. Jiang Chen's cultivation base has now broken through the Immortal Emperor realm, and he has once again activated the two treasures, the Monument of Nothingness and the Tower of Time. At this moment, the power of the Great Tao permeated Jiang Chen's body, and the invincible power of the Great Tao was directly transformed into a sword of the Great Tao, penetrating directly through the body of the indestructible Devil Emperor. I saw that the devilish energy and life essence of the inextinguishable Demon Emperor all flowed away at a strange speed. This sword of the Tao is the Tao supernatural power that Jiang Chen realized after breaking through the Immortal Emperor, through the Qing Emperor swordsmanship and a sword, and the power of the Tao is naturally extremely terrifying, even if it is as strong as the indestructible Devil Emperor, almost all hard to resist. And just when the sword of the Avenue penetrated the body of the indestructible Devil Emperor, the immortal annihilation power of the nihilistic Taoist monument and the time power of the Tower of Time also shattered the last defense of the indestructible Devil Emperor, and at the same time faced the immortal Demon Emperor. The Devil Emperor rolled down, instantly smashing the body of the indestructible Devil Emperor into nothingness. The inextinguishable Demon Emperor who was beheaded, his body soon condensed and reorganized in the chaotic void, and reappeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. He stared at Jiang Chen grimly. "Boy, this emperor is an indestructible demon emperor, with an immortal demon body. Even if you break through the immortal emperor realm now, you can't even think of killing me. Really, if that's the case, then you will be included in the Monument of Nothingness, and with the help of the power of the Monument of Nothingness, it will slowly devour and refine you." Jiang Chen's voice fell. The power of time of the Tower of Time once again solidified the chaotic void, and the power of the prisoner on the Monument of Nothingness also spread out instantly. The inextinguishable demon emperor's complexion changed drastically, and he struggled quickly. In the face of absolute power, all his resistance was in vain. In the blink of an eye, the body of the inextinguishable demon emperor was imprisoned by the immortal annihilating power of the Monument of Nothingness, and then dragged him into the Monument of Nothingness. The inextinguishable demon emperor has finally been suppressed, and we won. Seeing the scene in front of them, the expressions of immortal King Xichong and the others instantly became extremely excited. In this battle between the immortals and demons, the indestructible demon emperor was born with the ancient demon palace. They almost had no chance of winning in the immortal realm, but they did not expect Jiang Chen to be born at a critical moment, breaking through the immortal emperor realm in one fell swoop, suppressing the indestructible demon emperor, and succeeded dissolve the immortal world's extinction crisis. Lord Demon Emperor defeated. On the other hand, the ancient demon palace powerhouses with the Black Dragon Demon King are all pale, like mourning a concubine. The indestructible Devil Emperor is their biggest reliance in their attack on the immortal realm. Now that even the indestructible Devil Emperor has been suppressed, how can they compete with the immortal realm? Like a bird frightened, the Black Dragon Demon King quickly retreated with the people from the ancient magic palace with a look of horror. Now they can only have a chance to survive by withdrawing to Tianmo Mountain and relying on the powerful defense of this supreme magic weapon. Everyone, follow me to destroy these immortal invaders. Immortal King Xichong naturally would not give the Black Dragon Demon King a chance to leave easily. In the chaotic void, Jiang Chen just pointed it out in the sky, and the figure of the Black Dragon Demon King and others who fled in a hurry was instantly frozen. The 10 great ancient beasts and the immortal King Xichong have already rushed to kill them, just like chopping melons and vegetables, beheading the Black Dragon Demon King and all the people in the ancient magic palace. The demon blood in the void is like rain, and the demon kings with monstrous aura continued to collapse and fall. Jiang Chen directly led the crowd into the Tianmo Mountain and completely killed the demons in the Tianmo Mountain. With the end of the war in the demon suppression immortal territory, the powerhouses of the 4 heavenly domains, including the Xichong immortal domain, also returned to their own celestial domains, suppressing the demons scattered all over the immortal realm. Immediately, the fairy world regained its tranquility once again, and with the improvement of the laws of immortality, the whole immortal world is a thriving atmosphere, and countless powerhouses have broken through the limit and stepped into a higher level. Especially the existence of the immortal King Xichong and the others at the peak of the immortal King realm, they have vaguely understood the power of the Tao and touched the threshold of the immortal Emperor realm. Immortal realm, Northern Cold Immortal realm. A palace in the center of Beihan Immortal Palace. Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxie stood side by side, and there were many familiar figures around them. Father Zhang Wuya, Mother Ji Wushuang and other relatives and friends had been taken over to the fairy world by Jiang Chen, and the whole atmosphere was happy. Chenur, now that you are at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, and the crisis in the immortal realm has been resolved, is it time to consider your lifelong event? Ji Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen, who were like a pair of golden boys and girls, and asked with a smile. Hearing Ji Wushuang's words, Meng Qingxie, who was always cold as ice, couldn't help but show a blush on her beautiful face. Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Qingxie, and immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, mother, I will consider this matter." When Jiang Chen spoke, his eyes were looking at a place in the chaotic void in the fairy world. Although the indestructible demon emperor was suppressed by him, and the ancient demon palace was uprooted by him, the story is far from over, and his mission has just begun. Thank you for listening in. Supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.